Chapter 432. The World Society was the only overlord in the north. In terms of territory, it was even bigger than the Northwest Qin City. The entire north belonged to the World Society and was about 4 to 5,000 miles wide. Of course, due to the unique geographical environment of the north, the population wasn't as dense as the Northwest Qin City. Therefore, its overall power was slightly weaker than the Northwest Qin City. However, among the World 9 sects, its power was second only to the Northwest Qin City. It was one of the two pillars of the entire western mainland. It was already spring, but there was still very little green in the north. Most of its territory was scorched red. There would be a patch of green in about every 100 miles. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the oases, it wasn't too far off. Most of the people were gathered in these oases. Yang Dingtian and the other four rode on their flying mounts and arrived at the headquarters of the World Society, King City, when the sky was about to turn dark. The entire King City was built on a mountain. It was grand and magnificent. The city was 1,000 meters tall and towered above the clouds. Of course, the Temple of Blood was also in the Mountain of Blood. However, it was only a cave that was excavated in the Mountain of Blood to form the Temple of Blood. As for King City, it started from the bottom of the mountain and went up layer by layer. Each layer was narrower and more magnificent than the last. This huge stone mountain was about 1,000 meters tall. Floor by floor, there were a total of 9 floors. Of course, the people who lived in King City were stronger and nobler with each layer. Yang Dingtian looked at the city from afar and couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to Cloud Sky City and even the Northwest Qin City, King City could be said to be an architectural miracle. Before they got close to King City, a group of flying cavalrymen surrounded them and shouted, "Who are you? Come down immediately, or we'll kill you." Song Chunhua lifted her mask and said, "It's me." Instantly, a few of the flying cavalrymen bowed and said respectfully, "Greetings, Commander." Then, this group of flying cavalrymen escorted Yang Dingtian and the others to King City's aerial platform and landed. The aerial platform was on the 5th level of King City. Yang Dingtian and the others had just landed when a group of cavalrymen rushed forward. Then, the leading cavalryman got off his horse and knelt down. "Greetings, Commander." "Get up," Song Chunhua said. "Shall we return to the sect?" "He's doing very well. He just misses the Grand Commander very much," the leading knight said. Then he looked at Yang Dingtian and the others. At this moment, Yang Dingtian and the others were all wearing golden masks. "These people are my friends." Song Chunhua did not reveal the identities of Yang Dingtian and the others. Then, the leading knight led Song Chunhua and the others into the city. Yang Dingtian and the rest mounted their horses and followed him into the city. They then headed towards the highest level of the city. "Song Minghua, did you go to the Northwest Tiando League's meeting on behalf of your father?" Song Chunhua asked. It turned out that the leader of the knights was his more mature brother, Song Minghua. "Yes." When Song Minghua heard Song Chunhua mention this matter, he became slightly excited and said, "The meeting mainly confirmed Yang Dingtian's unforgivable crime and publicized the evidence of Yang Dingtian murdering Fairy Dongfang. They decided to expel Cloud Heaven City from the Tiando League and issue a kill order for Yang Dingtian. In the end, they decided to form an alliance to suppress Cloud Heaven City." Song Chunhua frowned slightly and said, "Then our World Society also decided to send out troops." "Yes, of course we have to send out troops. Yang Dingtian has harmed the world, and his crime is unforgivable. Everyone has the right to punish him." Song Minghua said, "Because you weren't here, my father ordered me to form an army to suppress Cloud Heaven City. These days, I have been busy with this matter. I plan to select 3,000 steel warriors, 500 demon dragon cavalry, and 10,000 elite cavalrymen to suppress Cloud Heaven City." Hearing this, the little Princess Vulture couldn't help but glance at Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian was completely expressionless. Song Chanhua frowned slightly and said, 10,000 elite cavalrymen isn't much, but 3,000 steel warriors and 500 demon dragon cavalry have already touched our world society's assets. What benefits are there for you to be willing to pay such a huge price? Song Minghua glanced at Yang Dingtian and the others, wanting to say something but hesitating. Don't worry, they are all my most trusted friends, Song Chanhua said. The Tiando League's Northwest branch has decided that once we suppress Cloud Heaven City, Qin City will not take a single inch of Cloud Heaven City's territory. It will all belong to our world society. Song Minghua said, Sister, you know this. Although our north is over 5,000 miles wide, the land is barren, and the people are poor. Moreover, we are separated from the continent by a long land bridge, so we are called the 9 Gates of the world. However, we're already considered isolated in the sea. Even in our dreams, we want to go deep into the continent and obtain a piece of fertile land. Cloud Heaven City's territory is fertile and fertile. Once we obtain this piece of land, we will be able to step into the northwest continent. We will be in an invincible position. At this moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Qin Chichi and Ning Wuming were really generous. They gave Cloud Heaven City's territory to World Society. No wonder World Society Song Shao was so tempted to send out such an elite troop. After hearing this, Song Chanhua didn't say anything. She just nodded silently. The group of people arrived at the top of King City. This was the most important place of World Society. Only one person had the qualifications to stay here, and that was World Society's leader, Song Shao. Even Song Chanhua could only stay on the 8th floor. When they arrived at the highest floor of the main hall, Song Chanhua knelt down and said loudly, World Society's Demon Dragon Cavalry, Steel Warrior Army Commander Song Chanhua, greets World Society's leader. Enter. An expressionless voice came from inside the main hall. This was Song Zhao's voice. It was firm, cold, and even sounded unreasonable. Yes. Song Chanhua stood up and walked inside. Yang Dingtian and the rest followed in. Who allowed you to enter? Song Minghua shouted in a low voice. His eyes were filled with anger, but he stood with his back bent and didn't dare to move. The World Society's rules were too strict. It was even stricter than Qin City's. Yang Dingtian ignored him and walked in. Impudent! You dare to behave atrociously in my World Society? Song Minghua suddenly pulled out his sword. Instantly, the knights behind him also pulled out their swords. Logically speaking, Yang Dingtian and the rest were friends brought by Song Chanhua, so Song Minghua shouldn't be like this. However, he still pulled out his sword. It could be seen that his heart was filled with instinctive hostility towards Song Chanhua. Humph! In the main hall, a cold snort sounded, but no one knew who it was directed at. However, Song Minghua seemed to be frightened. He immediately bowed and stood on the spot, not daring to move. Yang Dingtian and the rest followed Song Chanhua into the main hall. This main hall was extremely huge and grand. Yang Dingtian even had a feeling of entering the Athens temple. Moreover, Yang Dingtian could see that the entire main hall was a single entity. There were no traces of building. Soon, Yang Dingtian could see that this main hall was actually carved out of a giant rock. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was speechless. To carve out such a main hall from a mountain, the World Society was actually so domineering. At this moment, the World Society's leader, Song Shao, was standing in front of the throne at the end of the main hall. This throne was more than 10 meters from the ground. There were dozens of steps, giving people a feeling of supremacy. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh. Even the northwest Qin cities, Qin Wan Chou, didn't have such prestige. Daughter Song Chanhua greets father. Song Chanhua lifted her mask, took off her helmet, and knelt on the ground, kowtowing. Song Shao, who was sitting on the high seat, coldly replied, Where have you been these few months? Do you need 4 to 5 months to go to Sky Demon City? In a while, go receive 100 whips, and then be imprisoned for a month. When these words came out, Yang Dingtian was shocked. This Song Chanhua was his daughter and his most outstanding child. He actually punished her so harshly. At this moment, Song Xiao turned around. Yang Dingtian immediately saw his face. He was very tall, almost 2 meters in Earth's measurement unit. His face was very long, and he could be considered handsome. However, his face was like a stone. His cheeks were like knives, his eyes were sharp, and his nose was straight and curved. There was no expression on his face. At all times he was strict and solemn. He looked like he would always keep people 1,000 miles away, absolutely cold and emotionless. This kind of person was the most difficult to interact with. Hearing her father's punishment, Song Chanhua was also slightly stunned. She said yes. Who did you bring? Didn't their elders teach them etiquette? Song Xiao said coldly. Yang Dingtian and the rest took off their masks and bowed. Cloud Sky City's Mayor Yang Dingtian greets World Society's faction leader Song. Northwest Qin City's Qin Huayu greets World Society's faction leader Song. Black Heaven Sect's Zhu Hongxue greets World Society's faction leader Song. Vulture Palace's Vulture greets World Society's faction leader Song. Hearing these people admit their identities, Song Zhao's gaze froze. His cold and sharp gaze swept across everyone, and finally landed on Yang Dingtian's face. You're that Yang Dingtian that Shimin Wia picked up? Song Xiao asked. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly and replied, That's right. You're wanted by the Tiando League, but you still swaggered into my world society. Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant? Song Xiao said coldly. Yang Dingtian frowned. Faction leader Song, are you going to admit to the crimes that were planted on me? You've been wronged. Song Xiao asked coldly. Of course, Yang Dingtian said. What does this have to do with me? Song Xiao said coldly. Not only do I not have any relationship with Cloud Sky City, I only have hatred. Are you here to seek redress? There's no need for that. Before I go back on my words, get the hell out of my city. Otherwise, I don't mind a Cloud Sky City lord dying here. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed, and a burst of anger surged in his heart. Father! City Lord Yang Dingtian is my comrade in arms. We've already sworn to live and die together, Song Chanhua said. Did I agree? Song Xiao said coldly. Song Chanhua, you have to remember, everything you have is given to you by me. You will only have it if I give it to you. If I don't give it to you, you have nothing. From today onwards, you don't have to be the great commander of the Devil Dragon Army anymore. Immediately, Song Xiao took away half of Song Chanhua's most important military power. Yes, Song Chanhua said. However, your daughter begs you to let Yang Dingtian finish what he wants to say. Let him finish what he wants to say in front of me. You think too highly of him. Song Zhao's face revealed absolute coldness and arrogance. This kind of arrogance was something that Yang Dingtian had never experienced from Qin Wanzhou. Qin Huayu stepped forward and bowed. Reporting to Sect Master Song, Yang Dingtian, Song Chanhua, Zhu Hongxue, and Vulture have already sworn to be brothers in front of tens of thousands of people. We will advance and retreat together. Please give us a chance to speak. Song Xiao looked at Qin Huayu and revealed a cold smile. Yang Dingtian, you are very cunning. You pulled my daughter, Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue in. You tried to make World Society and Northwest Qin City stand on your side and join your battle group. What a joke. Do you think it will work? Qin Huayu, you can't even protect yourself. You still want to get involved with Yang Dingtian. You are really seeking your own death. Zhu Hongxue, you will soon feel your father's thunderous anger. Song Xiao finally looked at Vulture and didn't express any opinion on her. Get out, Song Xiao coldly shouted. I don't want to say it a third time. Song Chanhua stepped forward and said, Father, these few months, Yang Dingtian brought us into a secret realm. Your daughter's cultivation has already broken through to the 2-star Grandmaster level. Currently, there is no one in the world who can match her in the younger generation. This is all thanks to Yang Dingtian. Song Zhao's face suddenly shook. You have already broken through to the 2-star Grandmaster level? Yes, father. Song Chanhua said. Not only that, Yang Dingtian has saved your daughter's life many times and cleansed Naga's Xian veins for your daughter. Currently, your daughter has almost reached the 9th grade Xian veins. Suddenly, Song Zhao's eyes shook. Not only that, Song Chanhua continued. Your daughter has also obtained a heaven-level Xian fire, the heavenly phoenix fire. All of this is thanks to Yang Dingtian. Your daughter is indebted to him. Song Zhao's body shook. He looked at Song Chanhua and said, You have a heaven-level Xian fire? Yes, Song Chanhua said. Not only that, he also gave your daughter a lightning rune. Therefore, every time I use my sword, there will be thunder and lightning. No one can block it. In less than 10 years, there will be no more than 10 people in the world who can match me. The World Association will definitely be stronger and stand firm in the chaotic world. Song Xiao was silent for a moment and asked, Yang Dingtian, what are you doing here? Yang Dingtian did not speak. Qin Huaiyu stepped forward and said, Sect leader Song, your daughter, Song Lihua, is noble and beautiful, virtuous and virtuous. I respect and love her very much. Therefore, I am here to propose marriage to Sect Leader Song. Sect Leader Song, please allow it. Then, Qin Huaiyu presented the Qian Kuan ring with both hands. This is the Qian Kuan ring that I obtained in the secret realm. It can reflect all kinds of damage. Its maximum power is equivalent to the cultivation of the wearer. Although it is not as valuable as Miss Song Lihua, it is a token of Qin Huaiyu's sincerity. I hereby present it to Sect Leader Song. Song Zhao's eyes trembled. The Qian Kuan ring. There was actually such a treasure in the world. He, Song Xiao, was a 9-star 9th grade Grandmaster. He was only half a step away from becoming a great Grandmaster, but it was difficult for him to advance. Therefore, although he was the overlord of the world, he was still 1 step away from the top of the world. He was still 1 step away from the position of Qin Wanqiu and Dongfang Minmi. This was his biggest regret. If he wore this Qian Kuan ring, it meant that his cultivation was not as high as a great Grandmaster. However, in front of an ordinary great Grandmaster, he might be able to fight. Song Xiao immediately fell into silence. Although they did not say anything, they were very clear in their hearts. On the left was Yang Dingtian. Song Chanhua owed him a great debt of gratitude. If nothing unexpected happened, Song Chanhua would become the most powerful leader of the world society in the past few hundred years. She was very determined to stand on Yang Dingtian's side. Song Xiao had to consider it. On the right was Qin Chi and the Ning clan of the South Sea. As for Qin Chi, the Ning clan of the South Sea was very powerful. Although Song Xiao was not completely clear, it was already shocking enough. It was so powerful that it made people hold their breaths. After a long time, Song Xiao said indifferently, Yang Dingtian, you can't win. His meaning was very clear. Although Yang Dingtian owed the world society a great debt of gratitude, although Yang Dingtian's gift was very valuable, and he was very, very moved, he still chose to reject it. Because, as a superior, the most important thing was to choose to stand on the side of the winner. You can leave. Song Xiao said indifferently, as for the impending war and the possibility that the world society will fight for the 1,000-mile territory of Cloud Sky City, I apologize to you first. Song Xiao chose to reject. Song Chuanhua's expression changed. She raised her head and said, Father, no matter what choice you make, I will follow Yang Dingtian. I will follow justice and fight to the end, even if I have to pay with my life. Suddenly, Song Zhao's gaze turned cold. The entire hall instantly turned cold. It was extremely oppressive. Song Chuanhua's words were very serious. It directly meant that she was going against Song Shao. This also meant that if Song Shao rejected Yang Dingtian, he would lose his most outstanding successor. That would mean the complete decline of the world society. Song Chuanhua, you should know that I will not be threatened by anyone. I will not allow anyone to threaten the safety of the world society. For this, I will do anything, including the thing that I do not want to do the most. For the world society, I can kill anyone, Song Shao said indifferently. As long as I don't die, I will definitely follow Yang Dingtian, Song Chuanhua said resolutely. Song Shao slowly extended his hand and said indifferently, "The few of you, the following is a family matter of the world society. Please do as you wish." He was actually going to make a move. He was going to make a move on his own daughter. Yang Dingtian stepped out and said, "Sect leader Song, please wait. I know that anyone will choose to stand on the side of the victor. What if we say we're going to win, that we're going to be the victor? With just you? It's impossible," Song Shao said indifferently. "I know that Qin Chichi and Ning Wuming have the almost invincible blood pupil army. There are also 9 masters and 1 great master," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "However, I will still win. Qin Huayu, Song Chuanhua, and I are all masters. We also have trump cards that you will not expect, so we will win. You can still stand on the side of the victor." Song Zhao's gaze moved. He then said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, it's useless to rely on your mouth." "It won't take long for me to prove it to you," Yang Dingtian said. "You can even symbolically send an army to suppress Cloud Sky City. Song Chuanhua can conceal her identity and fight side by side with me. You just need to give Qin Huayu the name of the engagement and let us rope in sect leader Qin Wanchou. When the war ends and we lose, you can back out of the engagement at any time. If we win, we will immediately announce Song Chuanhua's identity. No matter what, you will stand on the side of the victor. In other words, you can wait until the war ends before you officially choose a side. Now just give us a chance. How about it?" Suddenly, Song Zhao's gaze moved. It was obvious that Yang Dingtian's suggestion moved him. This way, he could indeed be in an invincible position. Of course, this way he might not be able to obtain the 1,000 miles of territory of Cloud Sky City. However, in comparison, an incomparably powerful successor of the world society was perhaps more important. At this moment, the little Princess Vulture suddenly said, "In any case, our Vulture Palace was completely on Yang Dingtian's side." Song Shao glanced at the Vulture Palace. Everyone in the world knew how powerful and mysterious Wulingzi was. In fact, everyone in the world had a concept in their hearts. In this world, if there was a so-called half-saint expert, other than Wu Yu from the Sea of Hades, it would be Wulingzi from the Vulture Palace. This decision was really difficult to make. To be honest, Song Shao could not imagine that Yang Dingtian had actually broken through to the master level. Song Shao was very clear about what it meant to break through to the master level at such a young age. If he chose to be enemies with Yang Dingtian this time, and Yang Dingtian happened to not die this time, then, 10 years later, the consequences would be very terrible. Perhaps it would be the destruction of the world society. Yang Dingtian's posture was completely the posture of the future number 1 person in the world. Song Shao knew how terrible it was to offend the future number 1 person in the world. Moreover, he could not imagine that Yang Dingtian had actually brought along the little princess of the Vulture Palace and Zhu Hongxue. These were the strongest youths in the world with the noblest status. They were actually united with Yang Dingtian as the core. Song Shao was also very clear about the weight of this. Suddenly, the balance in Song Zhao's heart gradually slid towards Yang Dingtian's side. At this moment, an extremely pleasant voice suddenly came from outside. "Wu Maji from the Ning clan of the South Sea is here to pay a visit to sect leader Song of the World Society." Yang Dingtian suddenly trembled. Wu Maji. She actually came. This time it was the real Wu Maji from the Ning clan of the South Sea, not Qinji in disguise. Chapter 433. Wu Maji did not come alone. She was followed by 4 people. These 4 people were wrapped in white robes. Their heads were also wrapped in white cloth, and even their faces were also wrapped in white cloth, revealing only 2 deep eye sockets. These people were very familiar. Back then, the people that Ning Wuming sent to kill Yang Dingtian and Bing Ling in Sky Devil City were dressed in the same way. These 4 people were the elders of the Ning clan in the South Sea. Yang Dingtian finally saw the real Wu Maji. She was completely different from Qin Ji, or rather, even their race was different. After coming to the chaotic world, Yang Dingtian saw that most of the people were yellow, but the half-human race was slightly different. But overall, they were basically the same as the Chinese people on Earth. However, Wu Maji was completely different. She had completely different eyes. Her eyes were big and deep, and her pupils were a little brown, a little green, and even a little purple. Qin Ji's eyes were mesmerizing. However, after seeing Wu Maji's eyes, he realized that they were truly mesmerizing. That soul-stirring beauty, that profound mystery. Yang Dingtian felt that these eyes were made up of the most beautiful parts of the eyes of the Arabian and Persian women on Earth, plus the eyes of the Caucasian women on Earth. Moreover, she had a high nose bridge that other women did not have. That kind of beauty brought her extraordinary beauty, and it made her eyes even more mysterious and deep. However, the only parts of her face that could be seen were her eyes and the bridge of her nose. The rest of her face was covered by a veil. Even her head was wrapped in a headscarf. This kind of dressing was similar to that of a woman in the Middle East, and she looked very conservative. But in reality, that was not the case, because her body, from her waist to her navel, and even her lower abdomen, was naked. She had a slim waist like a snake, and her skin was the color of honey. She was full of exotic charm and incomparable allure. The combination of strength and weakness, the combination of sex appeal and mystery, had an incomparable impact on men. The lower half of her body was wearing brocade trousers. From the waist to the thighs, it was tight and clingy, and below the knees, it was loose like a skirt. Complicated and mysterious carvings were embroidered on his trousers using golden silk. The bodice was decorated with beautiful and luxurious gems. This woman really had a devilish figure and devilish seduction. Among all the women that Yang Dingtian had met, she was the most exotic and mysterious. This kind of extreme temptation was the most alluring. After entering the hall, Wu Maji did not even spare a glance at Yang Dingtian and the others. As for Song Shao, he was also dazzled by her dazzling and mysterious light, his eyes instantly blurred. It could be said that he had seen countless people and had seen all kinds of beautiful women. However, when he saw Wu Maji, he felt as if his eyes were being pierced and his heart was being squeezed. Southern Sea's Ning clan, Wu Maji, greets world meets sovereign song. She bowed slightly. The curves of her back and buttocks were breathtaking. "Madam Wu, what's the matter?" Song Shao asked. "I heard that Miss Song Lihua is beautiful and generous. I represent the Ning clan's young master to propose marriage to Miss Song Lihua," Wu Maji said straightforwardly. Yang Dingtian and the others were stunned. This Ning Wuming was too shameless. He had already married Qin Chichi, and now he wanted to propose marriage to Song Lihua. Of course, Yang Dingtian was not much better on this point. He had already married Yan Yan, but he still wanted to marry Qin Chichi. However, Song Shao was extremely arrogant. Wu Maji's words instantly hurt him. He said coldly, "The women of my world meet are not so cheap." Wu Maji said, "If it can be done, when we attack Cloud Sky City in the future, the 1,000 miles of land will not only belong to the world meet. My Ning clan's Yin, chaos demonic turbidity, will also belong to the world meet. We will use Yan Yan's life to threaten Yang Dingtian to hand over the Yin Yang reincarnation crystal and then hand it over to the world meet. This way, the world meet will have the celestial qi condensation purification array." When she said this, Song Zhao's breathing stopped. Obviously, this was an extremely huge temptation. Not only that, Miss Ning of the Ning clan of the South Sea will agree to marry young Master Song Minghua. Also, we are willing to help young Master Song Minghua break through to the master stage in the shortest time possible. Wu Maji continued. Also, we heard that sect Master Song Xiao has been stuck at the 9-star level 9 master stage. He is only half a step away from the Grandmaster stage, but he is still unable to break through. We are willing to guarantee that as long as you agree to the marriage, we will help you break through to the Grandmaster stage within half a year. Wu Maji concluded. After she finished speaking, she fell into silence. She was not a good negotiator because she did not know how to bargain. She directly gave out the biggest and most shocking price. However, she was a domineering negotiator and no one could resist her at all. Even immortals would be tempted by this condition, let alone mortals. The celestial qi condensation array, Song Minghua breaking through to the master stage, and Song Xiao breaking through to the Grandmaster stage. This condition completely suppressed Yang Dingtian's condition. The most Yang Dingtian could give was to cooperate with the World Society to build a celestial qi condensation array and an interspatial ring. The interspatial ring was very powerful, but it was nothing compared to breaking through to the Grandmaster stage. What made Yang Dingtian even more speechless was that Wu Maji repeatedly said that she would destroy Cloud Sky City in front of Yang Dingtian. She even said that she would use Yan Yan's life to threaten Yang Dingtian to hand over the Yin Yang reincarnation crystal. It was as if Yang Dingtian did not exist, or she did not even know Yang Dingtian. Song Zhao's body trembled. His eyes shone with a shocking light, and even his breathing became rapid. Soon, he gradually calmed himself down. Then he looked at Yang Dingtian. He was no longer as cold as before. Instead, he became gentle. "Nephew, let me think about what you said, okay?" Song Xiao said warmly. Yang Dingtian knew in his heart that today was just a simple negotiation, and the situation was already lost. "Father!" Song Chenhua shouted loudly. "All right, Chenhua, stay here. Your mother has something to say to you." Song Xiao said, "Men, send these guests to the hotel to rest." "Yes." A voice came from outside. Then a middle-aged man came in and said to Yang Dingtian, "This way, please." Zhu Hongxue was unwilling. He felt that his identity as a genius was being ignored here. He immediately said, "Uncle Master Song, you should think about everything carefully before making a decision." Suddenly, Song Zhao's eyes turned cold, but he said with a smile, "When you become the Black Heaven sect leader, it won't be too late to talk to me like this." Wu Maji, on the other hand, completely ignored Zhu Hongxue, who was a genius. Suddenly, she said calmly, "Young Master Zhu, your father just visited the Ning clan a few days ago." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Zhu Hongxue was stunned. He did not know why his father, as the Black Heaven sect leader, went to the Ning clan in the South Sea. He was about to retort with a cold smile, saying that the Ning clan in the South Sea was nothing. Yang Dingtian grabbed his arm and said, "All right, let's go back first." Then, Yang Dingtian let everyone out of the main hall. Song Chenhua also wanted to follow. "Chenhua, you haven't been home for half a year. Shouldn't you pay your mother a visit?" Song Xiao said coldly. Song Chenhua immediately fell into a dilemma. Come find us later." Yang Dingtian said, "By the way, we'll wait for you for dinner." Song Chenhua nodded. Yang Dingtian's meaning was clear. She must find Yang Dingtian before dinner. Then, the middle-aged man led Yang Dingtian and the others out of the main hall and down the stairs. The highest level hotel was on the 8th floor. However, the middle-aged man did not stop on the 8th floor. He did not stop on the 7th floor either. As they walked down, Zhu Hongxue was about to explode in anger. When had he ever been treated like this? As the young master of the Black Sky sect, no matter where he went, the leaders of the sects would give their houses to Zhu Hongxue to show their respect, let alone the highest level hotel. In the end, The middle-aged man led Yang Dingtian to the first floor of Boss City. That's right, it was the first floor, the lowest level. The people who lived here were the low-level strongmen and servants of the world society. Therefore, it was noisy and filled with the smell of animal feces. This was completely going too far, and it was even a naked humiliation. Zhu Hongshua's face was cold. He did not say a word and was about to leave. Yang Dingtian grabbed him and said, "What are you doing?" "I'm not serving you anymore. You can tolerate it, but I can't," Zhu Hongxue said. "If you can't even tolerate this now, how can you hold your head high in the future? Do you know how powerful the Ning clan in the South Sea is? Do you know how many people want to sell themselves to them? Do you know how powerful our enemy is? Are you going to give up before the battle has even started?" Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, Zhu Hongxue fell silent. His expression was still ugly, but he did not say that he was leaving. At this time, it could be seen that although the little Princess Vulture was naive and playful, she was very smart. She did not say a word. Although she was dissatisfied, it was as if nothing had happened. The middle-aged man led Yang Dingtian and the others to a so-called hotel. Yang Dingtian and the others dared to walk in, but they were almost pushed back by the smell of sweat inside. Inside, there were over 100 rough men and strong men eating. The food they were eating was all very crude and crude. These people were all laborers in Boss City, so they were arranged to stay in the lowest level of the so-called hotel. Therefore, everyone's clothes were ragged and they stank of sweat. Yang Dingtian was fine, but the little princess could not stand it at all. She retched and was almost about to vomit. Yang Dingtian quickly stuffed a pill into the little girl's mouth. The little girl hurriedly took it and put it under her nose. When they saw Yang Dingtian and the others, the laborers were stunned. How could such a luxuriously dressed person stay in such a noble place? The middle-aged man said to the head of the hotel, "Pick the best room and invite a few distinguished guests." "Yes, sir." Then the head of the hotel brought Yang Dingtian to the so-called best room. 5 people to a room, and there was only one large bed. The bedding on it was emitting a rotten smell. The tables, stools, and beds were all glossy and shiny. They had been soaked in sweat and oil for many years. The head of the hotel nodded and bowed as he left. "Wait," Yang Dingtian said. The head of the hotel trembled. Of course, he knew that these people were distinguished people that he could not afford to offend. However, if the higher-ups wanted to humiliate them, he could not do anything about it. Yang Dingtian took out a gold coin and said, "You've worked hard." The head of the hotel was stunned. A gold coin was half a year's salary. Immediately, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed without saying anything. Then he left respectfully. "Song Shao is humiliating us like this because he wants us to leave in a fit of anger. He wants us to give up." Yang Dingtian said, "He has already made up his mind. He is very tempted by Wu Maji's suggestion. However, he is not willing to admit that he is a greedy person." "Yes." Qin Huaiyu nodded. "Then what should we do? Do we just stay here and let him humiliate us?" Zhu Hongxue asked. "Of course not," Yang Dingtian said calmly. "It's good to stay here. There are crooks mixed in with the honest folk, and there is freedom." Yang Dingtian summoned the million-spirit demonic fire, which turned into countless resentful spirits and flew out. This way, he would know if there was any movement within a few miles. He was not afraid that someone would eavesdrop. "We have already lost the negotiation with Song Shao. We can't give more than Wu Maji," Yang Dingtian said. "However, it is impossible to give up. Therefore, we have to find another way. Next, we will take 2 steps. First, I will go invisible and find Song Lihua later. I will explain to her that she will agree to marry Qin Huaiyu. It will be best if we can do it in the shortest time possible," Yang Dingtian said. "Ah, Yang Dingtian, you are despicable." Little Princess Vulture could not help but say. Then she stuck out her tongue and said, "All right, as long as you don't do that to me." Yang Dingtian glared at her. This little girl was being impudent when Song Chanhua was not here. Qin Huaiyu's face turned red, but he said seriously, as long as Miss Song Lihua is willing, I am willing to love and protect her for the rest of my life. All right. Yang Dingtian said, if Song Lihua's attitude is very positive, then we will proceed to the second step. We will force Song Xiao to take a stand so that he has no choice. How do we force him to take a stand? Zhu Hongxue said, the 5 of us together should not be a match for Song Xiao alone. In for a penny, in for a pound. Song Chanhua will lead us to kill Wu Maji and everyone she brought. Of course, we will not kill all of them. Leave one to report to the Ning clan, Yang Dingtian said. As soon as these words came out, everyone was suddenly shocked. Kill Wu Maji? Kill Wu Maji in front of Song Xiao in the World Gathering? Even Qin Huaiyu could not help but look at him. Yang Dingtian was always so ruthless and decisive when he encountered something major. If it was really like what Yang Dingtian said, and Song Chanhua brought people to kill Wu Maji, then Song Zhao's escape route would be severed. He would have no other choice but to stand on Yang Dingtian's side. Do you agree with this 2-step plan? Yang Dingtian asked. Qin Huaiyu said, when the time comes, the consequences may be very serious. We have to cut off all means of retreat. At this time, we can only see who is more decisive. Yang Dingtian said. I agree. Qin Huaiyu said, you are the leader. You make all the decisions. I agree. Vulture's beautiful eyes burned with impulsive flames. It was obvious that Yang Dingtian's suggestion was to her liking. She even added, Yang Dingtian, I didn't expect you to be so cool at such a crucial moment. I thought you had always been such a hypocrite. Yang Dingtian pretended not to hear the second half of the girl's sentence and looked at Zhu Hongxue. Okay, kill her, Zhu Hongxue said coldly. He had enough today and only wanted to vent. Good, then it's decided. Yang Dingtian said, I will go see Song Lihua in a while. At this moment, the countless wraiths outside suddenly surged. Someone was coming. Not long after, the head of the hotel came and gently knocked on the door. Then he said, Honorable guests, young Master Song Minghua has sent a large number of warriors to surround the hotel. You must be careful. Yes, I know. Thank you, Yang Dingtian said. The head of the hotel felt warm in his heart. Yang Dingtian's words of thanks seemed to carry more weight than the gold coin just now. To him, such a big shot was completely in the sky. He wouldn't even look at an ant like him from the corner of his eye. First, he gave the gold coin. Then he said he had never felt such a big shot's attitude towards him in his life. Soon, hundreds of fully armed soldiers surrounded the entire hotel. Then, there was the sound of boots shaking the ground. Outside the door, Song Minghua said arrogantly and coldly, Open the door! Then the door was opened. Song Minghua, who was fully clad in black armor, looked coldly at Yang Dingtian and the others. I know what you're thinking, but don't be delusional. Don't try to touch my world society. Don't try to do anything in my world society's territory. I'll keep an eye on you. Stay here obediently and don't take a step out. Otherwise, I won't be polite, Song Minghua said coldly. Zhu Hongxue said angrily, You dare to talk to me like this? Do you know who I am? Black Sky Sect, Zhu Hongxue. Song Minghua said indifferently, If it was in the past, I would have to lower my head when talking to you. But now, you're standing together with Yang Dingtian. You're doomed. Even if you can turn back, you don't have much of a future. Zhu Hongxue, times have changed. The order of the past needs to be rebuilt. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Thank you for your advice, young Master Song. You're right to call me young Master Song. Song Minghua smiled and said, Song Chanhua is a woman after all. She can't be the leader of the world society. Don't be delusional. Also, Yang Dingtian, if you want to die, go die yourself. Why do you have to drag others down with you? Of course, I don't care if you drag others down with you. But don't drag my world society into it. Yang Dingtian smiled slightly. Song Minghua nodded and said, I've heard of your genius deeds. In just a few years, you broke through to revered martial artist. You're amazing, but that's all. I broke through to revered martial artist from profound martial artist in 3 months. All right, I'll take my leave. Song Minghua pointed at his eyes and said, Don't act blindly without thinking. Don't take a step out of the room. I'll keep an eye on you. Zhu Hongshue's lungs were about to explode. Why is he so arrogant? Why? Zhu Hongxue said sternly. Because he's about to become the son-in-law of the Ning clan. He'll become the lackey of the nefarious demon crown prince, Yang Dingtian said. Little Princess Vulture's beautiful eyes turned and said, Yang Dingtian, do you want to kill Song Minghua? This way, Song Shao will have no choice but to let Sister Chunhua inherit the world society. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, I'll think about it. Qin Huaiyu was stunned. He thought that Yang Dingtian would refute him directly. He didn't expect Yang Dingtian to seriously say that he would think about it. Let's not kill him for now. The gains won't make up for the losses, Yang Dingtian said. At this moment, Zhu Hongxue suddenly asked, Yang Dingtian, did my father really go to the Ning clan of the South Sea? Zhu Hongshue's attitude was very serious. There was even an inexplicable fear and trembling in his eyes. Yang Dingtian immediately fell into hesitation. He didn't know if he should tell him the truth. This person was too sensitive, too fragile, too proud and conceited. He had already broken down once. Yang Dingtian didn't want him to break down a second time. Zhu Hongxue, I'll tell you 2 things. Yang Dingtian said, First, your pride should come from your will, talent, character, and heart. Not because of your identity, and definitely not because of your father. No matter what your father or your identity changes, it can't break your pride. Second, I won't say anything about your father. I want you to see with your own eyes and judge with your own heart. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Zhu Hongxue suddenly trembled and his eyes became hot. Yang Dingtian's first sentence really went straight to his heart and directly shook his heart. There were some things that he didn't even know, but Yang Dingtian said it directly. It made his heart suddenly light up as if he had become strong. This feeling of instant confidence was too good. Then Yang Dingtian said, Let me say the third thing. As long as you don't betray us, we will never betray you. When you need us, even if the whole world betrays you, we are willing to give up everything for you, even our lives. Instantly, Zhu Hongshue's eyes turned red, his breathing became rough, and his whole body trembled slightly. All right, time is of the essence, I won't be emotional. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Now there's Song Lihua's soldiers outside. We don't want to act rashly and alert the enemy. You guys stay inside and don't move. I will go invisible and find Song Lihua and try to persuade her. Then, Yang Dingtian directly used the mystic invisibility skill and left the room. After he left, little Princess Vulture suddenly said, Wow, I feel that Yang Dingtian's brainwashing skills are very powerful. Unknowingly, I lost my position and actually followed him. Although this was too direct, it was still acceptable. The little girl's next words made Yang Dingtian unable to accept it. Sigh. Luckily, Yang Dingtian only knows how to brainwash people to gain faith and not to gain sex. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if I lose my position, but if I lose my chastity, I will be finished. Yang Dingtian, who had not gone far, decided that he must not let Song Chunhua be too far away from the little girl in the future. This little girl. He must not leave her alone or not hit her. Song Lihua was the one and only princess of the world, the apple of Song Zhao's eye, and his most beloved child. Originally, only Song Shao and his wife were allowed to live on the 9th floor of Ba City. Even Song Chunhua could only live on the 8th floor, and Song Lihua, the number 1 beauty in the north, was the only daughter who lived on the 9th floor. At this moment, she was in a beautiful small building, supporting her chin, looking at the distant scenery and sighing softly. Then she walked to the table, picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and started to draw Suddenly, a shadow moved in front of her. Who? Song Lihua cried out. Then she held the brush in her hand tightly and pressed it against her chest. Chapter 434. Cloud Sky City's City Lord. Yang Dingtian greets Miss Song Lihua. Yang Dingtian directly appeared and bowed to her in the safest way possible. He must not let her feel threatened at all. Oh, it's you. Song Lihua's face was pale, but the fear and vigilance in her beautiful eyes relaxed. It was as if she had heard of Yang Dingtian before. Song Lihua was very beautiful, and she was a very typical Oriental beauty. She should be very similar to Qin Yuan and Shishi's type. Delicate, charming, and beautiful, it filled people with an endless desire to protect her. Any man with great power would want nothing more than to snatch her into their own room and pamper her endlessly. She and Song Chanhua were both women, but she seemed to have used up all the charm of the Song family's daughter. However, Yang Dingtian only took a glance at her peerless peach blossom face before he looked towards the ground. This was because a man directly appearing in a girl's room already gave her a huge sense of danger. Is there something you need? Song Lihua asked. She did not question Yang Dingtian's rude intrusion. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, First, I want to make it clear that no matter how nice my words sound, they are actually offensive to Mississippi, yes. Song Lihua nodded. Miss should have heard that Qin Huayu and I are here to propose to Mississippi, Yang Dingtian said, and Wu Maji of the South Seas Ning clan is also proposing to Miss on behalf of Ning Wuming. I rudely barged into Miss's room just to win Miss's favor and make your heart more biased towards Qin Huayu. Compared to the South Seas Ning clan, you have already won some of my favor, Song Lihua said. Yang Dingtian was stunned and expressed that he did not understand. Because City Lord Yang specially came in front of me to win my favor. This in itself is a form of respect for me. Unlike others who only fight for my father's will and do not care about my thoughts, Song Lihua said. Miss, you're so pure and innocent, Yang Dingtian said. City Lord Yang, can I ask you a few questions? Song Lihua asked. Miss, please speak, Yang Dingtian said. Is my marriage to Qin Huayu very important to you? Song Lihua asked. Very important. Yang Dingtian said, We are in a very, very weak position. Our enemy is extremely powerful, probably hundreds of times stronger than us. I dragged Qin Huayu down with me. I dragged your sister, Song Chanhua, down with me. And now I've dragged Zhu Hongxue down with me. The reason why I want Qin Huayu to marry Miss is because I want to drag the world society and your father into the water and make him stand on our side. After that, he would be able to influence the Northwest Qin City Lord, Qin Wanchou. This is the only way the Western continent will not fall. Will you guys win? Song Lihua asked. I don't know. We might win a battle, but we can only buy time. Unless we have a few transcendental grandmasters or even sage experts, it will be very difficult for us to win the war. Yang Dingtian said, Everything I'm doing now is to do my best to prevent the Western continent from falling before the Armageddon army arrives. Are they the evil ways? Song Lihua asked. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. How powerful are they? Song Lihua asked. Dongfang Bingling demonized into the princess of the evil ways. Her cultivation instantly soared to the level of a grandmaster. The nefarious crown prince Li Ming had effortlessly subdued Lung Qingqin, a martial grandmaster. The hidden sex master Nihility Piaoling became the devil queen. The Black Heaven sex master Zhu Qingzhu has already betrayed us. The demon king Wen Tian is about to be resurrected. The day of his resurrection will be the day of the invasion of tens of millions of demons. Yang Dingtian said, On my side there are only me, Qin Huayu, Song Chanhua, Zhu Hongxue, and Vulture. Your father and Qin Wanchou are sitting on the fence, or have already decided to surrender. What a disparity in power. Song Lihua said, I really don't see any hope of winning. But if you're here to persuade me, why are you telling me the truth? Aren't you afraid that I'll shrink back in fear when the situation is so bleak? Yang Dingtian fell into silence and said, Perhaps I am also waiting for you to shrink back and be afraid. Why? Song Lihua was shocked. To win, the left side of my brain wants me to do whatever it takes. But the right side of my brain doesn't want to hurt the innocent people in front of you. Yang Dingtian said, If you choose us, it might mean a terrible end. Do you guys represent justice? Song Lihua asked. Yes, without a doubt we represent justice. Yang Dingtian said, But no justice is more important than family. City, Lord Yang Dingtian, you're different from what I thought. Song Lihua said, When you married Qin Jiaojiao, I thought you were a typical big shot. You thought about problems from a high point of view, only talking about the pros and cons, and your rationality was greater than your emotions. I want to be that kind of person, but it's hard to do, Yang Dingtian said. To be honest, if it wasn't for my weakness in certain aspects, Dongfang Bingling wouldn't have become the evil princess. She asked me to kill her, but I couldn't do it. So, evil ways have an incomparably powerful force. Song Lihua said, Then I'll ask the second question. Miss, please ask. Yang Dingtian said, I heard that Qin Huaiyu has a dishonorable past when it comes to relationships. Song Lihua said, What's the relationship between the woman beside him, Ning Ro Er? A few years ago, he was young and successful. He thought that he was ruthless, cold, and conceited. So he raped Ning Ro Er and brought her incomparably great harm. Yang Dingtian said, Ah! Song Lihua exclaimed. Her little hands clenched tightly together. It was obvious that Qin Huaiyu's rape of Ning Ro had frightened her. Yang Dingtian continued, but people usually don't understand themselves. Qin Huaiyu thought that he was cold and ruthless, but in reality he wasn't. This matter directly tore apart the fake coldness in his heart, causing him to become weaker and weaker in terms of emotions, more and more inferior. Even though he later brought Ning Ro over, he could never raise his head in front of Ning Ro Er. He felt that he wasn't worthy of her at all, or even any good woman. So they were in a very tangled relationship, even though they had a very cute daughter. But Ning Ro wasn't willing to marry, so Qin Huaiyu didn't dare to marry her. Following that, Yang Dingtian said, But I can guarantee that all these years Qin Huaiyu only had Ning Ro as his woman. In terms of pure feelings, he was much better than me. On the contrary, I was overflowing with fickleness and even had a trace of hypocrisy. Song Lihua said, Then I want to ask the third question, which is also the last question. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Miss, please ask. Song Lihua said, If I marry Qin Huaiyu, what kind of life will I live? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, This question is really difficult for me to answer, because what Qin Huaiyu will probably face next is battle, battle, and battle. It's even possible that he won't even be able to return to Qin City. Even if you marry over, you might have to live in Cloud Sky City instead. Of course, that's if Cloud Sky City doesn't fall. If Cloud Sky City falls, then you might become homeless. Of course, if the situation isn't so bad, you should still spend most of your time writing and drawing. Qin Huaiyu probably won't have much time to accompany you, but he should release his infinite love for you from the bottom of his heart. He feels that he's not good enough for you. If you marry him, you should feel like you picked him up and brought him home. However, you can continue to create as you wish. Qin Huaiyu will devote himself wholeheartedly to appreciate your talent. Okay, I'm done with my questions, Song Lihua said. Following that, Song Lihua's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of mischief. She said, Oh, right, can I ask another question? I'm just curious. You don't have to answer. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. If I agree, what do you plan to do next? How do you plan to persuade my father? Song Lihua said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian fell into hesitation. If he told Song Lihua the truth and she reported it to Song Shao, Yang Dingtian would be in trouble. However, if he didn't say it, Song Lihua was the kind of person who was the most sensitive and had the highest need for sincerity. If he lied to her, the consequences would be very serious. If Miss agrees, we'll make it look like the rice has been cooked. Then we'll let Song Chunhua take the lead to kill Wu Maji, so that your father has no way out, Yang Dingtian said. Ah! Song Lihua exclaimed, looking at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Then she smiled. City Lord Yang, you're really not a qualified leader. You shouldn't tell me this kind of top secret. If I'm even a little untrustworthy, the consequences will be too serious. Yes, you think so too now, Yang Dingtian said. Then I'll take my leave first. Miss, think about it carefully. No need, I agree. I'm willing to marry Qin Huaiyu, Song Lihua said. So fast? Yang Dingtian said, no matter what noble reason you use, as long as you decide a girl's lifelong happiness because of benefits, it's not a noble thing in itself. From the beginning to the end, you didn't use nobility and justice to suppress me, Song Lihua said. Maybe that's just a more cunning method of mine. Yang Dingtian said, Miss, why did you agree so quickly? Song Chunhua is an extremely proud, noble, and righteous person. Song Lihua said, I often laugh at her for being silly, but I admire her the most. Of all the people in the family, I love her the most. She's so loyal to you and follows you so wholeheartedly, which surprised me. It also made me curious about you. That's why I asked you 3 questions. I want to understand you. And the result? Yang Dingtian asked. The result is that I envy you. Song Lihua said, even though you don't talk about justice and nobility, you're an expert for justice. This kind of loneliness makes me admire you very much. I really want to join you and become an amazing person. But this is related to your marriage. Yang Dingtian said, without feelings, you'll never be happy. Song Lihua's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. City Lord Yang, I'll ask you another question. Between you and Qin Huaiyu, who will I fall in love with? Yang Dingtian's face immediately turned red. He waved his hand and said, I'm not qualified to answer this question right now. Song Lihua laughed and said, as a leader, I admire you very much. You're not only noble and righteous, but you're also flesh and blood, not cold and heartless. But as a man, I really don't admire your type. You're fickle in love, you seem to be single-minded, but you're actually overflowing with ambiguity. I really don't like these. Men are either overbearing and openly fickle in love, or they're single-minded and deeply devoted. I really don't like men like you. I like men with scars like Qin Huaiyu. Song Lihua hit the nail on the head, making Yang Dingtian feel a little embarrassed. As if she wasn't satisfied, Song Lihua continued, actually, if you just choose a man, even if Zhu Hongxue is conceited and naive, he's much better than you in terms of feelings. With that, Song Lihua let out a long breath and said, all right, thank you for letting me say these words. At that time, I heard that you married Shimin Yan Yan, married Qin Jiao Jiao, and then ran off to be with Dongfang Bingling. I was really angry and even thought of writing a letter to scold you. With that, Song Lihua stuck out her tongue and said, I'm sorry, but I'm just a person who likes to take things seriously and go down a dead end. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, you and your sister are actually the same kind of people. You're both stubborn and persistent, but the direction is different. All right, you can go back. Song Lihua said, I'll think of a way to see you guys and Qin Huaiyu now. I'll make it look like what's done is done. Yang Dingtian was stunned again. He realized that he really didn't understand women. Then I'll go and ask Qin Huaiyu to wait. Yang Dingtian. Then he used his invisibility mystic skill and left. Soon, Yang Dingtian appeared in front of Qin Huaiyu, Zhu Hongxue, and the others. Zhu Hongxue didn't look too concerned, but Qin Huaiyu's face was filled with nervousness and uneasiness. Little Princess Vulture directly grabbed Yang Dingtian's arm and said, "How is it? How was it?" What was her attitude? Did she agree? Instantly, Qin Huaiyu's lips began to tremble. Indeed, he had fallen into an absolute inferiority complex when it came to relationships. She agreed. Yang Dingtian said, "Really?" Little Princess Vulture said. Qin Huaiyu's body suddenly shook, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Yang Dingtian, could it be that she took a fancy to you and then made a huge sacrifice to agree to marry Qin Huaiyu? Little Princess Vulture said. Instantly, Qin Huaiyu's face turned pale. The little girl also seemed to know that she had said something wrong, and immediately slapped her mouth in regret. Yang Dingtian said with a wry smile, "Today is probably the most embarrassing day of my life. I'm completely ashamed by Miss Song Lihua's words." Then Yang Dingtian stepped forward and patted Qin Huaiyu's shoulder, saying, "Senior brother Qin, you'll know in a while. You're on your own now. This girl, I guarantee you'll be eaten by her. She's too powerful." Qin Huaiyu's face immediately regained its color, and then he became even more embarrassed, saying, "I am actually not worthy of her. If it wasn't because I needed her, I really wouldn't dare to do anything to her." Then Qin Huaiyu said, "How about we just marry in name? I guarantee that I won't dare to violate her in any way." Yang Dingtian said that you have the final say. However, I suspect that you don't have the final say. Prepare well. She's coming to see you soon, and she said that she wants to cook the rice. Instantly, Qin Huaiyu's face turned red, like a cooked shrimp, and he fell into absolute unease. Song Lihua's arrival was faster than expected. When she came to the hotel, she was wearing a cloak and a veil. But when she walked in, she lifted the veil and took off the cloak. Her graceful curves and beautiful face were completely exposed in front of everyone. Bang, bang, bang! Suddenly, all the men in the lobby were stunned, and all the things in their hands fell to the ground. Then it wasn't a burning gaze, but an incomparable shame. They desperately retreated and rubbed their hands on their clothes, afraid that the stench on their bodies would suffocate her. The lobby was very smelly, but Song Lihua didn't even frown. Instead, she smiled at the slaves. Suddenly, the entire lobby seemed to have bloomed like flowers. Everyone would remember this moment forever, as if they had really seen a fairy. Soon, Song Lihua came directly to Yang Dingtian's room. Then she greeted them one by one. Then she said to Yang Dingtian, "City Lord Yang, can you leave me alone with Qin Huaiyu for a while?" "Of course," Yang Dingtian said. Then he pulled the reluctant, envious, and jealous little princess out of the room in Vulture. Song Lihua closed the door directly. Qin Huaiyu, who was inside, couldn't even breathe. She looked extremely miserable. They stood in the aisle. The little Princess Vulture felt a huge blow and muttered to herself, "There is no good woman in the Song family. One day, I will disfigure all the women who are more beautiful than me." Then she asked, "Yang Dingtian, do you think that if I start cultivating now, my charm will surpass Song Lihua one day?" Yang Dingtian shook his head honestly. The little girl went forward and gave Yang Dingtian a ruthless kick. Of course, there was no strange sound in the room at this time. They were just talking. With Yang Dingtian's cultivation, it was easy for him to hear. However, it was also easy for him to make himself completely deaf. Only the little Princess Vulture tilted her ear, intending to eavesdrop. Yang Dingtian pulled her small ears and didn't allow her to listen to it. The little princess stomped her foot and said, "Yang Dingtian, don't touch a girl's ear. This is my sensitive area, second only to my chest. If you touch it like this, do you still have my chastity?" Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was speechless and quickly let go. He really didn't mean it. The longer he stayed with this girl, the less he treated her as a woman. He completely treated her like a child. That was why he reached out and pulled her ear. "Look at Zhu Hongxue. How handsome, how cool, how elegant, how elegant, how elegant." The little girl said, "Look at you. In any case, the gap between you and Zhu Hongxue is bigger than the gap between me and Song Lihua. There are at least 2 or 3 Qin Jis between you. The little girl wanted to drag young Dingtian down with her when she suffered a blow. In the face of such praise, Zhu Hongxue's face was still cold. He had been praised since he was young. That's right. Men are golden on the outside but rotten on the inside. After interacting with him for a few days, I also know that Zhu Hongxue is childish and has no inner qualities. But he's handsome. As long as a man is handsome, anything can be forgiven. Yang Dingtian, you're not handsome and have no inner qualities. This is a sin. The little princess vulture continued. Zhu Hongxue frowned and turned his face away. Yang Dingtian pretended that he didn't hear anything. Am I talking about myself? The little princess vulture said uneasily, I'm not as pretty as Song Lihua, and I'm not gentle or charming. I can't learn Qin Jiaojiao's big breasts and brainless unruliness, and I'm not as cute as big Grandma Shimin. As a woman, am I hopeless? Am I really hopeless? Yang Dingtian and Zhu Hongxue looked at each other and resisted the urge to sew the little girl's mouth shut. No, no, the little princess vulture muttered to herself again. Yang Dingtian has no inner qualities and is not handsome. His position among men is even worse than my position among women. But he has so many beautiful women who like him. I'm definitely better than him. Soon, the little girl found a way to comfort herself. Yang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore and wanted to pinch her little mouth. Right at this moment, there was a sudden burst of angry footsteps from outside. Then, Song Minghua rushed in and pointed at Yang Dingtian's nose angrily. Where did you take my sister? Yang Dingtian, please put your finger down. Yang Dingtian, if you dare to do anything to my sister, I won't let you off the hook. I guarantee that you won't leave the World Club alive, Song Minghua said. Then he rushed over and kicked the door open. The door opened before it was kicked open. Song Lihua opened the door. She tidied up her clothes, tidied up her messy hair, and gently wiped the rouge at the corner of her mouth. Second brother, what's wrong? This woman was really a top-notch actress. She didn't do anything inside. Her performance at this moment made people believe that she had done everything. What did you do? Song Minghua asked in disbelief. It's just as you think, Song Lihua said. Bitch, you bitch. Song Minghua slapped her. Song Lihua raised her chin and let Song Minghua slap her. At this moment, Qin Huaiyu rushed over and kicked at Song Minghua. Song Minghua miserably dodged Qin Huaiyu's foot. His entire body trembled as he pointed at Song Lihua and said, You slut, you've caused a disaster. You'll destroy our world society. You bitch, you shameless bitch, come back with me. I'll make father throw you into the river and drown you alive. You don't have to say that, Song Lihua said. I'll go see father now and tell him that Qin Huaiyu and I have already pledged our lives to each other. Please let us be together. With that, Song Lihua walked out of the room. Song Minghua was startled as he didn't expect Song Lihua's attitude to be so aggressive. He then looked at Yang Dingtian with resentment and said coldly, Just you wait. I will make sure that you won't be able to walk out of the world society alive. Yang Dingtian ignored him. Let's go. Song Minghua left in anger. When they left, Yang Dingtian said with a serious expression, Get ready to kill Wu Maji immediately. Time is of the essence. Hurry, hurry. Chapter 435. Yang Dingtian, are we just going to let Song Lihua face Song Shao alone? Qin Huaiyu asked worriedly. Yang Dingtian nodded. We have to let her hold Song Shao back. Otherwise, once he arrives, we won't be able to defeat him even if we work together. We won't be able to kill Wu Maji and the rest. Then, Yang Dingtian patted his shoulder. Don't worry, this lady is much more powerful than we thought. After a while, the window at the back of the room was opened and a petite girl came in. She had a pretty face, but she purposely covered her face with dust and dressed as a servant. She placed a few bags of clothes on the table and said, "I am third Mrs. Personal Servant. These are the clothes of the World Society's Demon Dragon Guards. Change into them. First Miss will be waiting for you at the Zhu Pavilion." Third Miss was Song Lihua. After receiving the clothes, Yang Dingtian and the others quickly changed into them. Zhu Hongxue frowned, but still changed into the clothes. Little Princess Vulture pouted and changed into the clothes as well. The Demon Dragon Guards were trained by Song Chanhua. They were the most elite armed force in the entire World Society, and also the warriors with the highest status in the society. Their warrior suits were completely covered in black armor. Even their faces were no exception. Then the little girl shushed them softly. Then 3 men came in from outside. Without saying a word, they put on the clothes that Yang Dingtian and the rest changed out of. As for the little girl, she had changed into a vulture's outer skirt. Third Miss asked us to pretend to be the 4 of you and wait here. The little girl said, just in case, she was afraid that someone would come into the room to check. "But you don't look like us," Little Princess Vulture said. Then her gaze fell on the little girl's chest. The little girl was young, but her chest was not small at all. On the contrary, it was very fierce. Vulture was very jealous because she was a fake. Song Lihua's servant girl shrank back slightly from Vulture's stare. Then she said, "Don't worry, there will be an army coming to arrest you on the orders of the sect master. This army is actually young Miss Men. Then we will be taken to a secret place and locked up. This way there won't be any flaws." Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue. This Song Lihua was really flawless. Immediately, Yang Dingtian said to Qin Huayu, "Now you know how powerful your future wife is." Qin Huayu nodded vigorously. Yang Dingtian and the other 3 donned the armor of the Demon Dragon Martial Guard and jumped out of the house through the window. Sure enough, not long after Yang Dingtian left the hotel, a cavalry rushed down and entered the hotel to capture him. Not long after, the 4 people who impersonated Yang Dingtian were covered and escorted out of the city. Then a person who was also wearing the armor of the Demon Dragon Martial Guard came forward and whispered to Yang Dingtian, "Follow me. Young Miss is waiting for you." "Who are you?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I am the direct descendant of the great commander." That person said, "Young Miss asked me to tell you 4 words. Dark Ice Spirit. Then you will trust me." "Lead the way," Yang Dingtian said directly. "Yes," that person said. Then he mounted his horse and galloped towards the upper level of the city. Every level of the city was guarded by a city gate guard. The Long Martial Guard who was leading the way flashed a token and passed through the checkpoint without any obstructions. Soon, Yang Dingtian and the others arrived at the 8th level. They arrived at Zhuge. Zhuge sounded like a gentle place, but it was actually Song Chunhua's residence. Although it was all red, it did not look like a boudoir at all. Instead, it was filled with sternness and might. At this time, Song Chanhua was not wearing her martial attire. She was wearing a more neutral, brocade robe. Her long hair was tied up with a jade hairpin. She was still dressed like a man. However, it was already filled with a strange sense of beauty. At this time, she was supporting a beautiful middle-aged woman and talking to her. This beautiful woman should be Song Zhao's wife. After Yang Dingtian and the others entered Zhuge, they did not act rashly. Instead, they stood to the side. Song Chanhua quickly gave them a look and continued to talk to Madame Song. "Danan, you're the one I'm most worried about," Madame Song said with concern. "What's wrong with a woman fighting and killing? Marriage is the most important thing for a woman. A few years ago, there were people who came to propose marriage to you, but they were all rejected by you. Now no one dares to come. When you go home this time, don't worry about those things. I will let Danan dress you up properly. During this time, there will be many outstanding young people who will come to look for you. In short, if your marriage is not settled, Don't even think about going out. Song Chanhua was more or less embarrassed when Yang Dingtian saw this scene. However, she could not refute and could only respond in silence. Ah, Danan is too feminine. She seduces men wherever she goes. It would be great if she gave half to you, Madame Song said. When Yang Dingtian heard this, he almost could not help but nod in agreement. At this time, a little girl in a tight outfit walked over and whispered in Song Chunhua's ear. Miss. Third Miss was taken to the ancestral spring by the sect master. He also sent Song Minghua to bring experts to capture city, Lord Yang, and the others. Yes, I know, Song Chanhua said. Then she softly shouted, Men, line up! Instantly, a group of demon dragon guards rushed in and lined up neatly. They directly drowned Yang Dingtian and the others in the middle. Madame Song was shocked and said, Danan, what are you doing? Mother, rest well here, Song Chanhua said. Then she gently waved her hand in front of her mother's face. Madame Song's face was full of shock and she immediately fainted. Help my mother to the bed. Song Chanhua said to the servant in tight outfit. Yes. The servant carried Madame Song back to the room. Song Chanhua took the treasured sword and suddenly pulled it out, saying, Under the orders of the sect master, we are to exterminate evil ways. Yes. Over 100 demon dragon guards shouted. Then, like a dark sword, they quickly rushed to the Phoenix Ritual Pavilion in the western corner. The Phoenix Ritual Pavilion was the World Society's VIP pavilion. Only the most distinguished guests would be arranged to stay in the Phoenix Ritual Pavilion. At this time, the entire Phoenix Ritual Pavilion was guarded by the guards brought by Wu Maji. These warriors were all very unique. Almost all of them wore strange armor and had headscarves on their heads. Their skin color and eyes were all foreign races. Wu Maji could be considered to be very domineering after she moved into the Phoenix Ritual Pavilion. When she moved into the Phoenix Ritual Pavilion, she immediately chased out the people from the World Society and used her own people from the inside to the outside. This time, other than the 4 elder-level experts, she also brought several hundred martial warriors to visit the World Society. Seeing Song Chanhua appear, the Ning clan warriors outside the Phoenix Ritual Pavilion coldly said, This is the Ning clan's encampment in the South Sea. Unrelated people, leave immediately. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Song Chanhua looked down and found 3 corpses at the door. They were actually the World Society's servants. They were holding various kinds of fruits, which were now broken into pieces on the ground. Song Chanhua was instantly enraged. The Ning clan was actually so domineering. These 3 servants were sent by Madame Song to deliver fresh fruits to Wu Maji. Madame Song was a typical woman. When she heard that Wu Maji brought her own food and necessities after moving into the Phoenix Ritual Pavilion, she immediately felt embarrassed. She felt that it was against her hospitality, so she sent people to deliver fruits unique to the World Society. However, she did not expect that these 3 servants would be killed at the door. Beast, Song Chanhua said coldly and walked over. The Ning clan guards at the door drew their scimitars and attacked Song Chanhua without any explanation. Song Chanhua slashed down with her sword. Swoosh! The leading Ning clan warrior was instantly split in half. Good and evil cannot coexist. Under the orders of the sect master, we are to exterminate evil ways. Song Chanhua ordered coldly, kill everyone inside. Don't leave a single person, chicken, or dog alive. Yes. Hundreds of demon dragon guards drew their giant swords and charged at the Ning clan warriors. Song Chanhua took the lead, and Yang Dingtian and the others followed closely behind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Yang Dingtian's sword was as fast as lightning, stabbing at the Ning clan warriors. The sword he stabbed looked light and graceful. The bodies of those who were pierced would explode into 2 halves, and all of them died without a complete corpse. How shocking was the attack of 3 Grandmaster stage powerhouses! It was like slaughtering pigs and dogs. In just a moment, nearly half of the Ning clan warriors were killed. However, the one who killed the most was not Yang Dingtian or Song Chanhua, but Zhu Hongxue. Zhu Hongxue was a proud and conceited god's favored son. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time, and now was the perfect time to vent it. He was really like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Wherever he passed, not to mention dying without a complete corpse, all were smashed into pieces. But strangely, Wu Maji, who lived in the Phoenix ritual pavilion, did not react at all when Song Chanhua went on a killing spree. And these Ning clan warriors were really not afraid of death. They actually rushed forward one after another. However, their bravery was useless. Yang Dingtian's group of 5 was truly too incisive. In just a few minutes, all of the Ning clan's martial artists had been wiped out. Suddenly, the entire Phoenix ritual pavilion was covered in blood. At this moment, Wu Maji finally appeared. Her bewitching big eyes faintly swept across the hundreds of Ning clan warriors' corpses on the ground. She did not react at all, as if the dead were just pigs and dogs, or even worse than pigs and dogs. Then she looked at Song Chanhua with her beautiful eyes and said, "Is this a desperate situation? It's useless. It's only because your world society still has some value that I made this trip. Otherwise, it wouldn't take much effort to annihilate the entire world association. Kill them all and take her down," Wu Maji ordered. Yes, the 4 elders behind her bowed and said. Then, the 4 of them took out their weapons. All of them were jet-black snake staffs. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ball of black fog appeared, and the 4 elders directly disappeared. Then they appeared in front of Yang Dingtian and the others in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Then a ball of black fog flew out. Suddenly more than 10 MO dragon martial guards let out shrill screams. They threw away their weapons and frantically scratched their faces and bodies. Then, in a moment, their bodies completely melted, turning into a pool of disgusting pus. Highly toxic. The black fog released by the 4 Ning clan elders was highly toxic. Yang Dingtian and the others, Xian, Qi, shook violently. Boom! Suddenly, all the MO dragon martial guards around them were sent flying. The next battle was not something they could participate in. Whoosh! The 4 Ning clan elders' clothes suddenly turned into a ball of black fog in the shape of a poisonous snake. They quickly surrounded Yang Dingtian and the others, completely surrounding them. Boom! Song Chanhua suddenly released the phoenix, heavenly fire. Suddenly, flames shot out from all 4 directions, completely engulfing the black fog. This highly toxic black fog should be afraid of the Xian fire with such an amazing temperature. It should be burned to ashes. But the truth had given Yang Dingtian and the others a huge shock. The phoenix, heavenly fire was indeed terrifying. It directly burned the highly toxic black fog. However, after burning, the highly toxic black fog actually emitted a black-red light and turned into a highly toxic fire dragon. It was even more powerful and rushed towards Yang Dingtian and the others. Xianqi shield, Yang Dingtian ordered. Suddenly, everyone fiercely circulated their Xianqi and burst out, turning into a huge Xianqi shield. However, something even more terrible happened. This highly toxic black fog, layer by layer, contaminated the Xianqi shield. It could not pass through the Xianqi shield, but it contaminated the Xianqi shield bit by bit, filling the entire Xianqi shield with highly toxic poison. Then, this highly toxic poison quickly and fiercely spread towards Yang Dingtian and the others. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart was extremely shocked. They had 3 strong masters. Zhu Hongxue was also similar to a master, and the little girl was a celestial spirit master. Unexpectedly, they were forced into a desperate situation by the 4 Ning clan elders. This Ning clan of the South Sea was indeed strange. Yang Dingtian had already seen that none of the 4 elders was a master, but the poison they emitted was indeed like a bug. This highly toxic poison inch by inch, spread quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was about to enter their bodies. Kacha! 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 The little princess vulture, as a celestial spirit master, finally made a move. Suddenly, all the stones on the ground were crushed, and then instantly condensed into a stone shield, protecting Yang Dingtian and the others. This highly toxic black fog could contaminate Xian Qi and energy, but it could not contaminate ordinary materials. However, something terrible happened. This stone shield was corroded inch by inch, melting inch by inch, and turned into a disgusting green liquid. What kind of poison was this? The entire stone shield was about to collapse in an instant. Zhu Hongxue immediately released the thunderous shield, protecting all 5 of them. However, the highly toxic Xianqi was corroding the thunderous shield inch by inch, swallowing it. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian called out the demon spirit, heavenly fire, and released an ice shield. Of course, because he did not have Yin Xian meridians, this ice shield could only be maintained for a very short time. Whoosh! The ice shield of the demon spirit, heavenly fire, was indeed powerful. It instantly froze the highly toxic black fog. Of course, the highly toxic black fog was still permeating and contaminating. However, it was much slower than before. Attack! Kill them! Yang Dingtian ordered. Then, the few of them drew their swords in the air, and the sword aura directly pierced towards the 3 poison elders. That's right, their speed was divided, and they turned into a black shadow. However, this speed was nothing in front of Yang Dingtian, and he could easily hit them. However, something strange happened again. The energy of the rapidly shooting sword aura was actually eaten by the highly toxic Xianqi and directly turned into highly toxic poison, softly shooting towards the 3 poison elders. The 3 of them were safe and sound. Then, these 3 highly toxic sword aura were directly reflected back. Bang! Almost in the blink of an eye, Yang Dingtian's ice shield was directly shattered. The highly toxic black fog was still crazily spreading. There was no other way. Yang Dingtian did not have Yin Xian meridians, so this ice shield could not last for long. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian hurriedly summoned another ice shield. Then the little princess vulture frantically condensed stone powder to build a jade shield. Damn! What the hell was this highly toxic Xianqi? It was actually so heaven-defying, so abnormal. There was no solution at all. Yang Dingtian, don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I will bestow Song Chanhua to these 4 poison elders. I believe they will be very happy. Wu Maji lightly sneered. In your dreams, Yang Dingtian sneered. You have no solution for this highly toxic poison. Yes, you have master-level experts, but facing this highly toxic poison, even great master-level experts have no solution, let alone you? Wu Maji lightly sneered. Frogs at the bottom of a well, laughable and despicable. In a while, I will let you see with your own eyes how Song Chanhua, who is dragged down by you, will be ravaged and tortured by these 4 poison elders. I will let everyone see clearly the fate of following Yang Dingtian. Your Yang Dingtian's talent is amazing, but what did that count for? In front of my Ning clan, your so-called talent is nothing. Just these 4 poison elders are enough to put you in a desperate situation. Don't waste time. It has never been used. There is no solution. In front of my Ning clan, you are nothing. Whoosh! After Yang Dingtian summoned the last ice shield, he quickly used the invisibility mystic skill and immediately surrounded himself with an isolated space. Immediately after, he rushed out of the poisonous fog like lightning. That's right, this extremely terrifying poison could corrode all energy and all objects. However, it could not corrode the isolated space. In the isolated space, Yang Dingtian passed through the poisonous fog and was safe and sound. Time was of the essence after rushing out of the poisonous fog. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Yang Dingtian quickly appeared behind the 4 poison elders. Like lightning, the fledgling soared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! In an instant, the 4 poison elders were smashed into pieces and died. Damn it, these 4 damn things. When they were powerful, they were almost undefeatable. When they were weak, they were like a ball of paper. In a blink of an eye, they were all killed by Yang Dingtian. Boom! Yang Dingtian summoned the mystic fire and instantly burned the corpses of the 4 poison elders to ashes. In an instant, all the poisonous fog disappeared. The entire Fingyi Pavilion regained its clarity. Impossible! Wu Maji exclaimed and said, "How did you come out? How did you break through this highly toxic Xian fog? Even a great master could not break it. How did you break it?" "Kill her," Yang Dingtian directly ordered. Immediately, without any warning, Yang Dingtian and the other 4 pounced on Wu Maji like lightning. 3 masters, 1 near master, and 1 celestial spirit master. Wu Maji was only a few years old. No matter how high her cultivation was, she could not escape. Seeing Yang Dingtian and the other 4 pouncing over, Wu Maji's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold sneer. 5 swords pierced towards Wu Maji like lightning, about to completely dismember her. Whoosh! Almost instantly, she disappeared on the spot. That's right, she disappeared directly. Then, she appeared a few hundred meters away. Demonic spirit, mist cloak. Little Princess Vulture exclaimed. That's right, it was the demonic spirit, mist cloak. After evil ways mastered the method of easily killing demonic spirits, they must have obtained a lot of demonic spirit corpses and made the demonic spirit mist cloak. It turned out that she was wearing it. Little girl, chase after her. Yang Dingtian ordered because the little girl also had the demonic spirit mist. Okay, watch me. Then the little girl also flashed and stabbed towards Wu Maji. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Immediately, the 2 of them used the flash technique. They suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the Fingyi Pavilion. However, Wu Maji could not shake off Vulture's pursuit. Vulture was constantly sending messages to Yang Dingtian, so Yang Dingtian and the others quickly intercepted Wu Maji at the place where she was about to appear. Suddenly, Wu Maji became dangerous. Although she could still escape, it was getting more and more dangerous. Your death is near, Song Chanhua said. Yang Dingtian's group of 5 instantly surrounded Wu Maji and drew their swords in unison, wanting to dismember her. That's not necessarily true. Wu Maji sneered. Suddenly, she turned around abruptly, and her beautiful eyes emitted a soul-sucking light that pierced into Vulture's pupils. In an instant, the little Princess Vulture was dazed and temporarily lost her mind. She waved her sharp sword and flashed towards Song Chanhua. Then, Wu Maji suddenly flashed in front of Yang Dingtian. Hiss! 5 claw-like things slashed across his chest. Yang Dingtian quickly blocked and dodged. Whoosh! Wu Maji disappeared again. Ah! Then, Yang Dingtian felt a burning pain on his back. He had been swept by Wu Maji's demonic spirit claws. Ha! Wu Maji mocked. Yang Dingtian, you can't kill me, right? You're nothing in front of me. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then Wu Maji attacked like lightning. She directly scratched Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, and Song Chanhua until they were dripping with blood. Then, she immediately used the demonic spirit, mist, cloak, to flash away. After using the demon spirit eye to confuse the little girl, she was actually able to easily maneuver among the several experts and gain the upper hand. Not only did she hurt them, but she also repeatedly mocked them. Yang Dingtian, you're really nothing. Surrender early and give your wife and father-in-law to our young master. Maybe you can still drag out an ignoble existence with a green hat. Haha. Swoosh! Wu Maji's sharp claws slashed towards Yang Dingtian's eyes. Whoosh! A few streaks of blood appeared on Yang Dingtian's face. Whoosh! The demoness was about to flash away again. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yang Dingtian sneered. He suddenly used the demonic spirit Demon Fire's icebound technique. In an instant, the demoness was frozen. Yang Dingtian stabbed her with his sword. Blood splattered everywhere. Wu Maji suddenly let out a miserable cry. Her entire right chest was pierced through by Yang Dingtian's sword. Yes, Yang Dingtian did not have yin meridians, so the icebound technique was not strong enough. However, it only needed to freeze her for a moment. Chapter 436. Yang Dingtian's sword was supposed to pierce through her heart. Although he had promised Ning Fu that he would impersonate him and go to the Ning clan of the South Sea to save Wu Maji and the Ning clan. However, it seemed that there was no need to save Wu Maji. Moreover, Ning Fu's performance was rather vague throughout the entire process. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian was indeed shocked by him because he had chosen to die together with the Ning clan's elder for Yang Dingtian. However, it was later proven that the whole process was a plot by the Temple of Annihilation's young master, Li Ming. He wanted to make Yang Dingtian use the crystal tears to demonize Nihility Piaoling. Therefore, it was unknown whether Ning Fu was innocent or not. However, at least Yang Dingtian did not have to risk his life to fulfill his promise. In order to completely break the relationship between the world society and the Ning clan of the South Sea, he had to let Ning Wuming feel the pain. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was very determined to kill Wu Maji. Wu Maji was also very good. The moment she sensed danger, she immediately flashed and escaped. Although she did not manage to dodge Yang Dingtian's sword, she managed to avoid the fatal blow to her heart. After being stabbed by Yang Dingtian, Wu Maji quickly retreated a few hundred meters. Then, her beautiful eyes were extremely vicious. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said sternly, "You dare to kill me? Then I don't care about the ban anymore. I want you dead. I want all of you dead." Instantly, Wu Maji's beautiful eyes changed. Her green eyes instantly turned blood red. Then, two snow-white sharp fangs pierced out from the corner of her beautiful mouth and pierced through the veil. Then she let out a shrill cry. At the same time, her energy level soared. She broke through from martial honorable to master. "Kacha! Kacha!" Suddenly, the entire ground began to tremble. The entire stormy pavilion began to break and collapse. The entire ground began to crack violently. Then, one by one, the underground creatures burst out of the ground and charged toward Yang Dingtian and the others. Everyone was stunned by this scene. When Qin-ji had pretended to be Wu Maji, she had said that she was a shaman spiritualist. Sorcerers were gifted with the ability to summon undead creatures. However, it definitely didn't look like this. It definitely didn't look so evil and strange. Countless specters burst out of the ground. There were dozens and hundreds of them. He rushed madly towards Yang Dingtian. Boom! Yang Dingtian's Xian flame fiercely smashed over. The flames exploded, and all of the underground creatures were instantly smashed into pieces. They looked like they couldn't even withstand a single blow. But shortly after, the bodies of these underground creatures were smashed to pieces. Suddenly, a white light burst out and condensed together. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of vengeful souls of undead creatures suddenly gathered together. Then he abruptly threw a palm strike at Zhu Hongxue, who was the closest to him. Zhu Hongxue activated the thunderous shield and looked at the huge undead with disdain. Bang! Zhu Hongxue was sent flying, coughing up blood. Everyone was shocked. This huge undead creature was actually so powerful. Of course, it wasn't that Zhu Hongxue's thunderous shield was useless. It was because the undead creature's palm strike was too powerful. It directly broke through the limit of the thunderous shield and exploded it. After the huge undead creature sent Zhu Hongxue flying, it suddenly pounced on him again. At this moment, the demon dragon warriors outside were unwilling to leave Song Chunhua here. They fiercely rushed in again. Whoosh! This huge undead creature shuttled through the bodies of more than a dozen demon dragon warriors like lightning. In an instant, these demon dragon warriors' bodies trembled, and their eyes lost their vision. Then, a blood-red color was used in their eyes. In an instant, they turned into bloodthirsty and fierce puppets and rushed towards Song Chanhua. Song Chanhua was stunned when he saw the familiar subordinates. Unexpectedly, these puppets suddenly opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of foul blood at Song Chanhua. "Don't let them touch you." Little Princess Vulture had just regained consciousness. When she saw this scene, she immediately carried Song Chanhua and flashed away. Qin Huaiyu stepped forward and slashed with his sword. In an instant, these puppet warriors were directly cut in half at the waist. But the strange thing was that these puppet warriors were still not dead. They were still crawling forward, biting and spitting blood crazily. "Rest in peace, brothers." Song Chanhua suddenly smashed down a ball of heavenly phoenix fire. Boom! Suddenly, these puppets exploded and turned into ashes. But they were still not dead. Rays of white light were directly extracted and then condensed into an undead creature in the air. It continued to rush towards Song Chanhua crazily. At this moment, Zhu Hongxue on the other side was already in danger. That huge, undead creature pounced towards him crazily. Once it entered his body, it meant that he was contaminated by the undead. It was possible that he would end up like those puppet warriors just now. Zhu Hongxue attacked it crazily and used all his methods. He slashed with his sword, burned with his mystic fire, used his sword ray and mystic skills. However, this huge, undead creature was completely unharmed. These attacks had no effect on it at all. It was a huge body of energy and was not afraid of any damage at all. At this moment, Song Chanhua quickly rushed over to help Zhu Hongxue. The sharp sword in her hand slashed fiercely at the undead creature. Huge bolts of lightning directly hit the undead creature's body. Although it was constantly trembling and its speed was slightly reduced, it still could not be harmed. It still pounced towards Zhu Hongxue. At this moment, Wu Maji's eyes were filled with blood. She commanded the two undead creatures to attack crazily. Capture the ringleader to capture the bandits. Yang Dingtian pounced towards Wu Maji like lightning. His sword directly slashed towards her incomparably beautiful head. Swoosh! Wu Maji suddenly looked towards Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot into Yang Dingtian's eyes. Then, Yang Dingtian's mind suddenly went blank. This kind of lucidity was exactly the same as if he was stabbed by the demon spirit's eyes. His entire divine sense was instantly lost. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly raised his sword, turned around, and quickly stabbed towards Qin Huaiyu. "Yang Dingtian, what are you doing? Wake up!" Little Princess Vulture exclaimed. Yang Dingtian's eyes were completely blurred and blood-red. He crazily slashed towards Qin Huaiyu. Immediately, Qin Huaiyu desperately dodged. Not only did he have to avoid the undead creature's pursuit, but he also had to avoid Yang Dingtian's pursuit. However, he could not deal a heavy blow to Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Wu Maji firmly gained the upper hand by herself. The demon dragon warriors beside her all rushed towards Wu Maji. They also knew that to capture the ringleader, they had to capture the ringleader. Wu Maji's beautiful eyes swept across them. Suddenly, dozens of demon dragon warriors' eyes became chaotic and instantly turned blood red. Then, they directly lost all consciousness and became violent. They crazily pounced towards little Princess Vulture and the others. This Wu Maji was actually so heaven-defying. After transforming into the blood fiend Devil Queen, she was actually in an invincible position. Yang Dingtian's mental calculation was extremely firm. However, after being scanned by her demon spirit's eyes, he was immediately confused and bloodthirsty. He even turned on his comrades. "Humph! Yang Dingtian, you are nothing in front of me." Wu Maji coldly said, "I will let you have a taste of killing your friends with your own hands." Yang Dingtian's blood-red eyes turned and immediately stared at little Princess Vulture. The little girl was shocked and trembled in fear. Immediately after, the soul sword in Yang Dingtian's hand slashed at the little girl frantically. Ah! The little girl cried out in alarm and immediately flashed away. Yang Dingtian, I'm a little girl. I'm the little girl that you dote on the most. Ah, big brother Tian, wake up quickly. Don't scare me. Little Princess Vulture cried as she ran away. Hiss! Yang Dingtian opened his right hand and directly froze her with the demon spirit's fiend, Flame's ice seal. Then, the soul sword in his hand slashed towards her head. The little princess was horrified and could not believe what was happening. She could not believe that she would die under Yang Dingtian's sword. No. Qin Huaiyu roared and pounced towards Yang Dingtian and the little princess. Roar. Yang Dingtian suddenly let out a roar. The sharp sword in his hand used all of his Xian flame and energy to slash down. Qin Huaiyu gritted his teeth and waved his sword to block with all his might. Uft! Qin Huaiyu spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Yang Dingtian also spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Qin Huaiyu was a master realm expert, and so was Yang Dingtian. However, his Xian Qi could only unleash the power of a 9-star, 9th rank martial venerable. However, he had the heaven and earth Xian flame and a soul sword that was close to the emperor grade. Therefore, the energy that burst out in an instant was extremely shocking. Although Qin Huaiyu was a master realm expert, he could not withstand it at all. Both sides were injured in a full-powered attack. Yang Dingtian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back towards Wu Maji. Trash, go and kill them. Kill your best friend. Wu Maji shouted at Yang Dingtian and issued a cruel order. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, in the next second, uft! Yang Dingtian stabbed his sword into the witch's abdomen. Bitch, do you really think that I was confused by you? I woke up in an instant. I was just acting to numb you and get closer to you, Yang Dingtian said coldly. He did not lie. After being confused, the one who woke him up was none other than Yang Dingtian's soul sword. That's right, the soul sword and Yang Dingtian lived and died together. When it could not sense Yang Dingtian's soul, the soul sword instantly drilled into his brain and woke him up. She looked at the sharp sword that pierced through her abdomen, still dripping with blood. Ah! The witch let out an earth-shattering scream. Then the two undead spirits that she controlled and the endless underground creatures that came out of the ground were instantly crushed and turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian pulled out his sword and stabbed at Wu Maji's body. Puffed, 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 puffed. One sword after another, aiming at Wu Maji's most enchanting body. Yang Dingtian stabbed over 100 times in an instant. He wanted to completely turn this witch into a pile of meat paste. Blood spurted out, and Wu Maji let out a series of shrill screams. Finally, aiming at Wu Maji's heart, Yang Dingtian stabbed with his sword. In an instant, her heart was pierced multiple times. Her screams stopped abruptly. Wu Maji's beautiful head drooped down and died just like that. He finally killed this witch, this incomparably powerful witch. Yang Dingtian gently swung the soul sword and was about to sheath it. At this moment, an incomparably horrifying scene appeared. The wounds all over Wu Maji's body quickly healed. All the blood stopped flowing, and countless wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then Wu Maji returned to her perfect, curvaceous body. Yang Dingtian even stabbed her heart more than a dozen times. Her heart was already riddled with holes. At this moment, it was also recovering rapidly. Then Wu Maji suddenly raised her head, revealing her cold and beautiful eyes. She was resurrected. She was actually resurrected. Yang Dingtian and the others were completely stunned. A completely dead person, a person whose heart was pierced, was actually resurrected. Yang Dingtian immediately thought of something. The evil spirit energy. Back then, after Ningyu died, she was resurrected by the evil spirit. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then Wu Maji quickly flashed hundreds of meters away. My heart hurts so much. Wu Maji clutched her chest and looked at Yang Dingtian. You're the only one who can make my heart hurt so much. This is really a hellish pain, as if I've heard the news of my husband's death again. This pain is so painful that I'd rather die. But you can't kill me, Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji said coldly, I'll never die. Every time I die, I become stronger. Your doomsday has arrived. Whoosh! Wu Maji's headscarf suddenly loosened, and her long hair that reached her legs suddenly fluttered. She suddenly floated in the air and released an incomparably powerful energy. All the vengeful spirits underground, listen to my call, start the slaughter, and start to take revenge for all your hatred. Following Wu Maji's shout, suddenly, all the ground within a few thousand meters cracked open. Countless ghosts crazily crawled out. Like a tide, they surged toward Yang Dingtian and the others as if they were going to completely drown them. Yang Dingtian's heart was almost numb from the shock at this time. Damn it was so easy to kill the 4 poison elders just now. He thought that Wu Maji would not be difficult to kill. Who knew that he would provoke such a powerful demoness? If she was already so powerful, what about Ning Wuming? What about Yan Pianxian? Of course. Yang Dingtian also noticed that Wu Maji said that she had the same heartache when she heard the news of Ning Wuming's death. From this sentence, it seemed that she had feelings for her husband, Ning Wuming. However, this was not the time to think about this. Now, it was the most critical moment. This demoness was completely enraged and summoned an astronomical number of ghosts. This world gathering was definitely a place of trouble. In these hundreds of thousands of years, who knew how many people had been killed here? But this demoness Wu Maji summoned thousands of vengeful spirits. These countless vengeful spirits were really like ants, surging over like a tide. They had completely rotted, leaving only skeletons and the green light in their eyes. They only had one way of attacking, and that was to pounce and bite. They must not be bitten or they would be poisoned, and there would probably be no cure. Boom, 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 boom. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, Song Chanhua, and Zhu Hongxue desperately released their mystic fire. They blasted these skeletons into pieces. This killing was really satisfying, but the consequences were also very satisfying. Every time they killed a skeleton, a vengeful spirit would float out. Then they would gather together and become a powerful undead spirit. Just now, the undead spirit formed by a few hundred skeletons was already so abnormally powerful. This time there were thousands and thousands of undead spirits. Yang Dingtian did not dare to imagine how powerful they would be. However, Yang Dingtian soon felt the power of this abnormally powerful undead spirit. Bang! This huge undead spirit condensed a huge bone sword in its hand and swept it at Yang Dingtian and the others. Yang Dingtian and the other 4 tried their best to block it. Then, all 5 of them were sent flying. All 5 of them were injured and vomited blood. You guys, hold it back, Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Qin Huayu, Song Chanhua, and the other 3 quickly surrounded the huge undead spirit and attacked crazily. They attacked with all their means. Mystic skills, mystic fire, all of them. However, this terrifying undead spirit was completely unharmed. It could not even scratch an itch. This damn thing was simply invincible. Therefore, the root of it was still that witch, Wu Maji. Yang Dingtian raised his sword and rushed towards Wu Maji like lightning. Hold the undead spirit and kill Wu Maji. Wu Maji was indeed heaven-defying. Her body was stabbed hundreds of times, and she did not die. However, if her head was chopped off, Yang Dingtian did not believe that she would not die. Qin Huayu and the other 3 tightly held the abnormally powerful undead spirit. Yang Dingtian rushed towards Wu Maji with his fastest speed. However, he saw Wu Maji laughing coldly. Bang! Suddenly, a wall of air appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. The huge undead spirit waved its hand and all the air froze, infiltrating the dark energy of ghosts. Yang Dingtian crashed into the wall and his body flew out. Blood spurted out, and all the bones in his body seemed to be broken. Abnormal. This huge undead spirit was too abnormal. At this moment, the huge undead spirit suddenly aimed at Song Chanhua, opened its mouth, and sucked. Instantly, Song Chanhua's face turned pale. Her entire body was frozen in an instant. Her entire body was on the verge of collapse. Not good. This powerful undead spirit wanted to devour a person's soul and life force. Song Chanhua knelt down on one knee and stabbed her sword into the ground. She gathered all her spirit and celestial chi to resist. However, there was no doubt. This undead spirit, formed by millions of vengeful spirits, was too powerful. It was not something that an ordinary master could resist. Suddenly, Song Chanhua's face turned paler and paler. Her body trembled more and more, and her gaze became more and more unfocused. Soon, all of her soul would be sucked away. Once her soul was sucked away, she would become a walking corpse. Use all your strength to kill it. Yang Dingtian roared. Then Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, and little Princess Vulture used all their strength to attack the undead spirit. However, the abnormally powerful undead spirit did not react at all. You harmed my big sister Chanhua. I'll kill you. The little Princess Vulture suddenly cried out, then suddenly appeared and charged towards Wu Maji. Although Song Chanhua had beaten her up, however, the little girl loved elder sister Chanhua the most. Yang Dingtian did not want to use the dark mystic flame in front of Wu Maji. This was his trump card. Evil ways could not know about it. However, he could not care less now. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian summoned the terrifying dark mystic flame. Wu Maji's body trembled when she saw it. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Obviously, she immediately felt the terror of the dark mystic flame. Just as she was stunned, the little princess Spirit Vulture suddenly appeared in front of her and fiercely thrusted her sword towards her head. Wu Maji was shocked and immediately dodged. However, the little girl's sword still stabbed into Wu Maji's neck. She cried out in pain and blood spurted out. You're courting death, Wu Maji said sternly. Then she slashed with her sharp claws. The frightening sharp claws slashed at the little girl's soft breasts. It carried with it a dark aura and a terrifying energy. No, Yang Dingtian roared. Puff! The little girl's Spirit Vulture's chest violently spurted blood. Her entire delicate body was like a broken flower petal, and she directly flew out dozens of meters. Little girl! Yang Dingtian's heart twitched. His vision turned black, and he was about to faint. The darkness, profound flame that soared into the sky suddenly smashed towards the gigantic dead spirit. Little Princess Vulture fell to the ground. Her chest was covered in blood, and she did not move. Zhu Hongxue, go and save the little girl, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Zhu Hongxue rushed over like lightning. Don't even think about it. Wu Maji sneered. The giant spirit emitted a white light. An air wall condensed, and Zhu Hongxue was sent flying back. At this moment, the dark mystic flame drilled into the giant spirit's body. The dark mystic flame was undeniably powerful. It devoured the spirit's energy. Crazily, the giant spirit's body became fainter and fainter. However, it did not feel any pain. It was still devouring Song Chanhua's soul. There was not enough time. The spirit's energy was too strong. Yang Dingtian's cultivation was limited. Therefore, the power of the dark mystic flame was limited. Although it could devour the spirit's energy, it would take some time to completely destroy the spirit. However, there was not enough time. Song Chanhua was already on the verge of collapse. Wu Maji walked to little Princess Vulture. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, Is this one of your women? Then I'll let you have a taste of heart-wrenching pain now. Although she should be dead by now. However, I'll let her die again, Wumaji said coldly. Then she raised her palm and condensed a blood-red light. This was an incomparably powerful energy. When it condensed, the air within a few thousand meters trembled. Wumaji, don't! Her great-grandfather is Wulingzi. Yang Dingtian screamed and rushed toward her. So what? Wumaji said calmly. In my eyes, the world is nothing but grass. Boom! Wumaji's beautiful eyes were filled with cruelty. She aimed the blood-red energy at the little girl vulture and smashed it down. There was a loud explosion. Blood spurted out as if a missile had exploded. The ground trembled and cracked. The incomparably powerful energy exploded on Little Princess's body. In an instant, Little Princess's body disappeared. The light of endless blood instantly devoured her delicate body. Ah! Yang Dingtian screamed in agony. Boom! 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 3 mystic flames. Million spirit demonic flame. Demon spirit demonic flame and dark mystic flame. They burst out and rushed into the sky. Then they fiercely condensed together, fiercely colliding, fiercely colliding. Boom! The whole world exploded with an extremely dazzling light. It was 1,000 times brighter than the sun. It was like a small nuclear explosion. The 3 mystic flames suddenly exploded in the middle of the undead. Boom! The collision of the 3 mystic flames produced a terrifying reaction. The energy instantly multiplied by 10 times. In an instant, the incomparably huge undead was turned into ashes and shattered into pieces. Uff! Wumaji spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire delicate body flew out. Her beautiful face instantly turned pale. Yang Dingtian's mystic qi was almost completely depleted in an instant. His anger and hatred soared to the heavens. He rushed forward crazily. He aimed at Wumaji's sea of qi and kicked. Bam! Wumaji's delicate body was kicked into the sky. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Dingtian burst into the sky and stepped on Wumaji's back as he descended ruthlessly. Bam! He directly stepped on Wumaji into the ground. He raised the giant sword in his hand and aimed it at Wumaji, who was in the ground. Which Wumaji's entire head was instantly pierced. Yang Dingtian's sword pierced through her forehead and came out from the back of her head. Are you going to die or not? Yang Dingtian roared. Then he suddenly pulled out the sword. Something terrifying happened once again. The wound on Wumaji's body quickly healed and healed. Her peerlessly beautiful face was once again undamaged. She even gave Yang Dingtian a sarcastic and cruel smile. Devil, this is a devil. Her head was pierced, and she still didn't die. This is a devil. Yang Dingtian, you're so pitiful. You're so weak. Wumaji laughed. Is that so? Yang Dingtian said coldly. You're so powerful, and yet you're still alive. Then I'll cut off your head. Will you die? Wumaji's expression changed drastically. She screamed, Yang Dingtian, you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Yang Dingtian said coldly. From the moment I dared to kill you, what else would I not dare to do? With that, Yang Dingtian slowly raised his sword and stepped on her chest. He aimed at her swan-like neck and slashed it down. Yang Dingtian, the shrine of 10,000 extermination, will exterminate your entire clan. After I die, I will become an even stronger departed spirit and malicious spirit that will kill everyone around you. Before her death, Wumaji didn't beg for mercy as she let out an extremely vicious curse. Stop! A horrified voice rang out. Just as Wumaji's head was about to be separated from her body, Song Minghua appeared. He looked at everything in horror. You think I'll stop just because you said so? Who do you think you are? Yang Dingtian said coldly. Song Minghua suddenly pulled behind him and grabbed a person. He placed his sword on her neck and said coldly, Yang Dingtian, let go of Madame Mumaji, or I'll kill her. Yang Dingtian looked carefully, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The hostage Song Minghua held was actually Song Lihua, his sister. He actually used his sister as a hostage to threaten Yang Dingtian. Song Minghua, she's your sister, Yang Dingtian said coldly. So what? No one can stop me. No one can stop the world society. Song Minghua said sternly, let go of Madame Wu Maji. Then Song Minghua pressed his sword down, and a stream of blood flowed down from Song Lihua's snow-white neck. Her beautiful face instantly revealed an expression of incomparable pain. It was not because she was cut by the sword, but because her brother wanted to take her life for an outsider. Yang Dingtian summoned the demon spirit fiend fire and was about to release the ice seal technique. It would be enough to freeze this bastard for 15 minutes. However, Yang Dingtian's Xian Qi was almost completely exhausted, and he could not use the ice seal technique. Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huayu, go kill this bastard, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. When Qin Huayu saw that Song Lihua was in danger, he was already terrified and rushed over like a madman. Don't come over, don't come over. Song Minghua screamed and slashed with his sword. Immediately, a deep wound appeared on Song Lihua's neck and blood gushed out. If you take another step closer, I'll definitely kill her. I'll definitely kill her. Song Minghua screamed. Yang Dingtian, let go of Madame Umaji, or I'll immediately disfigure Song Lihua's face. At this moment, the bastard Song Minghua was already hysterical and wanted to slash Song Lihua's beautiful face with his sword. Qin Huayu was shocked and immediately stopped in place with Zhu Hongxue. At this moment, a little girl with a dusty face crawled out from the ground. It was the little princess Vulture. Although she looked confused and her chest was dripping with blood, her life was not in danger. Immediately, Yang Dingtian could not help but be overjoyed. The little girl was not dead. She was not dead. Just now, Wu Maji had smashed down with such a huge amount of blood demon energy. Even 10 little girls would be dead. But now she was not dead. Wu Maji was also shocked. She could not believe that the little girl was not dead. Then Yang Dingtian knew why. It was because of the Guardian Ring. The Guardian Ring could absorb all damage. Therefore, the little girl was still alive. Yang Dingtian did not have time to be happy. He immediately gave the little girl a look. The little girl might still be in a daze, but she still understood Yang Dingtian's intention. Flash over, save Song Lihua, and kill this bastard Song Minghua. The little girl nodded and covered her injured chest. She activated her qi and flashed over. The little girl spat out a mouthful of blood and flashed over. After a few flashes, the little girl appeared behind Song Minghua and slashed the sharp sword in her hand at Song Minghua. But Song Minghua did not feel it at all. However, right at this moment, the little girl's spirit vulture was suddenly sucked into the air by an enormous force. Yang Dingtian, how dare you? Song Minghua, you bastard! It was a voice filled with shock and despair. Song Zhao's tall figure arrived in an instant. Looking at everything in front of him, his eyes were full of disbelief. He really could not believe what was happening in front of him. Song Lihua's incident made him extremely angry. Therefore, he grabbed his favorite daughter and sent her to the ancestral fountain to repent and wash away the filth in her body and mind. But he did not expect that he would fall into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. When he heard the earth-shattering noise from Ba City, he thought that a powerful expert had attacked. So, he threw Song Lihua to his son and went to get his weapon. He then summoned the elders and experts to the scene. But he did not expect this to happen in front of him. There was no powerful expert. It was Yang Dingtian. He was so bold and ruthless, so decisive and fierce. He actually brought people to assassinate Wu Maji, forcing Song Xiao to have no way out and no choice. But what made him even more shocked was that his own son, Song Minghua, was holding his sister hostage to force Yang Dingtian to let go of Wu Maji. That was his biological sister, the daughter that he, Song Shao, doted on the most, the apple of his eye. Yang Dingtian said, "Sect Master Song, this is your son. This is the successor that the evil ways have chosen for the world society. Do you want to hand the world society over to such a bastard? Will there still be a future for the world society? Today he can kill his sister for himself. Who knows if he will kill his father for his own interests tomorrow?" Hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Song Shao was shocked. Chapter 437. Note: today is the second update. There's a very important chapter in front. It was undeniable that Yang Dingtian's words directly pierced the deepest part of Song Zhao's heart. When he saw Song Minghua holding a sword to his daughter's neck, he really wanted to smash Song Minghua into meat paste. Song Shao had many children. The most important one was Song Chanhua, because she was the bravest, the most upright, and the most noble. Perhaps Song Shao couldn't be so upright and noble, but it didn't stop him from admiring his daughter's character. Especially while being noble and upright, Song Chanhua didn't pretend to be righteous, and she was also ruthless. She was almost the perfect successor. If the evil ways incident didn't happen, Song Shao wouldn't hesitate to give the position of successor to Song Chanhua. But for Song Chanhua, Song Shao felt very complicated. This eldest daughter was very outstanding, more outstanding than he imagined and asked for. But there was a barrier that he couldn't get close to. Therefore, Song Shao loved Song Lihua the most. This kind of love was even very complicated. Song Shao had many women. His wife was beautiful and gentle, but not smart enough. As for Song Lihua, she was extremely beautiful and intelligent, kind, generous, cunning, charming, gentle, and smart. It could be said that Song Lihua was the pinnacle of women. She could almost be regarded as the most perfect woman in the world. Every time someone said that Dongfang Bingling was good, Song Shao wouldn't be happy. Song Shao didn't envy Dongfang Minmi at all. Having a daughter like Dongfang Bingling, he might be proud, but he wasn't happy at all. Giving birth to a daughter like Song Lihua was the happiest parent in the world, because she could always make you laugh and make you like her. Therefore, everyone could only live on the 8th floor of King City and below. Only Song Lihua could live on the 9th floor. Song Lihua was the apple of his eye, a priceless treasure. Therefore, when he heard that something happened to Song Lihua and Qin Huaiyu, Song Shao was furious. Song Shao was furious. He felt as if the treasure that he had doted on and protected for 10 to 20 years had been taken away by a pig. Therefore, he almost lost his mind in an instant. He was in complete disbelief. After capturing Song Lihua and questioning her, her beloved daughter actually admitted it completely and was determined to marry Qin Huaiyu. Song Shao only felt that a small part of the world in his heart had been completely destroyed. He felt that his pure and flawless daughter had been tainted. In a fit of rage, she grabbed Song Lihua and wanted to go to the ancestral spring to repent and wash away the filth in her body and mind. In fact, every time someone came to ask for Song Lihua's hand in marriage, Song Lihua's heart would be filled with joy. Song Shao was not happy in his heart, and this included the fact that Wu Maji had come to propose marriage for Ning Wuming. He always felt that his daughter was a pure and flawless treasure, and no man in the world was worthy of her. Of course, every father would have such thoughts. However, Song Lihua refused to admit that in the depths of his heart, he never wanted Song Lihua to get married. He wanted his beloved daughter to stay by his side forever. When it came to the ancestral spring, Song Lihua's attitude was still incomparably firm. She wanted to marry Qin Huaiyu, even if Song Shao threatened to drown her. Song Shao slapped her in the face. After slapping her, he regretted it, because a daughter like this, even if he beat her to death, he would not be able to change her mind. After regret, he felt incomparable heartache. It was even more heartache than slapping his own face. Then he also came to his senses. Actually, nothing had happened between his daughter and Qin Huaiyu. The reason why she was determined to marry Qin Huaiyu was not because she liked Qin Huaiyu, but because she had decided to stand on Yang Dingtian's side, on the side of justice. That's right. Song Zhao's heart could not be clearer. Yang Dingtian was on the side of justice, while Qin Chichi and Ning Wuming were on the side of evil. It could be said that any sect leader in the world clearly knew this point. But when it came to people of their level, talking about justice was undoubtedly absurd and childish. However, this did not hinder him from loving and cherishing his daughter even more. Any parent would hope that their children were upright and kind. No one liked a despicable and shameless child. Hence, he brought Song Lihua back, intending to put her under house arrest. After returning, he did not expect that such a scene would happen. Song Minghua, you're really promising to actually use your own sister as a hostage. I really gave birth to a good son. Song Shao said coldly, usually you have a neither yin nor yang appearance, so I felt that you're not a good thing. I indeed didn't see wrongly. Song Shao looked at Song Minghua with an extremely cold gaze, wishing that he could directly kill him with one palm. Song Minghua trembled, his eyes trembled, and an incomparably painful emotion welled up as he said, Father, could it be that I'm doing this for myself? I'm doing this for you, for the world society. Following that, Song Minghua said, Yang Dingtian, this bastard, for his own strength, he used the so-called hypocrisy to drag others down with him, to die together. Song Chanhua, this stupid slut, don't know what kind of improper things happened between her and Yang Dingtian. Actually, for an outsider, she wanted to cause the death of her own parents and siblings. Now there's another Song Lihua. For Yang Dingtian, this bastard, she didn't hesitate to betray her family and shamelessly offer her own body, just to drag the world society down with her. Father, use your brain and think carefully. Who is the one who is loyal to you, who is wholeheartedly serving the world society? Song Minghua hissed, Song Chanhua. Song Lihua, these two sisters that you love the most can't wait for you to die. And I am the one who is doing everything possible to save the world society. You're just doing this for my position. Song Shao said coldly. So what? Wu Maji said coldly, sect leader Song. The situation is very clear now. Our Temple of Annihilation chose Song Minghua to be the successor of the world society. You can choose either Yang Dingtian or Temple of Annihilation. Song Minghua said, Father, don't you see? Yang Dingtian, this bastard. The 5 of them joined hands to kill Madame Mumaji and a few hundred devil dragon guards. But the result? All 5 of them are heavily injured, and Song Chunhua's fate is unknown. Nearly half of the few hundred devil dragon guards are dead. And this is only Madame Mumaji. What about the envoy Ning Wuming behind her? Not to mention the supreme temple young master. Not to mention His Majesty the Demon King above the 9 heavens. Do you think you can survive by becoming enemies with the Temple of Annihilation? Song Minghua said, I know you love Song Lihua, but for her, are you willing to completely destroy the world society's hundreds of years of foundation? Song Zhao's expression changed and said, But you shouldn't have hurt your sister. Song Minghua said, I can only do this, or else Yang Dingtian would immediately kill Madame Mumaji. Once Madame Mumaji dies, we will be completely finished. Envoy Ning Wuming's anger will exterminate everyone in the world society. They care about Song Lihua's life, so we can only use Song Lihua as a hostage. We still have a hostage. Song Shao said, Let your sister go. The hostage he was talking about was, of course, the little princess vulture. But when he turned around, the little girl vulture had already taken the opportunity to escape without a trace, directly behind Yang Dingtian. This naughty girl was very clever. After being sucked into the air by Song Shao, she used Song Zhao's anger and negligence to escape. Without a hostage, Song Shao looked coldly at Yang Dingtian. Let go of Madame Mumaji, and I will let you leave. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. Impossible. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, As a father, are you going to continue watching your daughter die at any time? Song Minghua, let go of your sister. Song Shao said. No, father. Once I let her go, Madame Wumaji will definitely die. Song Minghua said. Suddenly, Wumaji said with a smile, Sect Master Song, I understand your special feelings for your daughter. How about this? I will not ask Miss Song Lihua to marry young Master Ning Wuming. She is no longer worthy. You can continue to dote on this daughter of yours. As long as Song Minghua and Ning Bai or marry each other, it will be fine. Then, the conditions that we agreed to will still be valid. In the shortest time possible, let Song Minghua break through to Grandmaster, and let you break through to Grandmaster. Song Zhao's face touched. Wu Maji continued, Song Shao, I can tell you clearly. If you choose to stand on Yang Dingtian's side, tens of thousands of people in the world will be completely wiped out. Even if you don't stand on Yang Dingtian's side, but let me die under Yang Dingtian's sword, then your world society will be completely wiped out. You can make a choice now. Choose your daughter, or choose your own life, your own strength, and the entire world society. Wu Maji said finally, You must make a clear choice. There is no room for hypocrisy, no room for hypocritical, fatherly love. Song Shao, I will count to 3. If you still haven't made a choice by then, I will completely destroy your world society. Even if you want to kneel down and surrender in the future, there will be no chance. Your world society will still be wiped out. You have seen how strong we are. 3. There was a suffocating feeling in the air. 2. Everyone's eyes looked at Song Shao, especially Song Lihua. Her absolutely beautiful and pure eyes were fixed on her most beloved father. 1. There was silence in the field, a deathly stifling atmosphere. However, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Song Zhao's performance did not make them despair. Song Shao, your world society is finished. Wu Maji said. Wait. Song Shao said in a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian, let go of Madame Wu Maji immediately or else. Or else what? Say it. Wu Maji said sternly. Or else Song Lihua will die. Song Shao said furiously. In an instant he felt extremely humiliated, and Yang Dingtian, from his heart to his body, was completely cold. Song Chanhua looked at all of this in disbelief. She had just woken up and saw the scene. In an instant, the image of her father in her eyes suddenly collapsed. Uff! A mouthful of blood directly spurted out from Song Lihua's little mouth. Her beautiful face, like a withered flower, directly dimmed. She could not believe that this was true. She could not believe that the man in front of her was her father, the father who loved her the most, and also her most doted father. Almost instantly her world collapsed. In the world, there was nothing more ironic than this. Song Minghua, for his own selfish desires, threatened Yang Dingtian with his own sister's life. It was one thing. But now Song Shao, the dignified sect master of a generation, was so afraid of evil ways for a Wu Maji, he even used his most beloved daughter as a hostage to threaten. One was Song Lihua's brother, and the other was her father. And Yang Dingtian and Song Lihua were still strangers a few hours ago. They actually used the lives of their family members to threaten Yang Dingtian, an outsider, to compromise. Sect Master Song, people like you are really despairing. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, It's better to die standing than to live kneeling. At this moment, you have already destroyed the world society. In an instant, Song Shao exploded with endless anger and humiliation. His face as a grandmaster was torn down alive, revealing his ugliest and most cowardly true face. Yang Dingtian, it's all because of you. It's all because of you, you bastard. You're the one who ruined my world society. You're the one who forced me to make this choice. Song Shao roared sternly. Huh? Wu Maji laughed and said, Yang Dingtian, do you see this? This is the trash of your Taiendo League. What are you still resisting for? Haha. Then Wu Maji said with a cold face, Song Minghua, listen to my orders. I'll count to 3. If Yang Dingtian still doesn't let me go, immediately behead your sister, Song Lihua. Yes. Song Minghua shouted and placed his sword on the back of his sister, Song Lihua's neck. 1, 2. Song Minghua tightened the sword on his sister's neck and blood immediately flowed out. Song Zhao's face trembled and twitched as he turned his face away. Wu Maji laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if I'm beheaded because only losing my body will make my soul stronger." 3. Wu Maji shouted the last count. Yang Dingtian looked at Song Lihua's beautiful and delicate face and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, Song Lihua." "It's okay, I don't regret my choice." Song Lihua smiled sweetly at Yang Dingtian and said, "Today I'm also proud. Also, please call me Lihua." Qin Huaiyu's body twitched and blood flowed out of Song Chunhua's eyes. However, no one spoke. Everyone obeyed Yang Dingtian's decision. Wu Maji looked at Yang Dingtian and smiled seductively. "Kill," Wu Maji ordered. Song Minghua slashed down with his sword. "Wait," Yang Dingtian shouted. I can't win against you. I'm not as cruel as you. I can't watch a beautiful life wither away." Yang Dingtian said, "I'll give you Wu Maji, and you give us Song Lihua. You don't want such a beautiful fairy, but we do. We treat her as a treasure, and we're willing to give up our lives to protect her." Qin Huaiyu's tears immediately poured out. Song Lihua's beautiful face bloomed with dazzling light. Her beautiful vitality seemed to have completely recovered. Chapter 438. Song Xiao had officially chosen to abandon his daughter Song Chunhua and Song Lihua. He had chosen to stand on the side of the evil ways. The entire place was silent. "Lihua, come here." Yang Dingtian beckoned. Song Lihua wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked towards Yang Dingtian. "You dare!" Song Minghua shouted and pressed his sword down. "Yang Dingtian, release Madame Wu Maji first. Then we will release Song Lihua." "Release her," Yang Dingtian said coldly. What if we release Song Lihua and you go back on your words?" Song Minghua laughed coldly. "Do you think I am you?" Yang Dingtian shouted. "Do you think I am a beast like you, a lackey? Release her." Song Minghua's face turned ugly, and his eyes flashed with viciousness and coldness. "Release her," Wu Maji said indifferently. "If there is anyone in this world that can be trusted, then the idiot behind me should be one of them." Wu Maji's words were like an imperial edict to Song Minghua, and he immediately put down his sword. Song Lihua walked over to Song Chunhua and said gently, "Sister, how are you?" "You are fine. My body was invaded by Yin Qi, and I should be able to expel it with the mystic fire." Song Chunhua said, "I am sorry to have implicated you." Song Lihua shook her head. "I am proud of the choice I made." Song Chunhua said to the surviving demonic dragon guards, "I'll have to trouble you guys to bring us 6 demonic dragon mounts." "Yes," the demonic dragon guard replied. "All demonic dragon guards, return to camp." "Yes." Then the 100 or so surviving demon dragon guards all retreated. Not long after, the 6 demonic dragon mounts rushed over. These mounts were indeed impressive, and they were extremely fast. Although they were from the demonic lizard clan, they looked very similar to the dinosaurs on Earth. They were 7 to 8 meters long and 2 meters tall. Their bodies were embedded with sturdy armor, and there was a sharp horn on their heads. It could be said that in terms of speed, in terms of explosive power, in terms of strength, and in terms of spirituality, the demonic dragon war cavalry was more than 10 times stronger than the most elite war horses. It could be said that a group of 300 devil dragon cavalry could easily defeat Yang Dingtian's 3,000 black blood cavalry. The World Society's devil dragon cavalry could be said to be the king of cavalry in the world. It was also the foundation of the world, the absolute trump card. Yang Dingtian and the others mounted the demonic dragon war steeds. "Give me a ride." Yang Dingtian also grabbed Wu Maji and jumped onto the demon dragon war mount. Ignoring the fact that they were men and women, he hugged her tightly. After all, she had the demon spirit mist cloak and could appear at any moment, so he had to hug her tightly. Then the 6 of them rode the demonic dragon war steeds out of the city through the ruins. Song Xiao remained expressionless, his back facing Yang Dingtian and the others. As for Song Minghua, he led a group of demonic dragon cavalry to monitor Yang Dingtian and followed closely. When he walked past Song Xiao, he said in a low voice, "Father, I am the only one monitoring them. I am afraid that I will not be their opponent." Song Xiao's face twitched. Yang Dingtian will do what he said. He will not break the letter. "It is better to be safe than sorry," Song Minghua said. "We must use the greatest evil to predict our enemy." Song Xiao's expression instantly turned extremely unsightly. Subsequently, he pulled over a formidable unicorn and rode on it, following closely behind Yang Dingtian's group of 5. The banished Yang Dingtian, Song Chanhua, Song Lihua, and the rest of the 6 people went down the boss city floor by floor. At first, no one dared to come out to watch, but later, more and more people came out to watch. At first, no one dared to show sympathy, but later, more and more people showed sympathy. At first, no one dared to cry, but later, more and more people started to cry. No one was a fool. They had fought for so long just now. Also, many rumors had already spread throughout the entire world society. Everyone knew which side was righteous and which side was evil. Now righteousness was exiled. The world society had chosen evil. The scene was completely depressing. Countless people looked at Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua and cried silently. Finally, these gazes turned into support, worry, and fanatical admiration. Seeing the scene, Song Zhao's face turned extremely ugly. At the moment when he gave up on Song Lihua, at the moment when he chose evil ways. In the world society, he had already lost his prestige and the people's hearts. Originally, today was Song Minghua's proudest day. He finally got what he wanted. He chased away the proud and brilliant Song Chanhua and became the only successor of the world society. However, at this moment, when he saw the sympathy, admiration, and support of Song Chanhua and Yang Dingtian from the people of Ba City, he was instantly enraged. Everyone go back. These people are all traitors of the world society. No one is allowed to sympathize with them or collude with them. Otherwise, they will be punished as a criminal, Song Minghua shouted sternly. However, no one paid attention to him. Song Minghua's face turned cold, and he was about to give the order to arrest them. Don't be so complacent. Don't show off your stupidity anymore, Song Xiao said coldly. Father, you are compromising, Song Minghua said. At this time, we can't be merciful. Whoever sympathizes with Yang Dingtian will be a traitor of the world society and must be arrested. Arrest? Can you arrest all of them? Song Xiao said lightly. Yes, could he arrest all of them? At this moment, on both sides of the road, layers and layers of Ba City were densely packed with people. The entire city stopped everything to send Song Chanhua off. Song Chanhua had been the pride of the world society for 10 years. Song Chanhua had left a noble impression on the world society for 10 years. Song Lihua had left a beautiful impression on the people of the world society for almost 10 years. Finally, under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, Yang Dingtian and the other 4 arrived at the big city gate of Ba City. At this moment, the square of the city gate was densely packed with people. Song Chanhua got down from her mount with difficulty and said to everyone, "Everyone, your following days may be very dark, but please protect yourselves and leave behind a useful body." The leader that I follow, sect leader Yang Dingtian, said something. Even if you are in the dark, you must look up to the light. If one day you are really in despair and on the verge of destruction, then please don't completely give up hope. If I can survive, I will definitely bring my comrades and come from the south, either to save you or to die together with you. I and Yang Dingtian, who I follow, will never give up on the people of light and justice. Then Song Chanhua bowed deeply. Instantly, the whole city was crying. Humph! What are you crying for? Song Minghua said sternly, Yang Dingtian, this evil thief, is doomed to be destroyed. But he still wants to drag the world society down with him. Song Lihua, Song Chanhua, has completely betrayed you, betrayed the world society. We will drive her out, and to you we will save you. Shut up! Suddenly, an angry shout came from the crowd. Who is it? Come out. Song Minghua's eyes turned ferocious and said angrily, Men, catch that Yang Dingtian's accomplice. Catch that traitor and execute him in public. Immediately, a few of Song Minghua's lackeys rushed into the crowd to catch that person. The crowd exclaimed. Soon, that person was caught by two warriors. He was the manager of the low-class hotel, one of the most despicable people in the world society. Yang Dingtian had given him a gold coin and said thank you to him. A few warriors caught him and pressed him to the ground, about to execute him in public. Yang Dingtian slowly walked forward, grabbed the warrior's long sword, and twisted it gently. Suddenly, the long sword shattered. You can't stay here any longer. Come with me. Yang Dingtian smiled at that person, then stretched out his hand. The manager of the hotel was shocked and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Then, tears gushed out of his eyes as he nodded desperately. Qin Huayu, bring him along, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Qin Huayu went forward and directly lifted that person onto his mount, sitting in front of him. This action completely ignited the entire King City. Lord Yang, we will go with you, we will go with you. Miss Song, bring us along, we will go with you. The entire crowd was in an uproar. Countless people stretched out their hands and rushed forward. At this moment, Song Xiao, who had been cold and silent, finally couldn't take it anymore and said sternly, Yang Dingtian, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to. Yang Dingtian looked at the swarming crowd and raised his hand. Suddenly, everyone stared at him quietly. I know that you trust me because you trust Song Chanhua, Yang Dingtian said. I really want to take you with me, but Cloud Sky City is more dangerous than here. Within a month, Cloud Sky City will face a destructive war. Just now, Song Chanhua promised you that if we don't die after the war, we will lead the north. We will definitely lead our army north and rescue you from the claws and fangs of the devil race. Okay. Everyone shouted. Let's go. Yang Dingtian ordered. 7 people, 6 mounts, rushed out of the city gate. Yang Dingtian and the rest had just rushed out of the city gate when the ground suddenly trembled. Not far away, countless black dots began to condense. They were extremely fast and powerful. Every black dot was like a black lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, these countless black dots condensed in front of the city gate. It was pitch black and boundless. They directly blocked the path of Yang Dingtian and the rest and surrounded Yang Dingtian. Song Chuanhua's face turned cold and said, Devil Dragon Cavalry, are you trying to block our path? The leader stepped out and took off his helmet, revealing his heroic face. City Lord Yang Dingtian, Commander Song Chanhua. Devil Dragon Cavalry 1st Army, 3rd Army, and 5th Army are willing to follow justice and fight evil ways to the end. Please accept our loyalty. After speaking, the other 2 cavalry leaders stepped out and took off their helmets. They knelt on one knee in front of Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua and offered their swords. Among these 3 commanders, 2 of them had just fought side by side with Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua. In those short 2 hours, they had already gone through many life and death situations together. Moreover, Song Chanhua had led this cavalry and had been locked up for 5 years. Seeing this scene, Song Xiao was stunned. Song Minghua was also stunned. The Devil Dragon Cavalry was the lifeblood of the world society. It was the absolute trump card. In total, there were only 5 armies. 5,000 Devil Dragon Cavalry. Adding on the reserve cavalry, there were only less than 8,000. Now, there were actually 3 armies that had changed sides and wanted to follow Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua. This was simply digging out Song Zhao's heart and cutting out Song Minghua's lungs. In an instant, more than half of the world society's trump card army was gone. You are all rebelling. Song Minghua hissed. All of you return. Otherwise, all of you will be executed. Song Shao was also completely shocked as he looked at all this in disbelief. Very quickly, Song Shao woke up. He had to use the shortest amount of time to redeem himself. Immediately, he looked coldly at the three commanders and said, are you betraying me? Don't forget who used all the resources to nurture you. You all once knelt in front of the main hall and swore to be loyal to my world society. Could it be that you all want to go back on your oath? When these words were spoken, the Devil Dragon Cavalry was stunned and looked at each other. They were the bravest warriors, and many of them were not afraid of death. However, they were afraid of going back on their oath. When each of them entered the Devil Dragon Army, they all swore to be loyal to the world society forever. Otherwise, after death, they would fall into the 18 layers of hell and never be reborn. Their ancestors would never be able to reincarnate. Their descendants will never be able to reincarnate for 10,000 generations. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of going back on their oath. They were afraid that their ancestors and descendants would never be reborn. Are you all going to let your ancestors be shamed in hell, sink into hell and wail in grief? Song Shao said sternly. Immediately, all of the Devil Dragon Cavalry took half a step back and their aura weakened. Even the faces of the three captains were deathly pale. Instantly, the aura of the 3,000 Devil Dragon Cavalry was on the verge of collapse. Song Shao was indeed Song Shao. Once he got rid of his emotional troubles, he immediately went for the vital points. Unlike Song Minghua, who only knew how to threaten and abuse. Following which, Song Shao said sternly, Song Chanhua, Song Lihua, seduced the enemy and betrayed the world society. From today onwards, I will expel the two of them from the world society and will never step into the north. Otherwise, I will kill them. Then, Song Zhao's body exploded with fighting spirit as he roared, Yang Dingtian, why aren't you scramming? Get out of my world society, get out of my north. Otherwise, I will kill you. I will kill all of you. Song Shao put down the last weight on the scale. Then his eyes were like lightning as he coldly said to the 3,000 Devil Dragon Cavalry, I order all of the Devil Dragon Cavalry to return to camp. Go. Song Zhao's roar was like thunder in the sky. After all, he was the leader of the world society for decades and had accumulated a lot of power. With this roar, the 3,000 Devil Dragon Cavalry took a few steps back and became restless. At this moment, as long as someone took the lead to return to camp, it would cause a tide-like effect. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian sprinted out of the ranks and ran wildly in front of the Devil Dragon army. He immediately attracted the attention of the Devil Dragon army. Then, he jumped onto the dragon's head and faced Song Shao. He raised the crystal sword token of the leader of the hidden sect and roared. As the leader of the Tiando League, the leader of the hidden sect, I order. Song Shao has gone against the tide and is not fit to be the leader of the world society. He is officially dismissed. I order Song Chanhua to be the acting leader of the world society. Lead the Devil Dragon army to the south and fight against evil ways. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly injected his Xianqi. Suddenly, the crystal sword token shot out a dazzling radiance. Song Shao trembled as he looked at the crystal sword in Yang Dingtian's hand in disbelief. To be honest, there were not many people who knew about the crystal sword, but Song Shao was definitely one of them. He really did not dare to believe that the crystal sword token that represented the leader of the hidden sect was in Yang Dingtian's hands. At this moment, Song Chanhua got down from his mount and knelt down on one knee. Acting leader of the world society, Song Chanhua accepts the order. Yang Dingtian originally did not want to reveal this token because not many people had seen it before. Moreover, this was only the personal token of the Nihility Piaoling and not the real token of the leader of the hidden sect. However, at such a crucial moment, If he did not suppress Song Shao with righteousness, this incomparably elite trump card army would be completely lost. One must know that this 3,000 Devil Dragon army was comparable to 30,000, 50,000, or even more. Since he had already revealed it, he might as well go all the way. Yang Dingtian raised the token up high and shouted, "All warriors of the World Society, listen to my order. The Tiando League has officially issued a war call. All warriors of martial mystic rank and above, go into battle and follow your leader Song Chanhua to the south to fight." At this moment, the 3 Devil Dragon cavalry commanders immediately understood and shouted loudly, "Go south, go south!" Immediately after, the thousands of Devil Dragon cavalry also shouted loudly, "Go south, go south!" Then, under the leadership of a few leaders, the thousands of Devil Dragon cavalry began to run wildly on the huge ground. They ran wildly around Boss City. "Go south, go south!" Instantly, the entire scene was filled with blood boiling. Everyone couldn't help but be greatly influenced by it. Then, in this blood-boiling infection, one warrior after another, riding their war horses, rushed out of Boss City and followed behind the Devil Dragon cavalry. At first, it was a few, then it became dozens, 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 dozens. In the end, they all surged out like a tide. Song Minghua was instantly stunned. He shouted with all his might and shouted with all his might, "You are all rebelling, rebelling. Men, block the city gate. Kill anyone who leaves the city." Song Minghua said sternly. The Devil Dragon, cavalry behind him, did not move. "What are you all waiting for? Go and block the city gate. Kill anyone who leaves the city." Song Minghua shouted at the Devil Dragon cavalry behind him. The 2 leaders of the Devil Dragon cavalry behind him looked at each other. Then they suddenly pulled out their swords and led hundreds of Devil Dragon cavalry out. However, they did not go and block the city gate. Instead, they went directly behind Yang Dingtian and the others. They pulled out their swords and shouted, "Go south, go south!" They had also completely rebelled and chose to follow Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua. Pooh! Song Minghua spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Not only did he not stop the enemy from rebelling, but his own army had also completely rebelled. Instantly, the army behind Yang Dingtian increased. In the end, there were over 10,000 people. The galloping of over 10,000 cavalry caused the entire ground to tremble. The entire Boss City was trembling. This momentum was like a raging fire. It could not be suppressed at all. Song Zhao's expression was as cold as ice. His body trembled as he looked at this scene. He had to stop all of this. Otherwise, the world order would rest. He could choose to kill Yang Dingtian immediately. But if he did so, then the 10,000 world order warriors present would completely abandon him. He was now extremely regretful. Why didn't he kill this scourge before? Even if he wanted to kill him now, it was too late. Of course, he also knew in his heart that he did not have the right to kill Yang Dingtian. This right belonged to the young master of the Temple of Annihilation, Li Ming. Thinking quickly, Song Shao laughed to the sky. He had the cultivation of a 9-star, level 9 guru. His laughter was like a thunderclap. It actually completely covered the deafening galloping sound. Everyone turned to look at him. "Ridiculous, ridiculous! This is the biggest absurdity in the world. Yang Dingtian, why don't you pretend to be someone else? You actually pretended to be the leader of the hidden sect. You are totally digging your own grave. Who doesn't know that the young master of the hidden sect, John Doe, has already descended to the world? That person, is it you?" Of course, Song Shao already knew that John Doe was fake, but he did not know that John Doe was Yang Dingtian. At this moment, in order to suppress Yang Dingtian's momentum, of course, he had to use the gimmick of the young master of the hidden sect, John Doe. As long as Yang Dingtian's identity as the leader of the hidden sect was fake, then Yang Dingtian's image would completely collapse and the situation would be completely reversed. As expected, once this was said, everyone could not help but be confused. They did not doubt Yang Dingtian's righteousness, but they were confused about Yang Dingtian's identity as the so-called leader of the hidden sect. It was too sudden. Just now, they were so hot-blooded that they were led to rush out. Now that this thought was exposed, they instantly became suspicious. Everyone present had heard about the young master of the hidden sect, John Doe. Then, since the young master of the hidden sect was John Doe, then Yang Dingtian was fake. Ha 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 ha. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. Suddenly he flew into the air, raised the crystal sword in his hand, and slashed towards the ground. Bang! A huge bolt of lightning suddenly struck the ground. Lightning, mystic skill, demonic sky split. Everyone was very clear that the leaders of the hidden sect all had lightning talent. Of course, the reason why Bingling did not know lightning mystic skills was because her level was not high enough and she had not learned the high level of the hidden sect's cultivation technique. After learning it, even if she did not have lightning talent, she would be able to burst out lightning energy. Song Shao, open your eyes and look carefully. I am the leader of the hidden sect, Su Wuming. Yang Dingtian shouted loudly. Then, in the air, he suddenly performed the whirling calamity, crossing sword technique. One sword, one sword, one sword. Suddenly, the air was torn apart, and the space was torn apart. The space was torn apart, and the scene was distorted. It was an extremely stunning scene. Only the hidden sect's whirling calamity crossing sword technique had this kind of sword technique. Seeing this scene, the atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. Everyone cheered loudly and looked up at Yang Dingtian in the air. Long live the hidden sect! Long live Yang Dingtian! Long live Su Wuming! Countless people's blood was boiling and countless deafening cheers. As for Song Shao, he looked at the scene. His entire heart was torn apart. It was completely like being struck by lightning. It was fine if he did not mention the young master of the hidden sect. Once he did, it completely confirmed Yang Dingtian's identity. Now, no matter what he said, it would be useless. Yang Dingtian's aura had already soared to the sky. Song Minghua was extremely jealous and looked at Yang Dingtian with incomparable resentment. He came to Song Zhao's side and said, "Father, go up and kill him, kill him." "Kill him?" Song Shao said. "Kill him in front of tens of thousands of people? My crime is to murder the leader of the hidden sect. Qin Wanqiu and the others will use this opportunity to tear our world society into pieces and swallow it. Behind us, there is still the Temple of Annihilation," Song Minghua said. "Once Yang Dingtian dies, the Temple of Annihilation will be the first to abandon me," Song Shao said indifferently. "The young master of the Temple of Gods will be the first to kill me. I don't have the qualifications to kill Yang Dingtian." At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly landed on his mount. He pulled out his sword and waved it, saying, "All martial artists, follow me to the south and fight to the death with evil ways." Then, with Yang Dingtian and the other 5 as the leader, they galloped south. Behind them, tens of thousands of people followed Yang Dingtian to the south to fight. Chapter 439. The current Song Shao was truly itching to peel Yang Dingtian's skin and pull out his tendons. He had never hated someone so much before. Qin Wentian had directly cut out a large piece of flesh from his heart. There are more than 3,000 Devil Dragon army members. It was equivalent to 50,000 or even 100,000 soldiers. This was the trump card of the Primal Chaos World's ground army. In the entire Heavenly Tao Union's ground army, the Devil Dragon cavalry was completely invincible. Otherwise, with Qin Wanqiu's crazy personality, why did he never touch the North and instead repeatedly show goodwill? That was because he knew that in a ground battle, even if he sent out 100,000 or 200,000 soldiers, they would still be cut into pieces by the Devil Dragon army and killed cleanly. Of course, the World Society had another trump card, the Steel Army. However, this army was basically used for defense or for frontal battles. This time, there was not a single Steel Army in the army that betrayed Song Shao. Of course, This was not because the Steel Army was loyal to Song Shao, nor was it because the Steel Army was not hot-blooded or righteous. It was because of the uniqueness of the Steel Army. This army's reputation was not very good. In the Tiando League, there were often people who attacked the world society because of the Steel Army's inhumanity. This was because the Steel Army could be considered to be forged using medicine and special methods. This army only obeyed orders and had almost no will of its own. On the battlefield, they did not know what fear was. They could be considered as a powerful and mechanical armed force. Thus, they were naturally not hot-blooded. Thus, no one followed Yang Dingtian to the south. The Devil Dragon Army was different. It was the complete opposite of the Steel Army. One was absolutely numb and mechanical. As for the Devil Dragon Army, they pursued speed. Speed meant freedom and hot-bloodedness. They had their own will and ideals, loyalty and hot-bloodedness. Of course, to Song Shao, these noble qualities became a sharp, double-edged sword. When he was able to maintain their loyalty, they were an indestructible, sharp sword in his hand. However, when he let them down and lost their loyalty, this sharp sword would finally hurt him. This was an army with a soul. When their commander was fighting side by side with Song Shao, he had also witnessed Song Zhao's extremely disappointing performance. The spiritual pillar that they had pledged their loyalty to had almost collapsed in an instant. Yang Dingtian, you and Song Chanhua just happened to fill this gap. Song Minghua's face was twisted as he watched Yang Dingtian lead the 10,000-strong army into the distance. He said, "Father, should we give chase? We will mobilize the Boss City army and order the vassals to intercept them. This army will not be able to reach Cloud Heaven City. Do you think there's another group in the world society that can stop the 3,000 or 4,000 Devil Dragon army?" Song Shao asked. "We still have 3,000 to 4,000 members of the Devil Dragon army," Song Minghua said. "Idiot. If you send the rest of the Devil Dragon army out, they won't be able to return. They will follow Yang Dingtian to the south." Song Shao sternly said, "Song Chanhua has been leading this army for more than 5 years. It's all this bitch's fault. And Song Lihua, that bitch." Song Minghua gritted his teeth. This time, Song Shao didn't scold him. At this moment, his hatred for Song Lihua and Song Chanhua even exceeded Yang Dingtian. If it weren't for these two daughters, Yang Dingtian wouldn't even be able to take one person away. "Song Lihua, Song Chanhua, you two stupid and lowly women. One day, you will regret your decision today. My choice is the right one. Everyone who betrayed me today, you will all die on the battlefield. You will all die under the claws of evil ways. Yang Dingtian, aren't you going to kill me?" Wu Maji asked. She was 29 years old this year. She was at the most mature and beautiful age for a woman. She had been married for a full 8 years. However, she had always been pure and innocent. On the night of her wedding with Ning Hua, her arrogance and valiance angered Ning Hua to the point of tears. Then she ran out of the room. After that, the two of them were in a cold war. Later on, Ning Hua disappeared. Later on, the news of Ning Hua's death came. Ning Hua's departure was directly related to her. Ning Hua's death was also directly related to her. The last time she saw Ning Hua was his back, and Ning Hua's voice was full of concern and love. "Go, go!" Then Wumaji really left. She really ran away, leaving Ning Hua to a powerful enemy. This enemy was attracted by her, Wumaji. To be precise, it was attracted by his beauty. She had never seen such a shameless and scrupulous, evil and handsome man. The first time they met, this man said, "You're so beautiful. Kneel and serve me." Then, without any hesitation, he went forward, grabbed Wu Maji and forced her to kneel. He was very, very, very powerful. He was so powerful that Wu Maji couldn't even resist his finger a few years ago. Just as she was about to suffer the greatest humiliation, the man she had always looked down on, Ningyu, rushed out and directly killed this devil-like handsome man in a suicidal manner. In extreme fear, Wu Maji really ran away, leaving her husband Ninghua to the devil. Then she never saw Ninghua again until the news of his death came. During this period, she lived in torment, pain, and hell every day, every moment, endless regret, endless shame, and endless humiliation. She had always looked down on Ninghua, thinking that he was weak and useless. He was a man, but he was as sensitive and delicate as a woman. She had always been proud, thinking that she was brave, strong, and fearless. She had always hated herself for not being a man. However, when the real danger came, the weak Ninghua chose to die, while the fearless Wu Maji chose to run away. She regretted not recognizing herself and Ninghua earlier. Then, the two of them would have been in love and had a cute baby. She regretted her cowardly decision to run away instead of choosing to fight and die with Ninghua. So, when the news of Ninghua's death came, she chose to be brave, to die. This was a form of relief and also a form of redemption. However, she did not die. She came back to life. There was an extremely terrifying, mysterious, and powerful energy that made her come back to life. From then on, her cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and her temperament changed drastically. She did not want to live, so after being resurrected by the evil energy, she tried to commit suicide many times. But she realized that she could not die at all. Then Ning Wuming told her, Ninghua did not die. Like Wu Maji, Ninghua was resurrected by the evil energy. As long as Wu Maji chose to be loyal to the Lord, Ninghua would return to her side one day. Thus, Wu Maji began her life as a witch. She killed countless people and destroyed countless people. She became another general of the Ning clan in the South Sea. Her viciousness, her loyalty to the young master of the Temple of Annihilation, was only for one purpose, and that was Ninghua's return. So, the 29-year-old Wu Maji was pure and innocent and did not even kiss. This was because when Ning Ruo had tried to kiss her, she had been slapped in the face instead. At this moment, as she was being held hostage, she kept colliding with Yang Dingtian. She had a strange feeling that she could not stop him. Afterward, Wu Maji felt a deep sense of shame and guilt. She felt that she had betrayed her husband. Of course, she would not scold Yang Dingtian shallowly, because this had nothing to do with Yang Dingtian, because Yang Dingtian's attention was not on her at all. Yang Dingtian, you should fulfill your promise and let Madame Wu Maji go. Suddenly, a shout came from the sky. It was Song Zhao's voice. Even though they were dozens of miles away, his voice was like thunder. Yang Dingtian lowered his head and looked at Wu Maji. Yang Dingtian, kill me. Chop off my head, Wu Maji suddenly said. I can't kill you, even if I chop off your head. If you really want to die, just explode your sea of qi and you'll die for real, Yang Dingtian said. Didn't you cherish your body before? Why don't you want it now? It has already humiliated me, Wu Maji said. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to offend you, but your teleportation technique is too shocking, Yang Dingtian said. You don't know anything, Wu Maji said in her heart. All right, thank you for escorting me. You can go, Yang Dingtian said. Say it. Yang Dingtian threw Wu Maji out. Wu Maji looked at Yang Dingtian. Today's humiliation will be returned tenfold in the future. My revenge will be very, very cruel. Yang Dingtian's face turned cold, and he ignored her. Do you think you can change anything by taking away tens of thousands of people? Don't be delusional. Cloud Sky City's destruction is destined. Your wife, your mother-in-law, and the young master of the Temple of Annihilation are destined. This group of people is destined to become cannon fodder, Wu Maji said coldly. She didn't know why she said this. She had always been cold and didn't like to talk. However, she didn't know why she would threaten Yang Dingtian today. It was as if the guilt in her heart lessened with every sentence she said to him. Yang Dingtian, I'll see you at the final battle of Cloud Sky City. I'll see you at the massacre. I'll see you at the end of Cloud Sky City. After saying this, Wu Maji disappeared into thin air. Instantly disappearing without a trace, Yang Dingtian led an army of tens of thousands all the way south. At this moment, his heart was still surging. To be honest, he went north to the World Society this time. He still had high hopes for the marriage between the World Society and Qin City. However, he didn't expect Song Xiao to be so greedy under his ambitious face. He actually changed sides because of the conditions Wu Maji gave him. In the end, he even abandoned his daughter and stood in the camp of the evil Dao. This caused the commander of the Devil Dragon Army to be completely bitterly disappointed. It also caused Song Chanhua and Song Lihua to abandon him. Of course, if Yang Dingtian could kill Wu Maji, he would still be able to force Song Xiao into a corner. However, who would have thought that Wu Maji's body had been revived by the evil spirits? No matter what, she couldn't be killed unless she blew up her own sea of qi. Moreover, who would have thought that she was so powerful? Not only did she kill countless devil dragon warriors, but she also heavily injured Song Chanhua and Vulture. If it wasn't for the Ring of Protection, the little girl would have died long ago. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's trip north this time was a complete failure. Not only did he fail to rope in the World Society, but he also made the World Society completely change sides. However, who would have thought that at the end of the road there would be light at the end of the tunnel? In the end, he actually obtained the extremely powerful Devil Dragon Army and close to 10,000 warriors. This harvest was so huge that it was even bigger than Yang Dingtian had imagined. However, the price he paid was also very high. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to reveal his identity as the hidden sect leader in advance. At this time, Yang Dingtian wasn't strong enough, so it wasn't the time to reveal his identity. However, in the end, he obtained this extremely powerful Devil Dragon Army. It could be said that this cavalry army of over 3,000 people had combat power that far surpassed all of Cloud Sky City's armed forces combined. Moreover, under the leadership of a few Master Realm experts, Yang Dingtian was confident that he could lead this extremely powerful and fast Devil Dragon Army and wipe out hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the ground. Along the way, they met many World Society's vassals, but no one dared to chase after them. Of course, because no one took the lead, no army joined Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, the little princess Vulture ran to Yang Dingtian's side. "Yang Dingtian, come here for a moment." The little girl was really amazing. She had suffered such serious injuries before, but after taking a sacred water pill, she was fine. However, her fake breasts had been cut by Wu Maji. Therefore, her devilish figure was gone. The little girl's confidence was greatly reduced, and she walked sneakily. Her confidence as a beautiful woman had completely disappeared. She didn't even dare to walk with her head held high. "What's wrong?" Yang Dingtian went over and said, "Also, why are you walking like that? Lift your chest. It's all your fault. I don't even have the courage to live anymore. I'm even hesitating whether or not I should commit suicide after the battle in Cloud Sky City." The little girl said, "She would commit suicide? Even if everyone in the world committed suicide, she wouldn't. You look very good and cute like this. It's not that the bigger you are, the better you are," Yang Dingtian said. "Cute? Do you know how humiliating this sentence is?" The little girl said, "Do you know how much of a failure this is for a woman? I suspect that when my husband and I get married in the future, it will be as if he married a man." Before she could finish, Yang Dingtian directly grabbed her ear and lifted her up. She screamed in pain, hearing that her words were getting more and more ridiculous. Yang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore. "You're only 17 years old. If I hear you say something like this again, I'll beat you up," Yang Dingtian said. The little girl immediately pouted and glared at Yang Dingtian. She covered her red and feverish ears and said in a low voice, "Why? Why can everyone control me? Just because I'm young? If you dare to hit me, I'll hit your son." Yang Dingtian could only pretend that he didn't hear her. He said coldly, "Why did you come to find me?" "It's all your fault for interrupting," the little girl said. "Quickly go and see Sister Chanhua. She's not good." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian changed. He quickly turned the demon dragon head and rushed towards Song Chunhua's carriage. Song Lihua didn't have any martial arts, so she was also in the carriage to take care of Song Chunhua. Seeing Yang Dingtian enter, Song Lihua's beautiful big eyes were filled with worry. She said, "Quickly come and see. Sister is not good." Yang Dingtian went forward to help Song Chunhua up. He immediately felt that his hand was cold. Song Chunhua had the phoenix fire vein. Her entire body was filled with energy. As long as one approached, they would be able to feel a fiery aura. However, she had never been so cold. Even when she was at her most injured in the secret realm, she wasn't so cold. "Have you taken the holy water pill?" "I took 3, but it was useless," Song Lihua said. "Even with the mystic fire, it was useless." Yang Dingtian said, "Yes." Song Lihua nodded. Yang Dingtian came behind Song Chunhua, placed his hand on her qi si, and injected a stream of profound qi. Immediately, Yang Dingtian shivered. A bone-piercing, cold energy attacked him. This kind of cold energy wasn't the kind that could freeze water. Instead, it was as cold as ghosts from hell. It was a cold that penetrated deep into the bones and profound qi. It was because the cold energy of the powerful dead spirit that Wu Maji summoned had entered Song Chunhua's body. At this moment, it was crazily devouring Yang Dingtian's life force. If it was allowed to continue, Song Chunhua wouldn't live to see tomorrow morning. Of course, Song Chunhua couldn't die. She was Yang Dingtian's most loyal right-hand woman. No matter who died, she couldn't be left out. In fact, Song Chunhua was also part of the Devil Dragon army. To be precise, they were directly following Song Chunhua, not Yang Dingtian. "Do you have a way?" Song Lihua asked. "I'll try. It's very dangerous," Yang Dingtian said. "You and the little girl stay at the side and watch over her." "Okay," Song Lihua said. The little girl also came in and sat opposite Song Lihua. Yang Dingtian took out a hollow beast tendon from his spatial ring. Then he broke off a piece of metal and used his hand magic to form a needle. He burned the needle with his mystic fire and made the needle hollow. He made 2 needles and put them on the 2 sides of the beast tendon. One end of the needle was inserted into Song Chunhua's vein, while the other end was inserted into Yang Dingtian's blood vessels. Then he took Song Chunhua's other hand and cut it open. Immediately, fresh blood gushed out. Yang Dingtian realized that Song Chunhua's blood had already changed color. It was faintly blue. It was very breathtaking and very strange. No wonder the mystic fire couldn't expel it. Not only did the cold ghost energy contaminate the profound qi, it also contaminated the blood. Song Lihua hurriedly used a basin to catch the blood that flowed out. Then, Yang Dingtian's blood quickly flowed into Song Chunhua's body. Song Chunhua's expression changed slightly. You want to change her blood?" Yang Dingtian nodded his head. "But you are so important. If you lose too much blood, it will be very harmful to your body and cultivation." Song Lihua said, "Why don't you use someone else's blood?" "I have the 9 Yang mystic meridians. Only my blood is useful," Yang Dingtian said. Then he closed his eyes. Time passed by minute by minute. Song Chunhua's blood flowed out continuously. More and more blood flowed out. Song Lihua and the little girl's expressions became more and more moved. At this moment, many people felt the strangeness in the carriage. They couldn't help but surround it with concern. Among them, the 3 commanders of the Devil Dragon army surrounded it. Although they didn't say anything, they all wanted to know what happened. Song Lihua gently lifted the curtain of the carriage, allowing the people outside to see the situation inside. Immediately, everyone saw the scene. Yang Dingtian used his blood to save Song Chunhua. Song Chunhua's blood continued to flow out while Yang Dingtian's blood continued to enter Song Chunhua's body. At this moment, the basin filled with Song Lihua's blood was already full. Song Lihua quickly changed it. Everyone outside was completely moved. They were very clear that how much blood Song Chanhua lost was the same as how much blood Yang Dingtian lost. How much blood was there? 1 gene, 3 gene, 4 gene? This was 1/3 or even nearly half of the blood in a person's body. What would happen if one lost this blood? Anyone could imagine it. Immediately, everyone outside felt their hearts tremble. Then they were incomparably moved. They followed Yang Dingtian because their blood boiled, because of passion, because of impulse. In fact, they didn't have much feelings for Yang Dingtian. They respected and supported Song Chanhua. The impression that Yang Dingtian gave them was still very shallow. At this moment, this scene was deeply engraved in their hearts. Yang Dingtian's figure was also deeply engraved in their hearts. This emotion, this spirit, would support them to fight to the end. Then, Song Lihua gently pulled the curtain. Little Princess Vulture immediately looked at her with admiration. Song Lihua was beautiful, gentle, and extremely intelligent. Her simple action would allow Yang Dingtian to win the hearts of countless people. The blood exchange was still continuing. Song Lihua and the little girls' faces were getting paler and paler. Song Chuanhua's second basin of blood was already full. At this moment, Song Lihua's heart skipped a beat. Yang Dingtian's body swayed, slightly just now. With so much blood, it was already at the limit. Perhaps Yang Dingtian might even die. Although Song Chanhua was her sister, there was a sentence in her heart that she wanted to say. "Give up, City Lord Yang." "Stop!" The little girl Vulture's face was getting paler and paler. Her beautiful eyes were getting redder and redder. In the end, she was about to cry. Just as they were about to collapse, Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes and pulled out the needle tube. "It's done." Immediately, Song Lihua and the little girl cried tears of joy. Song Lihua was still crying but didn't make a sound. The little girl, on the other hand, burst into tears. Next, Yang Dingtian quickly swallowed a pill. Finally, Song Chuanhua's face started to blush. Yang Dingtian adjusted his breath for a moment, stood up, and was about to walk outside. You should stay in the carriage." Song Lihua said. "That's not good." Yang Dingtian said. Then he walked out of the carriage. Immediately, countless concerned gazes looked at him. Yang Dingtian nodded and smiled. Then he mounted his demonic dragon mount and said, "Full speed south!" Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Then, more than 10,000 people with an imposing aura rushed south, more than 10,000 people, close to 20,000 mounts. They didn't sleep or rest along the way and traveled as fast as lightning. After 3 days and 3 nights, they had traveled close to 5,000 miles and finally left the north. Of course, the Devil Dragon Army only needed 1 day and 1 night to cover this distance. But in Yang Dingtian's team, other than the 3,000 over Devil Dragon cavalry, there were more than 10,000 martial artists who were riding horses. More than 10,000 people headed south. They met countless eyes and countless scouts, but they didn't meet any obstruction. After passing through the long and narrow land bridge, the northwest continent was already in sight. More than 10,000 people galloped on their mounts. They were majestic and rushed towards the northwest continent like a tide. In front of them was the territory of the northwest Qin city. The castle that guarded this place was called Heaven Wave City. In order to guard against the World Association's invasion, the scale of Heaven Wave City was very large. It had a circumference of over 10 miles. Yang Dingtian led more than 10,000 people and arrived at the Heaven Wave City gate. He looked at Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu rode forward and said, "I am the Northwest Qin City's young lord, Qin Huayu. Open the city gate and let the army pass." "Ka-cha-cha! Ka-cha-cha!" Suddenly on the city wall, countless troops rushed out. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The sound of countless bowstrings being pulled could be heard. Rumble, rumble! From the east and west, 2 black torrents surged forward. They were 2 cavalry units. Each cavalry unit had more than 10,000 people. The 2 cavalry units and the Heaven Wave City in front surrounded Yang Dingtian's 10,000 people in the center. Then, a familiar face appeared on the city gate. Autumn Water Sword Sect's young lord, Qiu Qingchuan. The man who once pursued Qin Mengli hated Yang Dingtian to the core. "Cousin, how have you been?" Qiu Qingchuan said lazily. Qin Huayu frowned and said, "Open the gate and let the army pass." Qiu Qingchuan smiled and said, "Cousin, if you want to pass, you can. But those cats and dogs behind you can't." Then Qiu Qingchuan's face turned cold and said, "Yang Dingtian, take your cats and dogs and get out of my northwest Qin city's territory. Otherwise, it will be seen as a provocation and a declaration of war. My Qin city's army will crush your bones." At this moment, Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure among the tens of thousands of cavalry units. Qin Wanqiu, the northwest Qin city's lord, the lord of the 10,000 miles territory, the hero of his generation, Qin Wanqiu. At this moment, he was looking at Yang Dingtian with a lingering aftertaste, a faint surprise, and a faint smile. "Yang Dingtian, get out!" Qiu Qingchuan shouted. "Otherwise you will be killed." Suddenly, the 3 Devil Dragon army commanders were furious and were about to draw their swords. Yang Dingtian said lightly, "Qiu Qingchuan, open the city gate and let us pass." "Get out!" Qiu Qingchuan shouted coldly. Then she pulled her bow and shot an arrow at Yang Dingtian. Whoosh! A sharp arrow suddenly shot at Yang Dingtian's feet and sank half a foot into the ground, shaking violently. "Yang Dingtian, get out of my northwest Qin city's territory immediately. If you dare to take one step forward, it will be seen as a declaration of war. My Qin city's army will kill you." Qiu Qingchuan shouted proudly and looked at Qin Wanqiu. With Qin Wanqiu here, what else could he be afraid of? "I will now count down from 3. If you don't leave, I will order the arrows to be released and order the war to kill you all. 3, 2, 1. As the voice fell, all the archers on the city wall aimed. Yang Dingtian raised his hand and then took a few steps back. Behind him, all the Devil Dragon army also took a few steps back. "Ha ha ha!" Qiu Qingchuan laughed proudly. "Yang Dingtian, you finally have a day like this. You also know fear. I thought you were powerful and impressive, but it turns out that you are just a coward. Ha ha ha!" Yang Dingtian pulled out his sword and looked at Qin Wanqiu in the distance. He ordered, Devil Dragon army, charge into the city. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Yes. Everyone shouted. Then the 3,000 Devil Dragon army soldiers rushed out like a tidal wave and like thunder. Chapter 440. Release the arrows, shoot! Qiu Qingchuan, who was on the city wall, suddenly gave the order. Immediately, tens of thousands of arrows shot out from the city wall. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The arrows were as dense as rain, and the sword energy was as fast as lightning. The black mass of sharp arrows swept over like a gust of wind, and the 3,000 demon dragon knights didn't stop at all. Like a tornado, they swept over crazily. Their speed was too fast, so fast that it was suffocating. Bang, bang, bang! The dense rain of arrows instantly smashed into the tornado-like demon dragon legion. 2 black shadows fiercely collided. The arrows in this world were completely different from those on Earth. The lethality was many times greater. In ancient China on Earth, it was considered impressive to be able to open a stone bow. But here, the power was at least 3 to 5 times greater. It was enough to directly pierce through a person's armor. This rainstorm-like sharp arrows smashed over ferociously, making crisp sounds in unison. Countless streaks of flames shot out. However, there were no casualties. That's right, there were no casualties. First of all, the demon dragon mount was basically invulnerable. It was extremely strong, so its entire body could be inlaid with thick armor. And under the armor, there were even harder scales on its body. Ordinary arrows, even strong crossbows, couldn't hurt it. And these demon dragon warriors were all above the martial mystic level. Of course, this kind of martial mystic level expert was similar to being matured. They were collectively cultivated. Their individual combat strength and future development of their martial strength were relatively limited. However, they were still at the martial mystic level after all. In addition, each of them had a set of elite black and gold armor on their bodies. Therefore, this rain of arrows wouldn't cause any harm to them. Therefore, this powerful and dense rain of arrows didn't cause any casualties. It didn't even slow down the Demon Dragon Legion. More than 3,000 demon dragon warriors, because their bodies were too big after they spread out on the ground. They were a black mass that couldn't be seen. Their aura was like an army of tens of thousands. A short distance of a few hundred meters was too short for the Demon Dragon Legion. More than 3,000 demon dragon cavalry, a black mass, blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Like black lightning, they arrived in an instant. The soldiers on the city wall didn't even have time to fire a second arrow before the 3,000 devil dragon cavalry arrived at the foot of the city wall. The expression of the soldiers on the city wall changed. This speed, this aura, and even the gigantic and ferocious figure of the demonic dragon mount were enough to scare them out of their wits. However, what made them slightly relieved was that Heaven Wave City was very big and the city walls were very high. No matter how powerful a cavalry was, they were still cavalry and could not attack a city. Following that, they were shocked to discover that the terrifying devil dragon cavalry didn't slow down or stop when they reached the bottom of the city wall. Was he trying to commit suicide by banging his head against the wall? With such a fast speed, no matter how powerful the demonic dragon mount was, its head would be crushed. However, what happened next completely stunned them. The devil dragon army didn't need to slow down because they could directly climb up the city walls. This city wall was more than 20 meters high, and the wallpaper was steep. These demonic dragons were like geckos as they quickly climbed up. His speed was incomparably fast, and from the naked eye, there was not much difference between him and the ground. Several thousand demon dragon warriors surged forward like a black tide. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. Not only the people on the city wall, but also Yang Dingtian and the others, including the 20,000 cavalrymen of Qin City who were watching from afar. The cavalry actually charged up the city walls. Not all of the 3,000 demon dragon cavalry climbed up the city walls. Only 1,000 of them did. The remaining 2,000 cavalrymen slowed down and stopped. They split into two groups and faced off against the 20,000 cavalrymen of Qin City. Qin Wancho's expression instantly changed. This devil dragon cavalry was extremely arrogant. At this moment, there were close to 20,000 soldiers in Heaven Wave City. The devil dragon army, as the attacking party, only sent out 1,000 men. Qin Wancho was leading 20,000 elite cavalrymen, but the devil dragon army wanted to use 2,000 men to fight. The people on the city wall didn't even have time to smash the boulders or splash the boiling oil. Amidst the astonishment, the 1,000-strong devil dragon army arrived at the top of the city walls under Qin Huayu's lead at lightning speed. Swish, 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 swish! After reaching the city wall, all the devil dragon cavalry stretched out their battle blades. They didn't need to do anything, they just needed to charge over. They held onto their battle blades and flew over. Instantly, there was an endless amount of blood. Countless heads flew into the air. Just like harvesting wheat, the soldiers on the city wall didn't have any power to resist. In an instant, their heads were chopped off and half of their bodies were chopped off. They didn't even have time to cry out in pain or scream. Shwa! After the 1,000 over devil dragon cavalry swept over, the city wall was instantly emptied. The 3,000 elite warriors on the city wall were all killed in an instant. Instantly, there was only one person left on the city wall. The young master of the Autumn Water Sword sect, Qiu Qingchuan. He was completely stunned, completely shocked. Of course, he heard that the Devil Dragon Cavalry was the overlord of the ground. However, he felt that this was definitely exaggerated. This was because he hadn't seen the Devil Dragon Cavalry in battle for over 100 years. Furthermore, the Devil Dragon Cavalry didn't perform well in the world-ending war 200 years ago. Therefore, this battle in Heaven Wave City was fought for by him. Among the powers of the Northwest Qin City, the Autumn Water Sword sect was undoubtedly the most determined to rely on evil ways. In terms of enmity towards Yang Dingtian, the Autumn Water Sword sect was also undoubtedly the most intense. This point could be seen when Qin Wanchou's wife represented Qin City in the Tiando League Northwest Conference and supported and advocated for sanctions against Cloud Sky City. Therefore, a few days ago, when he found out that Yang Dingtian had passed through the land bridge to head to the North Tianxia gathering, Qiu Qingchuan proposed to lead the army to enter Heaven Wave City. When Yang Dingtian returned, they would give him a fatal blow. The Autumn Water Sword sect and Qin Wanchou's wife gave the greatest support and sent 20,000 people to enter Heaven Wave City. When the 3,000 Devil Dragon Cavalry rushed over, although their momentum was shocking, Qiu Qingchuan didn't think it was a big deal. He was the defender of the city and had 20,000 warriors in his hands. Not to mention, there were 20,000 cavalry in the distance who could provide support at any time. He was very optimistic about this battle. However, the cruelty of reality instantly tore apart all of his fantasies. He didn't think that the Devil Dragon Cavalry would be so fast and invulnerable. He also didn't think that they would climb up the city wall like a tide. The strong and tall city wall was completely ignored by the Devil Dragon Cavalry as if they were walking on flat ground. What happened next was a one-sided slaughter, which shocked him even more. The most elite personal guards by his side could be said to have a cultivation level that wasn't inferior to the Devil Dragon Cavalry. However, why were they killed the moment they saw them and couldn't resist at all? In less than 10 minutes, a few thousand of the most elite people on the city wall were all killed. As for the Devil Dragon Cavalry, there were still no casualties. This legendary overlord of the land was so strong that it made people feel suffocated. Why were they so strong? Because, first of all, the Devil Dragon Cavalry wasn't a real cavalry but a demon beast. In terms of cultivation, the Devil Dragon Cavalry was stronger than the cavalry on its back. Therefore, the power of the Devil Dragon Cavalry's attack was very strong. Therefore, even if they were facing warriors with a higher cultivation level, they could still kill them. Even if they couldn't kill them instantly, a few Devil Dragon Cavalry together could completely kill them. At this moment, Qin Wanchou, who was far away, was completely stunned by this scene. Of course, he knew the might and power of the Devil Dragon Cavalry, but he had never seen it before. He had proposed to have an armed drill with the World Society many times and asked them to send out the Devil Dragon Cavalry because he wanted to know how strong the other party was. Then he thought about the feasibility of attacking the World Society in the north. However, Song Shao of the World Society refused every time. Now he finally saw how powerful the Devil Dragon Army was. It was much more powerful than he had imagined. And such a land overlord was actually obtained by Yang Dingtian. Qin Huaiyu lifted his mask and looked at the lonely Qiu Qingchuan on the city wall. Qiu Qingchuan's face was pale, and she said in a trembling voice, "Cousin, turn back and be saved. There is no way out if you follow Yang Dingtian. There is no hope." Qin Huaiyu didn't say anything. Instead, he rode the Devil Dragon forward slowly and began to speed up. Qiu Qingchuan was shocked and said, "Are you going to kill me? You dare to kill me?" I am already young Master Ning Wuming's slave. I am his confidant. You dare to kill me?" Qin Wanchou, who was far away, narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Qin Huaiyu, stop!" Now, Qin Huaiyu could still turn back. If he killed Qiu Qingchuan, then there would be no turning back, because now Qiu Qingchuan had indeed become Ning Wuming's slave. Whoosh! Qin Huaiyu didn't slow down at all and rushed past Qiu Qingchuan like lightning. Qiu Qingchuan's body trembled, and he raised his sword, intending to block. Whoosh! His vision turned black, and then he didn't know anything. A head suddenly flew into the air. Qiu Qingchuan's head disappeared. In less than 1 second, his head was cut off in an instant. Even blood didn't have time to flow out. Then the gigantic, demonic dragon mount stomped over its headless corpse and crushed it into a pile of meat. Qin Wanqiu saw this scene from afar, and his body shook violently. His face instantly turned cold and green. At this moment, below the city wall, there were still the Autumn Water Sword Sect's army. They were looking at the city wall in horror. They watched Qiu Qingchuan get killed. After losing their leader, they didn't know what to do. They only hesitated for a moment. Qin Huaiyu ordered, "All of them, kill them all." Yes, more than 1,000 devil dragon cavalry rushed out like lightning. In an instant, they rushed into the formation of more than 10,000 Autumn Water Sword Sect soldiers. What happened next was more ferocious and thorough than a tiger entering a flock of sheep. They were completely like harvesters. Row after row, they crazily reaped the lives of the Autumn Water Sword Sect warriors. It was a complete, one-sided massacre. Even if there were only 1,000 people on one side and more than 10,000 people on the other side, countless Autumn Water Sword Sect warriors wanted to escape. But how could they outrun the lightning-fast devil dragon cavalry? Qin Huaiyu wanted to turn his head and not look, but he could not look. He didn't want to kill these people. Yang Dingtian didn't want to kill them even more. But they had to be killed. Autumn Water Sword Sect and White Cloud City were the two Taiando League forces that had defected to the evil ways. They had to be completely massacred. The bloodiest punishment could deter and alert the other forces that were on the verge of collapse and wanted to join them. Yang Dingtian's policy was very clear. If you join me to fight against the evil ways, then we'll be comrades in life and death. We'll be brothers. I'll never leave you. If you're afraid of the evil ways and don't dare to join us and fight against them, then it doesn't matter. You can just stand on the side and watch the battle. When the outcome is decided, you can make a decision. But if you completely join the evil ways, then I'll be sorry. Then you'll be my mortal enemy. I'll kill you all. I won't rest until I'm dead." Yang Dingtian looked at the 20,000 Qin City cavalry in the distance. He urged the devil dragon cavalry and slowly came to the city. "Throw down all the heads and build a jingguan," Yang Dingtian ordered. "Yes," Qin Huaiyu said. However, what happened next was something that no one would ever forget. Countless heads were thrown down from the city wall. Like raindrops, they fell one after another. In the end, these heads piled up into a mountain, a pyramid-like mountain that was taller than the city wall. 20,000 people, 20,000 heads piled up into a jingguan. Among them, the head at the top came from Qiu Qingchuan. The whole ground was dead silent. Looking at the huge human head, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. Although the sun was shining brightly in the sky, everyone felt a bone-piercing cold. Yang Dingtian urged the huge devil dragon cavalry and slowly walked to the front of the jingguan. The devil dragon cavalry smelled the scent of blood and immediately snorted. Yang Dingtian's gaze swept across the 20,000 cavalry in the distance. Of course, they didn't receive the order to attack. But even if they did, it was useless. The speed was too fast. Almost before they could react, the Autumn Water Sword Sect army in Heaven Wave City had already been wiped out. Today, in front of everyone, I officially announce my declaration. First, let's say justice again. I, Yang Dingtian, lead the Taiando League forces and stand on the side of justice. And Qin Chi-Chi, Ning Wuming, and the Temple of Annihilation's young master, Li Ming, stand on the side of evil. Regarding the two opposing sides, everyone has to face it, no one can escape. Second, if someone is willing to join us, stand on the side of justice and fight against evil ways to the end. That person is my life and death brother. We will live and die together and will never betray each other. Third, if you are afraid of the power of evil ways and don't dare to be enemies, then don't worry. You can stand on the side and watch the battle. When we have a winner or loser, it won't be too late for you to choose your side. Fourth, if you are blinded by greed or have an even more evil motive, stand on the side of evil ways. Stand on the side of Qin Chi Chi and Ning Wuming. Then you are the enemy of justice, the enemy of the Tiando League and me. Then, no matter how noble your background is, no matter how powerful your forces are, I will kill you all. Today's Autumn Water Sword sect is an example. Now, as the leader of the hidden sect, I announce the Tiando League's first extermination order. The Autumn Water Sword sect colluded with evil ways, betrayed the Tiando League, betrayed justice, and betrayed the chaotic world. Here, I officially announce the expulsion of the Autumn Water Sword sect from the Tiando League. Kill all the people of the Autumn Water Sword sect. Announce the extermination order to all the backbone of the Autumn Water Sword sect. All forces and people in the world must draw a clear line with the Autumn Water Sword sect. All martial artists of the Autumn Water Sword sect can leave their forces within a month, draw a clear line with them, and announce that they are enemies. Otherwise, when the time comes, kill without mercy. Yang Dingtian's voice was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. At this moment, at least everyone could feel the shock in their hearts, because Yang Dingtian was standing in front of 20,000 heads when he spoke. As for the other forces, when they received Yang Dingtian's proclamation, they would probably laugh their heads off. Who do you think you are, Yang Dingtian? You even want to expel them from the Tiando League? Draw a clear line and exterminate them. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? You can't even protect yourself. This proclamation was destined to be ridiculed by countless people. However, to Yang Dingtian's side, it was indeed crucial and had absolute strategic significance. First, draw a clear line in the world. Who was the enemy? Who was the friend? Who was the evil? Who was the righteous? Everything had to be clear on these 2 points before they could discuss other matters. After standing on the side of righteousness, the next step was to draw a bottom line. This bottom line was that you could sit on the fence, but before the outcome was decided, no one could side with evil ways, or else they would be exterminated. The Autumn Water Sword sect would become the first test of Yang Dingtian's proclamation. If the Autumn Water Sword sect was truly exterminated, then Yang Dingtian's proclamation would immediately have prestige and enormous weight that could intimidate the world. If a month was up, the Autumn Water Sword sect would still be alive and well. Then Yang Dingtian's proclamation would become a complete laughingstock. After speaking, Yang Dingtian glanced at Qin Wanzhou in the distance and was about to lead the army through Heaven Wave City and return to Cloud Sky City. Of course, according to their original plan, they had to make a trip to Qin City. The first step in Yang Dingtian's political battle was the marriage alliance between Qin Huaiyu and the World Society. The second step was to use the World Society's marriage alliance to go to Qin City and suppress Qin Wanzhou, so that the scales wouldn't slide towards the evil ways. They didn't ask him to completely stand on Yang Dingtian's side, but at least not to completely stand on the evil ways side, especially not to send a large number of troops to attack Cloud Sky City in the battle a month later. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Yang Dingtian, your World Society strategy had basically failed. Although the gains were huge, it also directly fell out with Song Shao, and the World Society's forces had completely sided with the evil ways. The first step of the marriage alliance had failed, so the second step of threatening Qin Wanzhou naturally didn't need to be used. It was also because of the failure of the first step that Yang Dingtian had no choice but to reveal his title as the hidden sect master in advance and release Yang Dingtian's proclamation in advance. Otherwise, according to the plan, after winning the battle with Qin Chi Chi, he planned to use the prestige of his victory to release the proclamation against the evil ways. This way, it would have a huge deterrent force to the world. However, his political battle had failed. He had no choice but to release the Yang Dingtian's proclamation in advance. However, This proclamation was like a currency without the country's credit. It was destined to have no power or value for the time being. Therefore, he had to let blood and slaughter, victory and battle make this proclamation more and more prestigious and more deterrent force. The 20,000+ heads in Heaven Wave City would be the first smear of blood that dyed Yang Dingtian's proclamation red. After Qin Wanqiu heard this proclamation, he directly let out a cold laugh and then sat on the throne with a leisurely and lofty posture, waiting for Yang Dingtian to come up and negotiate. He knew that Yang Dingtian really wanted to negotiate with him. Even his life and death, to a large extent, was entrusted to him, Qin Wanqiu. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian also wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to the world gathering to choose a marriage for Qin Huaiyu. Wasn't it to increase the weight of his negotiation with Qin Wanqiu? Therefore, in terms of both parties' positions, Qin Wanqiu was detached and had the initiative and was high and mighty. Even though Yang Dingtian had started a massacre just now, which was equivalent to slapping Qin Wanqiu's face. However, his son was after all on Yang Dingtian's side. Therefore, he was still willing to grant Yang Dingtian a chance to negotiate. Qin Wanqiu also really enjoyed this feeling of controlling people's fate. However, Yang Dingtian didn't even turn his head back and directly left with tens of thousands of people. Qin Huaiyu also only turned his head to take a look before following Yang Dingtian and left. Qin Wanqiu trembled. What game was Yang Dingtian playing? Playing what kind of loosening the reins to grasp better? There was still one more point. Qin Wanqiu indeed felt very shocked. That was his son, Qin Huaiyu, was actually so dead set on Yang Dingtian. How arrogant was Qin Huaiyu? How smart was he? How much did he look down on Yang Dingtian previously? The two of them were even enemies. But at this time, Qin Huaiyu was actually completely obedient to Yang Dingtian's orders, following his lead blindly, even putting him, this father, aside too. He originally thought that Yang Dingtian was loosening the reins to grasp better, and Qin Wanqiu wasn't willing to fall for it. But when Yang Dingtian's troops completely disappeared from Heaven Wave City, Qin Wanqiu finally could not resist and said loudly, "Yang Dingtian, aren't you preparing to have a talk with this old man?" Qin Huaiyu, seeing your father, you're not coming over to pay respects? Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu exchanged a glance, then nodded their heads. The two people rode two steeds, heading towards Qin Wanqiu at lightning speed. Chapter 441. Under Qin Wanqiu's eyes, Qin Huaiyu led the nearly invincible Devil Dragon army and slaughtered the Autumn Water Sword sect's 20,000 people. He was completely unharmed. Then, Yang Dingtian ordered the 20,000 heads to be built into the capital to intimidate the world. The topmost head was Autumn Qingquan. Qin Wanqiu looked at all this. Although he was incomparably furious, he didn't make a move. Then, Yang Dingtian made a strategic declaration under the capital. Qin Wanqiu didn't say anything. Finally, when Yang Dingtian turned to leave, he couldn't help but summon them to negotiate. Son greets father. Qin Huaiyu got off his mount and knelt on the ground. Yang Dingtian greets city, Lord Qin. Yang Dingtian got off his mount and bowed. Yang Dingtian, you're very impressive. In just a few months, you've made my son completely useless. He has no opinions and is like a slave. Qin Wanqiu sneered. Qin Huaiyu was a proud person. Being called a slave and having no opinions was a huge blow to him. Qin Wanqiu wanted to drive a wedge between Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu. However, Qin Huaiyu didn't have any expression. Even his eyes didn't move. Qin Wanqiu's provocation was useless. In these few months, too many things had happened in his time with Yang Dingtian. They had gone through countless life and death situations together. Yang Dingtian had saved his life more than once. Yang Dingtian had helped him more than once. Qin Huaiyu knew clearly in his heart how much he owed Yang Dingtian. Furthermore, it would be a joke to say that he didn't have his own opinions, was a good-for-nothing, and was like an obedient servant. They knew that they obeyed Yang Dingtian. They saw him as their leader, but their relationship was completely equal. They were completely brothers in life and death. It was fundamentally different from the majority of people in power in the world who saw their subordinates as slaves. If City Lord Qin is here to talk to me about this, then don't waste my time, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. When Qin Wanchou saw that he did not succeed in sowing discord, he immediately smiled faintly and said, Yang Dingtian, let me tell you a huge piece of bad news. Please speak, Yang Dingtian said. Regarding your suggestion of causing the death of Dongfang Bingling and making you a sinner of the world, as well as the suggestion of expelling Cloud Sky City from the Taiando League. The Northwest branch had already submitted it to the Eastern Cloud State as quickly as possible. Furthermore, the decision will be made in advance. Before your battle with Qin Chichi, the decision will have to be made and announced to the world. Qin Wanchou said. The muscles on Yang Dingtian's face twitched. This was bad news, deadly bad news, incomparably bad news. Qin Wanchou smiled and said, You can only blame yourself for being too incisive. You actually pulled Qin Huayu, Song Chanhua, Vulture, and Zhu Hongxue to one side, and your momentum rose greatly all of a sudden. Therefore, Qin Chichi and Ning Wuming are somewhat unable to sit still. Therefore, the decision will be made in advance. Once the decision is passed, you will become a sinner of the Taiando League. You will become the public enemy of the world. You will lose before the war even begins. I know. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Then you should also know that my Northwest Qin City has direct veto power in the Taiando League Conference. Qin Wanchou said, In your original strategic chessboard, there were two key pieces. One was the world society, and the other was my Qin City. It can be said that the life and death of your political war completely depends on the two of us. I admit, Yang Dingtian said. However, your world society's marriage strategy has completely failed. Now your only hope is my Qin City, Qin Wanchou said. You need a big shot to speak for you in the Taiando League Conference. Right now, you keep saying that you are the leader of the hidden sect and that you represent the Taiando League, but it's useless. If you are listed as an evil way in the Taiando League Conference and Cloud Sky City is expelled, then your declaration and your righteousness will become a complete joke. My Qin City will become your only hope. That's right, I admit, Yang Dingtian said. However, your world society's marriage alliance has failed. You don't have any bargaining chips in your hands to negotiate with me. Qin Wanchou smiled and said, What can you use in exchange for me standing on your side? What can you use in exchange for my veto power? I won't say a word for you. You have already lost the war with Qin Chichi before it even started. You don't even have a chance to fight. Yang Dingtian nodded and admitted, I, Qin Wanchou, am already your only hope. Qin Wanchou said with a faint smile. I'm giving you a chance to convince me. I'm giving you a chance to negotiate. What are you planning to use to bribe me? Yang Dingtian smiled and said, City Lord Qin, aren't you afraid that the Temple of Annihilation will blame you for speaking up for me? Qin Wanchou smiled indifferently and said, A martial grandmaster like me has a very high status. At least before the Demon King revives, they can only try to rope me in and can't be my enemy. Hee, in this world, even sitting on the fence depends on strength. Come, Yang Dingtian, name your price. I can consider saving you. Qin Wanchou smiled and said. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked down at Yang Dingtian. No, I don't have any bargaining chips. I won't name any price. You can do whatever you want, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Instantly, Qin Wanchou's expression changed. Then he shook his head and said, Yang Dingtian, you really disappoint me. Being so impulsive, how can you be a qualified leader? Then Qin Wanchou sneered and said, Yang Dingtian, put away your impulsiveness and pride. I'll give you one last chance to negotiate. Tell me, what bargaining chips do you have to bribe me to veto the Taiando League meeting? This way, you'll still have a chance to fight Qin Chichi and prove yourself to the world. Otherwise, you'll be dead before the battle even begins. Yang Dingtian spread his hands and said, I don't have any bargaining chips? If you think I do, you can name your own price. Begging for the blessings of the strong was absurd in itself. It was impossible. City Lord Qin, do you think I have any bargaining chips? Then you can name your price. Qin Wanchou was so angry that he almost couldn't help but leave. Indeed, why would he negotiate? Of course, it wasn't because he pitted Yang Dingtian, but because he had a request. Soon, Qin Wanchou calmed down and said, You have bargaining chips. I'll name my price. First, Qin Jiaojiao will divorce you and send her to Qin City. Second, hand over Qin Huaiyu and let him return to Qin City. From today onwards, he will have nothing to do with you. Third, give me half of the Devil Dragon Cavalry. Fourth, this definitely isn't a condition, but a goodwill from me. I know you have a young son, and you're destined to be destroyed in this war. Then, let Jiao Jiao bring this child to Qin City. I'll let her treat him as her own, and leave behind a bloodline for you. Of course, in the war a month later, if you win, you can bring the child back. At this point, Qin Wanchou's face was filled with compassion and kindness. With that, Qin Wanchou smiled and said, Just these 4 conditions. It's very simple, and you can easily fulfill them. You have to agree to these 4 conditions during the Taiando League meeting. When Lang Yanmei proposes to punish you, Yang Dingtian, and remove Cloud Sky City's name, I will use my veto power. The Taiando League had a total of 5 veto powers. The first was the Hidden Sect. The second was the Yinyang School. The third was the Black Heaven Sect. The fourth was the Vulture Palace. The fifth was the Northwest Qin City. Among them, the Hidden Sect, the Yinyang School, and the Black Heaven Sect always had veto power. As for the Vulture Palace and the Northwest Qin City, they were on a rotational basis and had about 20 years of power. Hearing these 4 conditions, even though Yang Dingtian told himself not to be angry, endless anger still surged in his heart. The Taiando League doesn't belong to me, Yang Dingtian. The primal chaos world doesn't belong to me, Yang Dingtian. You, Qin Wanchou, have a lot of shares. Now, I'm saving the Taiando League and saving the primal chaos world. As a shareholder, not only are you not helping, but you're also blackmailing me and framing me, just like how I'm protecting this family. Not only are you not helping, but you're also dragging me down and poaching me. City Lord Qin. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, As expected, no one can compare to your foresight. The war hasn't started yet. You're making arrangements for the end of the war. I was originally wondering why Qin Wanchou was so stupid. You clearly knew that the evil ways were just using you. After they punished the world, they would definitely get rid of you. Why would you still be fooled? Now I know. You're making arrangements now to protect yourself after the war. Qin Wanchou's gaze trembled, and he sneered, Yang Dingtian, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? Are you going to treat my good intentions as ill intentions? Don't pretend to be confused. Yang Dingtian said, Your so-called first, second, and third conditions are all fake. They're all a cover for the 4th condition. What you want is Dugu Aoshuang. You know her value very well. You know that after the evil ways take over the world, she will become your absolute protective treasure. That's why you want to take her away. Yang Dingtian gave a thumbs up and said, City Lord Qin, Song Xiao is too far away from you. He's so short-sighted. He actually sold himself completely for a mere Grandmaster breakthrough. You're really amazing. You immediately discovered the most useful and precious thing. You're worthy of being a formidable person in the universe. Instantly, Qin Wanchou's expression changed drastically. He thought that Yang Dingtian definitely wouldn't be able to see through his scheme. That's right, what he wanted was Dugu Aoshuang. As for letting Qin Jiaojiao bring Yang Dingtian's son to Qin City, Dugu Aoshuang, who was constantly taking care of the baby, would naturally follow. Qin Wanchou was so treacherous. He didn't say anything about Dugu Aoshuang, but all his targets were on her. For this, he didn't hesitate to offer half of the Devil Dragon army in order to infuriate Yang Dingtian and make him lose his mind. It was also for the sake of bargaining. When the time came, he would generously erase the third path and completely get his way. I prostrate myself in admiration of your schemes, but I despise your character and magnanimity to the extreme. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, Duga Xiao, as one of the leaders of the evil ways, still has a conscience. He clearly knows Dugu Aoshuang's value, but he still gave her to me. Because he couldn't betray the evil ways, he had no choice. But in his heart, he was still willing to support me and wasn't willing to let his daughter be involved in the evil ways. You, Qin Wanchou, as one of the overlords of the Taiando League, you had plenty of choices. But you chose evil and chose to side with the enemy. The way you conduct yourself is truly despicable. You're really worse than Song Shao. He's only greedy and stupid, but you're completely despicable and shameless. Qin Wanchou, as one of the overlords, had never been scolded by anyone. He had never been scolded like this before, and by a junior at that. I'll kill you. Instantly, his anger soared to the heavens. Whatever schemes, they were all thrown to the back of his mind. His entire person was practically about to explode from anger. He suddenly raised his palm and was about to chop down. Qin Huaiyu suddenly rushed in front of Yang Dingtian and raised his head to look at his father. The meaning was very clear. If you want to kill Yang Dingtian, you have to kill me, Qin Huaiyu, first. Qin Huaiyu, you also want to go against me. You want to completely become enemies with your father for that idiot Yang Dingtian? Qin Wanchou roared angrily. That's right, Qin Huaiyu said indifferently. Instantly, Qin Wanchou was completely stunned. He originally thought that Qin Huaiyu would say something like, I choose to stand on the side of justice. Who knew that he would only say indifferently, that's right. This sentence was very indifferent, but it was like a sharp sword piercing his heart. His own son actually so indifferently made a choice in front of his father and an outsider. What kind of failure did that mean for him as a father? Yang Dingtian gently pulled Qin Huaiyu away and said, Don't worry, Qin Wanchou won't dare to kill me. This is really a huge irony. My greatest enemy has become my protective talisman, causing no one to dare to kill me. City Lord Qin, I don't agree to your conditions. I'll take my leave then, Yang Dingtian said indifferently, then turned and was about to leave. After walking a few meters, Qin Wanchou suddenly said angrily, Yang Dingtian, do you think I didn't think of standing on your side? Otherwise, why would I let Qin Huaiyu follow you? Why would I betroth Qin Jiaojiao to you as a concubine? Following that, Qin Wanchou said in a trembling voice, It's your hidden sect. Your Taiando League is completely hopeless, leaving me with no other choice. Nihility Piaoling is finished and has become the Devil Queen. Dongfang Bingling is finished and has become Mu Dan. The hidden sex master was actually handed over to such a weak child like you. The only grandmaster by your side, Lung Qingqin, even died at the hands of Dongfang Bingling. The Taiando League is already over. You, a little child, want to save the world? Ridiculous. The Taiando League is over, leaving me with no other choice. Yang Dingtian turned and said, Of course you have a choice, even if we have no hope of winning. It's easy to choose between dying standing and living kneeling. Your son and even your daughter, Qin Jiaojiao, know how to choose. It's just that you don't want to choose. Moreover, will I lose for sure? Not necessarily. You'll lose for sure. You'll die for sure. Cloud Heaven City is finished. Qin Wanchou said coldly, You have no hope. Don't think that you have the Devil Dragon army and look impressive. It's useless. All right then, we'll talk about it when we're finished, Yang Dingtian said. Then he and Qin Huaiyu continued to leave. Huaiyu. Suddenly, Qin Wanchou shouted from behind. He had never heard this voice before, and it was even slightly trembling. Qin Huaiyu stood still. Qin Chi isn't my daughter at all. She's always been sent by the other side to hide by my side. She's just a pair of eyes. Therefore, you've always been my only successor. My previous attitude was to train you, and also because I had no choice. Qin Wanchou said softly, come back to father's side. I promise you that as long as you come back to my side, I'll draw a clear line between you and Yang Dingtian. I'll speak for Yang Dingtian at the Tiando League meeting. Moreover, in the war against Cloud Heaven City, I won't send out a real army. Come back, my son. Qin Huaiyu had never seen Qin Wanchou like this before. He spoke so gently and even seemed a little weak. His father had always been extremely strict and overbearing. His mind was as deep as the sea, and he was awe-inspiring without being angry. Qin Huaiyu still stood still. Immediately after, Qin Wanchou's voice became incomparably cold as he said, Qin Huaiyu, Yang Dingtian is dead for sure. The only reason he hasn't died yet is because others haven't finished with him yet. They still can't bear to eat him up. However, he's dead for sure, and the Tiando League is doomed. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. Qin Huaiyu still didn't move. Qin Wanchou's voice suddenly became even colder and more emotionless as he said, however, if you, Qin Huaiyu, don't return to my side, then at the Tiando League meeting, I don't mind killing him. In the war 1 month later, my Qin city will send out 100,000, 200,000 elites to completely destroy Cloud Heaven City. Not a single person, a blade of grass, or a tree will be left. Qin Huaiyu, Yang Dingtian, make your choice. Qin Wanchou finally said. Qin Huaiyu's entire body trembled violently, but he quickly calmed down. He turned around and bowed deeply to Qin Wanchou, saying, Father, take care! Then he left with Yang Dingtian. Qin Wanchou slumped into his chair, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Wasn't this choice very, very difficult to make? Why didn't Qin Huaiyu hesitate at all? Yang Dingtian led the army back to Cloud Heaven City. What should we do? Qin Huaiyu and Yang Dingtian rode side by side and said, what should we do next? Should we go to the Yinyang School or the Vulture Palace? They both have a veto vote in their hands. Vulture Palace, Yang Dingtian said. In order to revive my master, we must go to the Vulture Palace. However, before we go to the Vulture Palace, we must do 2 things. What are they? Qin Huaiyu asked. First, send the Yang Dingtian Declaration to the hands of every power in the world. No matter how big or small, every power must receive it. Don't care if they ridicule us or not. It's even better if they ridicule us. We can let this declaration spread throughout the world as quickly as possible. We must spread it throughout the world before the Tiando League meeting, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Qin Huaiyu said. Second, I will pretend to go to the Yinyang School to ask for support. Then we will use the fastest speed and the most secretive method to go to the Autumn Water Sword sect. We will exterminate the Autumn Water Sword sect completely. This way, Yang Dingtian's declaration will have weight in an instant. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Qin Huaiyu said. Then he said in a low voice, however, this will completely enrage my father. It may cause him to take revenge crazily. After all, the Autumn Water Sword sect is under the protection of the Northwest Qin City. Your father has already been enraged. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, moreover, he is too smart. Even if he is enraged, he will still give the most rational response. Then Yang Dingtian said, I heard that Qiu Ruhan isn't your and Jiao Jiao's biological mother. Qin Huaiyu nodded and said yes. Our mother passed away not long after giving birth to the 2 of us. Qiu Ruhan can't have children. No wonder Qiu Ruhan looked very young. She didn't look like someone who had a 30-year-old son. Not your biological mother? That's good, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chapter 442. Following that, Yang Dingtian led the tens of thousands of people back to Cloud Sky City. They did not encounter any more obstacles. However, the deserted situation they encountered was even more serious than a few days ago. When they passed by a few days ago, although none of the important figures in Qin City's territory appeared, at least some of them did. Some even nodded in front of the group. This time, Yang Dingtian's group did not encounter any figures. Even if they were a few thousand meters away, when they saw the silhouettes of Yang Dingtian's group, they all ran away. However, of course, no one came to block Yang Dingtian's path because everyone was afraid of death. Just like that, Yang Dingtian led more than 10,000 people and continued to walk for almost 2 days before finally returning to Cloud Sky City's territory. In just a few days, the traces of war in Cloud Sky City's territory became even more intense. At this time, in the entire territory of Cloud Sky City, all the opponents had been completely wiped out and uprooted. Every inch of land directly belonged to Cloud Sky City. Therefore, the Elders Guild of Cloud Sky City could use every corner of the 1,000-mile territory as a battlefield. At least within 200 miles of Cloud Sky City, it had been completely transformed into a battlefield. In just a few days, countless small castles had been built. Although these small castles were simple and crude, they were very sturdy. Between the castles, there were many lines of defense. Traps were everywhere. Of course, just relying on the manpower of Cloud Sky City was not enough. Therefore, Cloud Sky City strengthened the walls and cleared the fields. Almost all the young and strong people in the territory were gathered together to carry out crazy battlefield construction. Therefore, within 200 miles of Cloud Sky City, there were hundreds of thousands of people gathered. Among them, just the army alone was about 80 to 90,000 people. Close to 100,000 people. That's right, even Cloud Sky City had 100,000 soldiers. In the past, the 3,000 Black Blood Cavalry was Cloud Sky City's largest military force. All of Cloud Sky City's armed forces, added together, would not exceed Ivan's. As for the remaining military forces, Cloud Sky City did not have the authority to directly command them. This time, Yang Dingtian directly wiped out all the rebels. Tang Boizhao's performance did not exceed Yang Dingtian's expectations. On the contrary, he was more active and outstanding than expected. That day, Yang Dingtian ordered him to stay and wait for Shimin Lai to organize the rebel army. Then, before Shimin Lai arrived, the 30,000 rebels had already been reorganized. Once Shimin Lai arrived, the 30,000 rebels were organized and quickly managed themselves. Then, they followed Shimin Lai back to Cloud Sky City. Therefore, Shimin Lai couldn't help but marvel at Tang Boizhao's talent and methods. Tang Boizhao's ability was far inferior to Yu Yu's. Next, he brought a few thousand elites selected from the rebel army and took the initiative to invite Jiao Liao to be the commander. Then he added a portion of the Black Blood Cavalry. He led this army and practically swept through the 1,000 miles of Cloud Sky City's territory. There were 3 main things that he had done. The first thing was to completely uproot the rebellious dukes and kill them all. The second thing was to completely surrender the remaining armed forces of the feudal lords. The few that were still stubbornly resisting were all killed. The third thing was to use a relatively high amount of money to attract all the workers within 1,000 miles of Cloud Sky City's territory to Cloud Sky City to participate in the construction of the battlefield. Tang Boizhao had only been in charge of this matter for a few days. At this time, he was still leading the army outside to do these 3 things. Therefore, there were still troops and manpower that continuously entered the central area of Cloud Sky City. Therefore, after sweeping through all the rebels, the overall power of Cloud Sky City instantly increased by several times. The military power had increased by 3 to 5 times. The construction power had increased by more than 10 times. When the people of Cloud Sky City saw that Yang Dingtian had returned with a huge army behind him, everyone immediately cheered loudly. Wherever Yang Dingtian passed, The people on both sides of the road knelt down one by one like the wind blowing through wheat fields. Then, everyone was whispering excitedly to each other. "Oh my God! Where did City Lord Yang find this army? It looks very powerful. Oh my God! What exactly is such a huge beast? It's as big as 2 horses. I wonder how powerful it will be when it fights. What do you know? This is called the demonic dragon cavalry. This is the most elite army of the world society. It's the world's #1 cavalry army on land. It's the overlord of the land. 1,000 people is equivalent to tens of thousands of people." Really? I can't see the end of this black mass. I'm afraid there are at least 20 to 30,000 of them. No, the world society has less than 10,000 in total. Our city Lord brought at least 4 to 5,000 of them. It seems that the world society is determined to support us and has handed over all their assets. That proves that the world society thinks highly of our city lord and thinks that we will win. That's why they are completely on our side. Of course. Look at how many big powers are on our side. Qin Chi Chi is just a rebel from the northwest Qin city. Oh, right. I heard that after this war, we will be distributing the land. The city lord eliminated all those rebels and obtained a lot of land. I heard that they will all be given to us. Yes, yes. The more merits we have, the more we will get. Everyone work hard. I can't wait for those bastards to hurry up and fight so that I can earn merits. This voice continuously entered Yang Dingtian's ears. Xi Minlai, who came to accompany him, said, after Tang Guizhou returned to Cloud Sky City, he wrote a plan to improve the people's morale. To put it bluntly, it was brainwashing. After Madame and Elder Mu Lianqing read it, they both agreed and praised it. Then, Elder Mu organized a team of over 1,000 people. After Tang Guizhou's short training, they blended into the crowd and did a lot of brainwashing. I originally didn't care about it, but I didn't expect the results to be so good. This Tang Guizhou is really a talent. Yes, he is really a talent, Yang Dingtian said. Unfortunately, he is extremely smart. It is very difficult to make him completely loyal to someone. When the Devil Dragon Cavalry entered Cloud Sky City, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Cloud Sky City's morale instantly reached its peak. Firstly, they felt that such a big power like the World Society was truly standing on Cloud Sky City's side. Of course, it was more because of the Devil Dragon Cavalry's combat power. They were different from the ordinary citizens. Cloud Sky City's disciples had heard of the Devil Dragon Cavalry, the overlord of the continent. With this cavalry, even if they faced an army of 100,000, they would be in an invincible position. Moreover, Cloud Sky City now had 100,000 soldiers. After returning to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian didn't even have time to look at his baby, let alone be intimate with Yan Yan. He immediately gave an order. Within Cloud Sky City, all the officers of over 1,000 people came to the main hall for a meeting. It was the first meeting of a few hundred people in Cloud Sky City, and also the first meeting before the war. In the meeting, the first thing to happen was the Battle of Heaven Wave City. After hearing that 1,000 Devil Dragon Cavalry wiped out the Autumn Water Sword Sect's army of 20,000 and built a temple, the hundreds of officers present cheered in disbelief. Their morale instantly soared. Next, Yang Dingtian made an announcement about the enemy's situation. He didn't explain it in detail. Regarding the Temple of Annihilation, he had to reveal it bit by bit. He couldn't say it all at once, otherwise it would have a huge impact on the ordinary people. Of course, this included Yang Dingtian's identity as the hidden sect master. He had to announce it to outsiders. However, to the citizens of Cloud Sky City, he had to reveal it bit by bit. He had to guide them with mystery so that they could imagine, guess, and expose it themselves. This was because Yang Dingtian's current strength was still too weak. He wasn't worthy of the identity of the hidden sect master. Therefore, it was better to let them guess the result than to say it himself. Therefore, Yang Dingtian described the enemy that was about to invade. The Northwest Qin city's evil faction, led by Qin Chichi and the South Seas Ning clan, White Cloud City, Autumn Water Sword sect, and Sky Phoenix Pavilion's rebel forces, led a mixed force. This was because Sky Phoenix Pavilion's Lung, Yanmei, killed her master and stole the position of Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master. In turn, she stole the position of Tiando League's Northwest Branch Master. Therefore, under the guise of the Tiando League, they formed an alliance army to attack Cloud Sky City. Then they pointed out that the South Seas Ning clan, Ningwuming, was a lackey of the evil ways. In the end, it was confirmed that this enemy was infiltrated by the evil ways. The Tiando League's forces were the main force, and the South Seas Ning clan's forces were the auxiliary force. They couldn't directly say that this was an army of evil ways. That would cause morale to plummet. Only when they truly defeated the first army of evil ways could they directly say that this was an army of the Temple of Annihilation. At that time, people wouldn't be afraid. If they said it now, the name of the Temple of Annihilation would cause everyone to be afraid. Finally, Yang Dingtian officially announced the most important Yang Dingtian's declaration. Actually, this was the most important part. In the following period of time, this declaration had to be completely engraved in the hearts of everyone in Cloud Sky City. After countless preaching, this declaration had to become a part of them. This way, they would clearly know that they were on the side of the righteous. Perhaps this declaration was a little empty the first time they heard it, but when it was repeated 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it would become the truth. Of course, for ordinary people without ideals, they would be attracted by the victory after the war and the distribution of land. Therefore, they were currently divided into two directions to gather the people's hearts and morale. One was the spiritual Yang Dingtian's declaration. The other was the distribution of land after the war. It was believed that it wouldn't be difficult to gather the people's hearts and morale in just a month. Next, whether they could maintain it or not would depend on the outcome of the war. If they lost, everything would be over. If they won, morale and the people's hearts would gather again and rise again. Of course, at the same time, there was also a large amount of money and a large amount of food. The distribution of resources in this world was extremely unbalanced. Although Yang Dingtian didn't purposely try to be extravagant, a meal that he inadvertently ate was enough to support an ordinary person for a few years. A piece of clothing that he wore was enough to support a few hundred ordinary soldiers for more than a year. Yang Dingtian had carefully understood the chaotic world. In terms of system, this should be a combination of a slave society and a feudal society. Most people were old slave. They had no property and were slaves for life. They were always working, but they couldn't get anything. They could only be given the worst food to survive. There were no landlords here, nor were there any farmers. All the land, minerals, and forests belonged to the Lord. The Lord was enfeoffed by the Lord, and the Lord would pay tribute to the Lord, follow the Lord's diplomatic direction, and fight for the Lord when necessary. As for the true mainstream of this world, there was no doubt that it was warriors. There were two types of warriors. The first type was soldiers. These people all cultivated shallow cultivation techniques that were suitable for group combat. These people were only slightly better than slaves. They could have military pay, but they were also living at the bottom. The other type was, of course, absolutely above the average person. This was most of the cultivators, such as all the disciples in Cloud Sky City. These people had almost everything. There was no need to mention a large amount of living resources, a large amount of money, a large amount of cultivation resources, and the best houses. They could freely walk the world and kill slaves and low-level soldiers. Everything that the scholars of ancient China enjoyed, these cultivators had all of it. Therefore, cultivation had become the most mainstream in the entire chaotic world. And the current Yang Dingtian could be considered to be subverting this point secretly. Cloud Sky City didn't have much money, but Qin Mingli was rich. In the past few months, she had been transferring her assets almost crazily. An astronomical amount of money, an astronomical amount of weapons, and an astronomical amount of resources entered Cloud Sky City through various channels. However, this transfer stopped completely after Qin Chi defeated Sky Phoenix Pavilion. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had started to be concerned about Qin Mingli's safety. However, Qin Wanchou doted on his sister so much. At most, he would just put her under house arrest. With Qin Mingli's astronomical amount of money and resources, Cloud Sky City could easily support hundreds of thousands of people. Therefore, when a large amount of meat was distributed to them, most of the slaves abandoned everything in their minds and wanted to stay in Cloud Sky City. When Cloud Sky City announced that they would be distributing a large amount of land after the war, everyone went crazy and wanted to serve Yang Dingtian with their lives. Of course, the so-called distribution of land didn't mean that they would directly give the land to the slaves. Instead, they would let them plant, and 50% of the land would be handed over to Cloud Sky City. Once this rumor was released, the effect was shocking. It was like a storm that engulfed hundreds of thousands of people. In an instant, the efficiency of hundreds of thousands of people increased by one-fold. As for the army that gathered in Cloud Sky City, it was even simpler. They would directly give out 5 times the army's salary and pay, which would last for half a year. Then they would announce that those who performed meritorious deeds could choose to marry a free woman in the territory and would be given double the amount of land as compared to ordinary people. They would only have to hand over 30% of the harvest to Cloud Sky City. Moreover, regardless of whether they were injured or retired, those who performed meritorious deeds could be directly appointed as an official in the territory and manage all the free people in the territory. If they died in battle, their parents would receive 3 years of military salary and 5 times the amount of land as compared to ordinary people. Once these policies were announced, Cloud Sky City's army of close to 100,000 went into the craziest state. Their morale was at the peak. Next, the slightly tired surrendered army immediately entered the craziest training. Then Mu Lianqing's men immediately entered and officially promoted Yang Dingtian's image. All of Yang Dingtian's deeds, all of his miracles in battle, all of his miracles in cultivation, and his talent that was close to that of a celestial being. They were all organized into carts and distributed to everyone. Tang Buozhao's brainwashing team brainwashed all the soldiers and warriors day and night. They directly praised Yang Dingtian as a person who had never appeared before in history and was close to God, even though this brainwashing only lasted for a few days. But in this world, the soldiers who had never been brainwashed instantly accepted this point. When they talked about Yang Dingtian, they already had the appearance of a god. Therefore, in less than 10 days, Cloud Sky City's war machine could actually operate to such an extent. This made Yang Dingtian extremely astonished. Of course, this was just like the use of antibiotics. In the beginning, there wasn't any resistance to antibiotics. Antibiotics were godly medicines that could directly cure the disease. And right now, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Cloud Sky City were the type that didn't have any resistance to antibiotics. Moreover, they were the poorest and most lowly of them all. Shimin Weia was a man of great talent and bold vision, but he never thought of changing this point. Therefore, under the stimulation of money, material, spirit, and the prospect of the future, the effects were immediate. Of course, before Yang Dingtian's arrival, the so-called freedom policies and military policies were only passed down verbally and didn't form into a written program. When Mu Lianqing reported the details to Yang Dingtian immediately made the decision and said, "Turn all the policies into words and make it into a program. Paste it to every corner of Cloud Heaven City and spread it to everyone's ears and heart." "Yes." Mu Lianqing replied. At this moment, Song Lihua suddenly spoke. "Uncle Mu, I heard that there is a small booklet circulating in the military regarding City Lord Yang Dingtian's deeds." "Yes, Lady Song." Mu Lianqing said this booklet was written by Tang Buozhao overnight. Although the words are a little sensational and exaggerated, it is basically the truth. Song Lihua smiled and said, "Next, we can add some things to the booklet, especially regarding City, Lord Yang Dingtian's identity. Cloud Sky City Lord, Yinyang School successor, and also vaguely point out his identity as the hidden sect patriarch. We don't have to be too clear. We just have to mention that City, Lord Yang Dingtian possesses sect patriarch Su Piaoling's crystal sword and used it to convince World Association patriarch Song Shao. Furthermore, City, Lord Yang Dingtian knows lightning-attributed mystic skills and has the whirling calamity crossing sword. It vaguely points out his relationship with the hidden sect's young master, Su Wuming. I believe that with Uncle Mu's talent, you should know how to write it." "Lady Song is wise," Mu Lianqing said, following which Song Lihua said to Yang Dingtian, "Sect Patriarch, my martial arts cultivation is weak. Why don't you let me learn from Uncle Mu on how to handle internal affairs and contribute to Cloud Sky City?" Mu Lianqing quickly said, "This old slave is willing to assist Lady Song in handling internal affairs. No, you are still the leader." Yang Dingtian said, "Let Lady Lihua and Tang Buizhao assist you." At this moment, Tang Buizhao's sobbing voice could be heard from outside. "Your humble servant, Tang Buizhao, pays his respects to the great Cloud Sky City Lord." When Tang Buizhao heard that Yang Dingtian had returned to Cloud Sky City, he immediately used his fastest speed to rush back. Even though Yang Dingtian couldn't see him, he still used the most exaggerated posture to rush in and slid a few steps forward. "Come in," Yang Dingtian said. Then Tang Buizhao didn't stand up and crawled in on his knees. When he entered, he prostrated himself on the ground and didn't dare to raise his head. He was extremely respectful and humble. His clothes were messy, his hair was messy, and his face was haggard. It could be seen that he hadn't slept or rested for the past few days as he rushed to Cloud Sky City's 1,000-mile territory to eliminate the roots, brainwash, and scorched earth. It was a huge waste for this person to live in this chaotic world. He had the greatest talent of treacherous officials in ancient China. "Tang Buizhao, come in with me." Yang Dingtian then walked into the side hall. After Tang Buizhao crawled in, Yang Dingtian closed the door. There were only the two of them in the side hall. Instantly, Tang Buizhao's body began to tremble slightly. He had been performing crazily for the past few days, desperately displaying all his talents just to preserve his life. Now, at the final moment, he still couldn't suppress the uneasiness in his heart. Yang Dingtian killed him like a pig or a dog. "Tang Buizhao, I heard that you're secretly hiding an illegitimate son?" Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, Tang Buizhao's expression changed. He was happy at first, as he knew that his life was saved. Then his expression darkened slightly. He had castrated himself, and his son was his only hope. "Yes, I still have a son. I'll have someone send him to Cloud Sky City to serve the nobles," Tang Buizhao said. He immediately decided to use the illegitimate son as a hostage to show his determination. "That's not what I meant," Yang Dingtian said lightly. Then, Yang Dingtian fell into silence as he thought about how to start the conversation. "First, let me tell you that I didn't touch your wife," Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, Tang Buizhao trembled and pressed his body even harder against the ground. "Secondly, you should have heard of my identity as the leader of the hidden sect." "That's right, it's true. I'm the leader of the hidden sect, Su Wuming," Yang Dingtian said. "With your intelligence, you should know that I'm not lying. But I still have a secret that I have to tell you. The original leader of the hidden sect was Dongfang Bingling, but she demonized and became the princess of the evil ways, Mu Dan. So, I only have the title of the leader of the hidden sect. Our power is still very weak. Compared to the evil ways, it's completely one-sided." After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Tang Buizhao's body trembled violently, and he looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. This was an absolute secret. Why would Yang Dingtian tell him? He was just a lowly dog now. Moreover, he had already betrayed Yang Dingtian twice. Then you must be very curious as to why I'm telling you such a secret. Yang Dingtian said, because I see your talent. A top-notch warrior, even if he reaches the Grandmaster level, is only a match for 1,000 or 10,000 people. But your talent is a match for 100,000 people, or even 1,000,000 people. You have the dragon slaying technique. Of course, no one in this world will reward your talent, including City Lord Shimen, because this is a world where martial arts is respected. Your martial arts cultivation has come to an end, but your other career has only just begun. Others don't appreciate your talent, but I'm willing to. Lastly, I don't know what the future will be like. If we lose this battle, then everything will be over. If we win this battle, then I can tell you that your achievements will be as great as my future career. If one day I rule the entire world, then perhaps you will become my right-hand man. You don't need to use any martial arts. You only need to use your brain, and you will be able to surpass Qin Wancho's position. You will be above hundreds of millions of people and have the power to rule the world. Even if it's just an order, who knows how many Grandmaster-level warriors will die for you? Yang Dingtian said indifferently, if we win this battle with the evil ways, I want to build a new world. A world of construction and power, a world that will completely cleanse the martial arts civilization. If you are willing, your role in this world is indispensable. Of course, if you are not willing, it's fine. After the battle with Qin Chichi, if we win, I will kill you. If we lose, I will let you go. Of course, no one in this world will really appreciate your talent except for me. Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and said, Are you willing to follow me? Tang Bosheo didn't flatter him, nor did he have any reaction. He directly collapsed on the ground and didn't move. Yang Dingtian's words were like thunder, instantly destroying all the pretense and cunning in his mind. It directly pierced the depths of his heart. It was even like a bright lamp, completely pointing out the direction of Tang Bosheo's future. It made him lose all his reaction in an instant. He only felt that his whole body was trembling, hot and numb. Chapter 443. There's still one more. So Tang Guozhao lay on the ground, desperately trying to open his mouth to speak. However, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make himself say a single word. The muscles in his mouth and even the muscles in his entire body were stiff. It was as if there was a gust of air in his entire body that was about to explode. Seeing this, Yang Dingtian gently patted his shoulder and said, Everyone says that you're cunning, but I realize that you're actually a pure idealist. You just like to use your cleverness to fool others and fool yourself, pretending to be lowly. Yang Dingtian's words seemed to have activated Tang Guozhao. Then he lay on the ground and cried loudly without saying anything. Yang Dingtian's last sentence deeply provoked him. Then countless images flashed through his mind. When the previous city lord Yang Lai was in power, he excitedly showed off his talent. In the end, he was completely ignored and looked down on. In Yang Lai's mind, there was only martial power. Martial power. Therefore, even though his relationship with Shimenwia wasn't good, he was very jealous of Shimenwia. However, when Shimenwia became the city lord, he still felt excited. He felt that his chance had come. Shimenwia was so talented, so he would definitely recognize his talent. That's right, Shimenwia immediately recognized his talent. However, the result was an even deeper suppression. Tang Guozhao's position in Cloud Sky City directly fell into a quagmire. At first, he thought that Shimenwia was jealous of his talent, but later on he understood. Shimenwia couldn't execute his plan for now. In his current situation, he was destined to use martial power to restore Cloud Sky City's territory. Once Tang Guozhao executed his plan, he would first become a public enemy and directly provoke the neighboring Northwest Qin City. Shimenwia was a man of great talent, but given his position, it was destined that his goal would be to strengthen the martial arts of Cloud Sky City. He would defeat the Yin Yang sect in a martial arts competition and allow Cloud Sky City to obtain a position that was worthy of his position. To put it more bluntly, Shimenwia wanted to use martial power to force Inyang School to acknowledge Cloud Sky City's existence and form a brotherhood. Then, Cloud Sky City would enter the 9 sects of the world. This was Shimenwia's lifelong strategy. This strategy decided that even though Shimenwia saw Tang Bojiao's talent, he couldn't use him. Instead, he had to suppress him. No matter how strong Shimenwia was, he didn't have the courage to break this environment. Then, Tang Bojia's assess and yangs and yangs and yangs and yangs and yangs to resist Shimenwia. Over time, Tang Bojiao couldn't bear the pressure and turned himself into a clown. Firstly, it was to save his life. Secondly, it was still to mock him. Every time he knelt in front of Yang Dingtian, he felt like he was fooling Yang Dingtian and toying with Yang Dingtian in the palm of his hand. He had betrayed Inyang twice and survived both times. He really enjoyed this kind of intellectual competition. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian had broken his highest ideal and illuminated the direction he was going to take. He was originally at a loss, a walking corpse with nothing to do. Perhaps he was just fooling Inyang. He didn't even leave Cloud Sky City because he wanted to see how miserable Yang Dingtian would be in the upcoming battle. But now he only felt that his ideals from 20 to 30 years ago had returned. His strong mental support had returned. That's right. He, Tang Bojiao, was a pure idealist. Once an idealist found a direction to fight for, he would definitely not be afraid of death. So, Tang Bojiao only cried loudly. He didn't say anything and didn't say anything about pledging his loyalty. But Yang Dingtian could already feel everything clearly. Calm down inside for a while. I'll go out and continue the meeting. After you calm down, go out and find a place to sit down. We'll discuss this together, Yang Dingtian said. Then he walked out of the main hall. At this moment, in the main hall, other than the members of Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild, there were also Zhu Hongshiwe, Song Lihua, Qin Huayu, and Vulture. It could be said that they were Yang Dingtian's most trusted forces. Wait, there would be a place for Tang Bojiao. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was definitely not a mature leader. For someone like Tang Bojiao, he had a position all of a sudden. Any mature leader wouldn't do this. Of course, just like any mature leader, they would not risk their lives for the sake of their subordinates. But Yang Dingtian had made these mistakes before. So, he became a very special leader. Even Zhu Hongshiwe himself felt that it was strange. How did he unknowingly stand by Yang Dingtian's side? Then, even more unknowingly, he admitted his identity as a leader. I, Zhu Hongshiwe, am such a proud and arrogant person. But in terms of accepting this matter, he didn't seem to have any obstacles. Now, Yang Dingtian took a risk again and used Tang Bojiao. He used people he doubted to the extreme. Now, I'll give a few more orders. Yang Dingtian said, First, the Tiando League's Wartime Committee is officially established. Everyone here, including Tang Bojiao, is a member. Second, from tomorrow onwards, completely seal off all the borders of Cloud Sky City. Without the committee's token, no one is allowed to go out or enter. We have to maintain the unity of Cloud Sky City and not be affected by the rumors outside. Third, immediately draft Yang Dingtian's declaration and use the fastest speed to spread it throughout the world. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Yang Dingtian continued. Next, I'll assign everyone's work scope. Mu Lianqing, Song Lihua, Tang Bojiao. You will be in charge of all internal affairs, propaganda, order, and other matters. Yes. Mu Lianqing and Song Lihua stood up and responded. Tang Bojiao walked out. At this moment, he was like a completely different person. He didn't have the slightest trace of inferiority. His hair was already combed, but he still looked very haggard and his eyes were red. His entire body seemed to be releasing a kind of radiance. His eyes were burning as though they were burning. Moreover, no matter if it was his steps or his posture, they were filled with confidence and calmness. He quickly found the temperament of a military advisor. Shimin Lai, Song Chanhua, You will be in charge of all military forces, reorganizing, preparing for war, and all other matters. You will be in charge. Yes. Qin Huaiyu, Zhu Hongxue, you will be in charge of all foreign affairs. You will be in charge of negotiations with other factions. Yes. Qin Huaiyu responded very resolutely, while Zhu Hongxue responded vaguely. Of course. Yang Dingtian mainly let Qin Huaiyu handle this matter. As for Zhu Hongxue, he would be treated as an incomparably noble mascot to give other factions a sense of oppression. Jiao Liao, you will immediately form a scouting and intelligence team. Monitor the enemy's every move. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Jiao Liao replied. When the little Princess Vulture heard that Yang Dingtian was assigning tasks to others without mentioning her name, she immediately asked, What about me? What about me? What should I do? Yang Dingtian said, You will follow me to the Vulture Palace. As for how to get your great-grandfather to our side, it will be up to you. The little lass immediately patted her chest and said, Don't worry, you can count on me. That old man is getting more muddle-headed and doting the older he gets. If I ask him to go east, he won't dare to go west. Even if he doesn't agree, he will cry, throw a tantrum, and threaten to hang himself. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was speechless. The solemn atmosphere was completely destroyed by her. And look at what she said. Was this something a granddaughter should say? What did she mean by getting more muddle-headed with age? What did she mean by asking him to go east and not go west? However, it could be seen that this little lass's status in the Vulture Palace was extremely influential. However, this little lass was indeed very important. It could be said that she was the most important. Resurrecting his master, Dongfang Minmi, and the veto vote for the Taiando League meeting were all on her head. However, Yang Dingtian felt that he should ignore her. Otherwise, she would immediately take advantage of him. In the end, Yang Dingtian's gaze landed on Mrs. Ximen and said, Next, I will pretend to go to the Yinyang school to ask for help. In fact, I will go to the Vulture Palace. During my absence, all matters will be handled by my mother-in-law, Yang Pei. Mrs. Ximen blushed. She wanted to refuse, but she knew that she couldn't. Yes, Mrs. Ximen said. Mrs. Ximen, Yang Pei, other than her beauty, willpower, morals, and kindness, her other talents were average, especially her talent as a leader. Therefore, when Ximen Weia was around, she didn't care about anything. Yang Dingtian let her take charge of everything, because her identity and seniority were enough to control everyone present. When Yang Dingtian wasn't around, she was the natural leader. Letting her take charge of everything meant that she didn't have to care about anything. Yang Dingtian finally said, In terms of specific matters, my talent is average. Whether it is training soldiers, internal affairs, or war, my talent is all average. Therefore, I will leave everything to all of you. Everything we've done is for the upcoming war. This is our first battle against the evil ways. We can only win, we can't lose. Once we lose, all the forces in the Taiando League will change sides. Once we lose, it means that the entire primal chaos world will fall. That way, we will create history. Before the World Extermination Army set foot on the primal chaos world, the Demon King's shadow hasn't appeared, and even the nefarious Demon Prince and nefarious Demon Princess haven't made a move. The entire primal chaos world will fall. That will be a great humiliation. In short, everything is for the great battle. Everything is for the Taiando League. Everything is for the primal chaos world. We can only win, we can't lose. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. That's all I want to say. Yang Dingtian said, Next, what matters do you all have to attend to? The first to stand up was Tang Guozhao. My lord, approximately when will you leave Cloud Sky City? Tang Guozhao asked. I should be leaving tomorrow. Yang Dingtian said, We will secretly infiltrate the Autumn Water Sword sect. Then, when Yang Dingtian's declaration spreads throughout the world, we will directly attack and destroy the Autumn Water Sword sect. "We will kill them all and die," Yang Dingtian's declaration read with the first blood. "Yes," Tang Buo said. "However, if the sect master is not in a hurry for this day, I would like to ask the sect master to stay in Cloud Sky City for a day. Then gather all the soldiers and civilians together and convene a meeting of 10,000 people. You will personally announce Yang Dingtian's declaration, as well as the freedmen's policy, the military policy, and the land policy in front of everyone." Yang Dingtian was very clear about Tang Buozhao's painstaking efforts. Whether it was Yang Dingtian's declaration, the freedmen's policy, the land policy, or the military policy, all of them were shocking and subversive. It would gather the hearts of thousands of people and completely subvert the current order of this world. For such a major event, other than Yang Dingtian, it would be inappropriate for anyone else to announce it. "All right, you all go and prepare. Choose the military and civilian representatives and gather at Cloud Sky City's plaza. Strive to convene a meeting of 10,000 people in the shortest time possible." Yang Dingtian said, "Yes." Tang Buozhao and the others replied. Following this, Tang Buozhao, who hadn't slept for a few days, didn't even have time to eat or drink tea. He immediately immersed himself in work. He used his fastest speed to draw out everyone's name list. Then he used his fastest speed to understand the most suitable military and civilian representatives. He used his fastest speed to decide on this list of 10,000 people. All this work took 10 hours from start to finish. It was mainly done by Mu Lianqing, Tang Buozhao, and Song Lihua, who led hundreds of clerks from the Internal Affairs Pavilion to complete this arduous task. After the name list and the specific locations of these people were listed out, they were immediately divided into groups and sent to the fastest Devil Dragon army. They sent out 500 Devil Dragon warriors and used their fastest speed to inform the people on the name list. Then they were organized to gather at Cloud Sky City's plaza and convene a meeting of 10,000 people. The next evening, the meeting of 10,000 people was officially held at Cloud Sky City's plaza. The progress of all the work was much faster than Yang Dingtian had imagined. In this era where there were no telephones or telegrams, within a few hundred miles, it only took less than a day to gather 10,000 people for a meeting. It could be seen that Yang Dingtian's team's ability to organize was astonishing. Qin Huaiyu said that the Northwest Qin City's ability in this aspect was unrivaled, but they definitely couldn't do it better than Cloud Sky City. In Cloud Sky City's huge plaza, there were a total of 10,000 people sitting neatly. 80% of them were ordinary citizens. 20% were from the military. Cloud Sky City had experienced such a huge scene many times. Yang Dingtian's first martial arts competition, the second martial arts competition with Qin Xiaobai, and the third martial arts competition with the Cloud Sky City Lord. The scene was bigger and bigger each time, but every time it was a martial arts competition. But today, it was incomparably sacred and solemn. In the previous martial arts competitions, no matter how deeply they felt about Yang Dingtian, they could only stand and watch the show. But today, it was completely related to their fate. For the first time, they had truly become participants in this major event, not bystanders. There was no platform, no arrangement. On the high platform, Yang Dingtian was dressed in military attire. Without any opening remarks or any heroic words, he directly announced the various policies. First, free people make decisions. From today onwards, there will no longer be any slaves in my Cloud Sky City territory. Everyone will be free people. Everyone will legally own their own property and their own freedom. Just the first policy had completely caused a commotion, causing an explosive effect. Some people wanted to cheer, but when they saw that Yang Dingtian was going to continue reading, they desperately suppressed the urge to cheer and continued to listen. But the tears in their eyes surged out. From today onwards, they were free. Most of the people in the territory were slaves, but they had seen freedom before. They yearned for it so much that they didn't even dare to dream that they could get rid of their slave status. One had to know that once one became a slave, One would be a slave for generations unless one had very high martial arts talent. But those who had such talent were 1 in 10,000. Second, land policy. From today onwards, all of Cloud Sky City's territory belongs to Cloud Sky City. Within Cloud Sky City, there will no longer be any lords or vassals. All land will be distributed to all free people in the territory according to merit and population. It will mainly be used for farming crops. No matter how much is produced, 50% will be handed over to Cloud Sky City's treasury to maintain the army and other functions. 30% of the crops produced during the idle season will be handed over to Cloud Sky City's treasury. Although the second policy had long been rumored, it had never been officially confirmed. Now it was finally confirmed. The second policy was shocking and subversive. It was even more powerful than the first one. On Earth, 50% might have been too high, but in the chaotic world, this was almost a subversive move. Because in the chaotic world, slaves couldn't own any property. All of their gains had to be handed over. Then the higher-ups would give them food that was inferior to pigs and dogs to survive. Third, military policy. From today onwards, all soldiers will first have the status of free people. The minimum military pay will be raised to 5 times the original amount and will be paid monthly. All soldiers' family members will be given at least twice the amount of land as free people according to merit. All soldiers who died in battle will be given 5 times the amount of land, and 3 years of military pay will be given to their family members. All soldiers will choose women from free people according to merit and length of service to marry and form families. All soldiers, after retiring, will be given at least twice the amount of land according to merit. Also, soldiers with merit will be given official positions in the territory and be in charge of the production and order of the free people. Yang Dingtian had just finished reading. All the military representatives had tears in their eyes. They clenched their fists and fiercely hit their chests. They wildly chanted in their hearts, "Forever loyal to City, Lord Yang Dingtian. Long live City, Lord Yang Dingtian." Finally, I will read out Yang Dingtian's declaration. First, let's say justice again. I, Yang Dingtian, lead the Tiando League forces and stand on the side of justice. Qin Chi Ning Wuming and the Temple of Annihilation's young master, Li Ming, stand on the side of evil. Everyone has to face the opposing side of justice and evil. No one should think of running away from it. Second, if there are people who are willing to join us, stand on the side of justice and fight against evil ways to the end. They are my life and death brothers. We will live and die together and will never betray each other. Third, if you are afraid of the power of evil ways and do not dare to be enemies, then don't worry about it. You can stand on the side and watch the battle. It won't be too late for you to choose a side after we have a winner or loser. Fourth, if you are blinded by greed or have an even more evil motive and stand firmly on the side of evil ways, stand firmly on the side of Qin Chi and Ning Wuming, then you are the enemy of human justice. You are the enemy of the Tiando League, and you are the enemy of me. Then, no matter how noble your background is, no matter how powerful your forces are, I will kill you all. Today's Autumn Water Sword sect is an example. Now, I announce the Tiando League's first order of extermination. The Autumn Water Sword sect colluded with evil ways, betrayed the Tiando League, betrayed justice, and betrayed the primal chaos world. Here, I officially announce the expulsion of the Autumn Water Sword sect from the Tiando League. Everyone in the Autumn Water Sword sect is to be exterminated. Everyone in the Autumn Water Sword sect is to be exterminated. All forces and people in the world must draw a clear line between themselves and the Autumn Water Sword sect. All martial artists of the Autumn Water Sword sect can leave their forces within a month and draw a clear line between themselves and the Autumn Water Sword sect. Otherwise, when the time comes, they will be killed without mercy. From today onwards, spread this proclamation throughout the world. Yes, instantly, hundreds of riders shouted. Hundreds of riders rode on fine horses and carried Yang Dingtian's proclamation. They flew out from the west and used their fastest speed to relay this proclamation to all forces in the world. Looking from the sky, hundreds of black dots flew out from Cloud Heaven City and ran in all directions. The meeting of 10,000 people has ended, Yang Dingtian said. In an instant, the citizens who had suppressed their excitement completely boiled over and became clamorous. Long live Yang Dingtian! Long live Cloud Heaven City! Long live Yang Dingtian's proclamation! From today onwards, all of Cloud Heaven City's citizens would stand together with Yang Dingtian and have common interests. Whoever obstructed their interests would be their mortal enemy. Everyone in Cloud Heaven City would fight them to the end. In the entire square of Cloud Heaven City, countless people who had already perked up their ears cheered in unison and boiled over. In a short period of time, the ground within hundreds of miles was completely boiling and shaking. The war machine of Cloud Heaven City spun at an even hotter, faster, and more fervent speed. Nightfall. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, Song Chanhua, and Vulture rode on the dark demon vulture and flew towards the west, towards the Autumn Water Sword sect. The extermination of the Autumn Water Sword sect had officially begun. The first smear of blood died, Yang Dingtian's proclamation read. It had officially begun.